Hey guys, this is Tavatif. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter's cousin came back into his life after 8 years. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. After 8 years apart, Harry's cousin returns, bringing secrets that could change everything. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. The moment Harry registered the familiar sights and smells of Privet Drive, a surge of resentment welled up in his chest. He took a deep breath and looked around the living room, feeling like a foreigner. Harry stepped toward the mantel. Shoving aside a horrid-looking vase, his gaze fell across a picture of Dudley in a white tuxedo, grinning, with one of his flabby arms around his bony bride. Harry couldn't see her face. A veil covered it. Who took pictures with a wedding veil on? Harry thought a moment and grinned broadly when he came to the conclusion that the photographer was trying to save his camera lens. Harry remembered receiving the invitation in the mail around his 20th birthday. Dudley hadn't been using any level of tact when he had sent Harry a wedding announcement. He was obviously fishing for wedding presents. Harry had thoughtfully sent him a box of candies as a present. Even though he hadn't laced the candies with anything, Harry happily thought of how much Dudley would worry about being cursed. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon had given the couple the Privet Drive house as a wedding present. They were retired, living in a beach home in Majorca. Harry turned at the creak of the stairs and silently watched his cousin meander towards the kitchen. Dudley didn't notice him until he was just steps from the pantry. He forgot to stop moving at the sight of Harry, and the pantry door shuddered terribly as he ran into it. You could ring the doorbell like a normal person. Dudley huffed, winded from his walk and the surprise of seeing Harry. Harry studied his cousin with interest. 25 apparently wasn't a good age for Dudley. He looked almost in his mid-30s. Not surprisingly, he looked just like Uncle Vernon, minus the mustache probably still couldn't grow a full one. Of course, Uncle Vernon only had a double chin. Dudley's was quadruple. Harry raised an eyebrow. Hello to you too. Dudley pointed to Harry's wand, still in hand. Put that ridiculous thing away. Pardon, said Harry calmly. I was under the assumption that I was an invited guest in your home. Right, grumbled Dudley. None of that wizard rubbish. Dudley then struggled to form the word, please. Harry sat down in an armchair without being offered a seat and waited for Dudley to tell him why he was here. Dudley clomped over to the sagging couch and plopped himself into it, setting off the orchestra of the couch springs in horrible popping and screeching noise. There was a long silence, in which the cousins sized each other up, seeing exactly what had changed in the 8-year absence. Gardenia, bellowed Dudley, he's here. Harry tried to conceal his smile. Dudley had married someone named Gardenia. He supposed the Dursley men had a thing for women with horrible flower names. Not that all flower names were bad. His mother's name, Lily, was lovely, but Gardenia, Petunia, who was next, Daffodil or Marigold? Harry was willing to bet that she looked exactly like Aunt Petunia. He sat back ready to be amused by this person who actually married Dudley. He wasn't disappointed. Gardenia Dursley could only be described as entertaining to look at. She minced into the room in her neon blue high heels, tight yellow capri pants, which looked as if they were painted on her, a neon green tube top and an enormous frizz of teased blonde hair. Bright pink blush was streaked on her bony cheeks and the many layers of makeup were visible over her bright orange fake tan. Gardenia peered at Harry almost face to face. Harry leaned back, trying to avoid the smell of cigarette smoke and hairspray. That's your cousin, Duddy doll? She asked in a voice that sounded like nails on a chalkboard. Lucky for me, I married the handsome man of the family. She giggled and perched herself on Dudley's knee, caressing one of his chins. Lucky you, muttered Harry to himself. Gardenia popped her gum and batted her goopy, blue mascara slathered eyelashes. Hasn't got much fashion sense, has he? Harry glanced quickly from the yellow capri pants to his emerald green robes. Dudley snorted with laughter. No, my pet he hasn't. Harry gave Dudley a winning smile. You know what, Dudley? He said in an overly nice voice. I'm thinking that your fireplace over there is looking, really shall we say, dull. What do you say I just blow it up, for old time's sake? He said, picking up his wand out of his lap. Dudley looked panicked and his watery blue eyes bulged, making him look exceptionally like Uncle Vernon. Now, no need to do any of that ma stuff, he sputtered, clutching the couch arm rather forcefully. Let's get to the point, said Harry coolly waving his wand. The coffee table slid across the floor, stopping abruptly in front of his chair. Harry plunked his boots along the top of it without bothering to see if there was any mud on them. Dudley attempted to clear his throat, but a feeble noise came from him. Harry was pleased. It was enjoyable to make him squirm after all those years of Harry hunting. Gardenia and I have a little girl, began Dudley, still attempting to regain his composure. Harry glanced at Gardenia, who was twirling a strand of hair around her finger, looking oblivious to everything. Harry was sure the strand would break at any second, from all the dye. Dudley mopped his forehead with his sleeve. Well, what the problem is that she isn't a normal child. Neither were you, Dudley. Get to the point. I'm not here to offer psychological analysis, said Harry. She's one of your kind, Dudley spat sharply. We can't have her living under our roof. How on earth would you know that? Said Harry, sitting up, surprised. Mummy and Dad told me she has all the signs, said Dudley firmly, obviously convinced. Oh, there's a reliable source, scoffed Harry. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon know nothing about anything of that nature, nor will they ever care to know. Gardenia spoke up again, looking very confused. Well, what else could the little brat be? Harry couldn't believe his ears. Actually, he could. They were Dursleys after all. He glared at them. You're willing to take a shot in the dark and guess that she is a witch? This is your child, Harry shouted, becoming more infuriated by the moment. Dudley paused and continued on as if Harry hadn't said anything. She's your kind and we can't handle the little monster anymore, he said simply, as if he was merely chatting about the weather. Gardenia continued, Petunia and Vernon won't even let us come visit with her, and Duddykins absolutely needs to see his mummy. In other words, said Harry, pardon me while I savor this moment of irony. The impossible has happened to you. Your own child is something you were taught to despise. You two idiots are responsible for this child, and instead of dealing with your problems, you want to pass the kid off to me and forget she ever existed. Right, said Dudley, pleased that Harry was catching on. You bloody scum, said Harry, gritting his teeth and clutching his wand. Gardenia's gum popped loudly. We have our other child to think of now. Dudley Jr. could possibly be hurt in one of her jealous rages, the little wench. Gardenia smirked at Harry, and then pranced out of the room again. She wouldn't be jealous or have rages if you two knew how to raise a child, replied Harry hotly. Dudley squirmed uncomfortably and the couch gave many creaks of protest. You don't understand how impossible she is. If you don't take her, we're going to put her in an orphanage. Dad has it all worked out. Oh, but I do understand how she feels, replied Harry. I had to be treated like the black sheep for 11 years and I know how your family is, Dudley. Don't act like it is her fault. Gardenia returned to the room after a moment and displayed a rather porky-looking baby swaddled head to toe in a bunny outfit. This is Dudley Jr., she said, coddling the child, which belched loudly. Harry raised an eyebrow. He had seen cuter Christmas turkeys. That's great. Where's the little girl? At Mrs. Figg's, replied Dudley. She takes care of her all day, so we don't have to see her until bedtime. Oh really? Harry said in a sarcastic tone. Does she sleep in the cupboard, too? Dudley frowned and scratched his head. Come on, Harry, what kind of parents do you think we are? He said crossly. Gardenia nodded. Only sometimes, when we think the little rat is going to hurt our baby puddin'. Dudley elbowed her in the ribs to shut up. Harry stood up and raised his wand. Dudley cowered into the back of the couch and Gardenia gave a loud squeak as she clopped out of the room very quickly with the baby. Harry took a deep breath, and lowered his wand. He wasn't going to let them make him do anything rash. I have to think about all this, Harry said harshly, and he watched his cousin flinch at the sound of his voice. If anything happens to that little girl before I make up my mind, I will personally see to it that your entire house is blown up, he said with a flicking gesture of his wand. Dudley trembled again. You're a nutter. I always knew it, he braved, saying. With one last disgusted look at Dudley, Harry disapparated. The only problem with visiting Hogwarts was the lengthy walk from the designated apparition point. Harry made his way along the trail and admired the castle from a distance. It had been so long since he had been back to the school. He didn't know how Dumbledore had managed to do it all, fight Voldemort and remain headmaster. Of course, Dumbledore's sense of humor in the most serious of times probably helped them both more than they ever knew. Harry smiled wryly to himself as he remembered some of the secret meeting spots Dumbledore had dropped on him over the period of the Long War. Apparating to an ice glacier in mere summer robes had really seemed to be rather unfunny after a while, as was apparating in the middle of a rainforest with his extremely warm winter cloak. Harry was always a good sport about it. There seemed to be some sort of quiet consensus between the two that Dumbledore was teasing Harry. It wasn't as if neither of them could do with a smile. A brief glimmer of amusement during those horrific days was not taken for granted. He had been so immersed in his thoughts that he startled himself when he realized he was standing before the gigantic oak door. Harry looked up at the door. Amazing. He felt 11 again. He knocked loudly 3 times and the door creaked open to reveal Professor McGonagall. Harry smiled warmly. The Transfiguration professor hadn't changed a bit, except for a few streaks of gray in her hair, which was still in an impeccable bun. She regarded him silently for a moment and finally spoke. 8 years, Mr. Potter. And now you decide to bless us with your appearance on the castle doorstep? She asked primly. Harry continued to grin at her. What a greeting. Some people never changed. Much to his surprise, she did something unexpected. She smiled back and hugged him. Harry laughed and returned her embrace. Hello, Professor. Welcome back. It's nice to see you again, Potter, she said, opening the door wider, gesturing for him to come inside. Harry took off his hat so he could get a better look at the entrance hall. Everything, much to his relief, looked the same. Hogwarts was timeless. He found it comforting that at least one thing hadn't been changed over the years. Professor McGonagall spoke to him kindly as they walked down one of the corridors. Really, Potter, you've amazed us all over the years. The stories the headmaster has told us. You're a role model for so many students here. Harry cleared his throat, embarrassed. Thank you. 2 boys were immersed in a Quidditch magazine as they walked down the corridor, presumably heading down for lunch. They halted in their tracks when they saw Professor McGonagall. Harry saw the Gryffindor crests on their robes. He smiled, reminiscing to himself. Just where are you going? Said Professor McGonagall, wandering the halls during lunch. Going to lunch, Professor, gulped one of the boys, shrinking under her gaze. The other boy glanced in Harry's direction. Blimey, he said softly, completely forgetting that he was about to be interrogated. What have I told you about? Professor McGonagall was saying, but now neither of the boys seemed to that she was there. Are you him? The real him? Asked the first boy. Mr. Zan. Of all the ways to behave in front of a guest, said McGonagall shrilly. Harry Potter, said Harry, shaking their hands. The first boy dropped his Quidditch magazine and stared, open-mouthed. To lunch, insisted Professor McGonagall. Yes, Professor, they said, turning to go, while still staring at Harry. They nearly walked into each other. Your magazine, said Harry, picking it up. Thanks, said the boys in unison. They turned to hurry to the Great Hall, but the boy she called Mr. Zan stopped dead in his tracks. Mr. Potter, he said timidly, walking up to Harry again, could you autograph it? I know you didn't play Quidditch after Hogwarts, but you were fantastic when you were here. I'm a beater, ya know. We won the cup last year, he babbled, turning bright red. Harry pulled a quill out of his cloak and signed the magazine. Thanks, said the boy breathlessly, and he and his friend ran off down the corridor, delighted. Professor McGonagall sniffed disapprovingly as they scampered away. Manners. I suppose you are treated in such a fashion everywhere. Harry shrugged and smiled at her as they continued to walk down the corridor. He talked with her politely about what he had been up to recently. Crraash. Harry nearly jumped out of his skin. He glanced around quickly. Where on earth had that come from? Professor McGonagall had barely flinched, but sighed, I wonder what that was this time. Peeves is still given free run of the castle. A look of realization spread across Harry's face. Peeves, of course. He had nearly forgotten about how unpredictable the school could be. Sure enough, Peeves flew around the corner cackling with laughter. He stopped midair when he spotted Harry. An evil grin cracked across his face and he broke out into song. Ooh, Potter you rotter. Look what you have done. He stuck out his tongue and zoomed off singing the rest of the ditty. The professor raised an eyebrow. He has an amazing memory for a poltergeist. Filch came thundering around the corner in hot pursuit. A jingling noise told Harry that Mrs. Norris wasn't far behind. Peeves! He screamed. When Filch saw Harry and Professor McGonagall, he stopped his chase and took off his hat in what looked like an attempt at a polite greeting. Afternoon, Professor. Mr. Potter, he said with a quick and distracted hello. He then glanced behind him and bolted to the staircase. Come, my sweet. He screamed to Mrs. Norris, we'll get that poltergeist this time. And it'll be long Peeves. Filch cackled loudly, sounding remarkably like Peeves. Can cats live that long? Said Harry slowly. Unfo ahem well, in Mrs. Norris's case, it certainly seems that way. Mr. Filch has also remained quite agile himself, as you can see. They had stopped in front of a doorway and a loud argument could be heard. Ah, here you are, Mr. Potter. This is Professor Granger Weasley's office, said Professor McGonagall. It was wonderful seeing you again. They heard a shout that sounded like Ron's and she winced and began walking off. Harry knocked tentatively. He heard Hermione's voice. Get the door, will you? Ron. To Harry's amusement, Ron could be heard answering back. Get your own door. Dear, it's your office. Excuse me. Why should I get your door after you insulted me? See if I ever come to lunch again. I wasn't insulting you. I was reminding you to pay the Prophet Owl this afternoon for our subscription. As if I wasn't smart enough to handle it myself. You weren't last month. Harry knocked a little louder. Get your door, Professor Hermione. Retorted Ron. Ron, you are impossible. I try. Ron, answer the door. I am occupied at the moment. You are not. Neither are you. Harry laughed silently to himself. The door flung open. It was Percy Weasley. He looked quite frazzled from the argument. Harry, he said, overjoyed to see someone not yelling. Hello, Percy, said Harry, shaking his hand. Harry, Ron and Hermione said at the same time. Harry hugged them both. It's great to see you, said Ron, leading Harry inside of the office. Oh, do sit down and visit with us, said Hermione. Harry glanced around her office. Not surprisingly, it was very organized, and bookshelves lined every wall. Ron and Percy were sitting across from Hermione in front of her desk, and Percy was bouncing on his knee a cute baby that he had just taken out of a baby seat. Harry sat down and admired the adorable baby, much cuter than Dudley Jr. Which one is that again? He asked Percy, ashamed at his ignorance of not knowing the exact ages of Percy's children, due to his long absence. My son, said Percy proudly. Henri Alexander Napoleon Ferdinand Percival Weasley II. It took a while for Harry to realize that was the child's real name. Ron added, we call him Henri, because Percy insists on tacking every title imaginable on the poor little chap. Percy looked wounded. When you have children, Ron, you may call them whatever you like, he said haughtily. I'm surprised you haven't run out of names yet, as many kids you and Penelope have, said Ron. I have 8 well-behaved children, said Percy with a glare. I hope it doesn't get out about what he does with the ill-behaved ones, whispered Ron with a grin. They are well-behaved, Hermione pointed out, ignoring Ron. Harry smiled at them all. People never changed, it seemed. He decided to put Ron on the spot. Why don't you and Hermione have children? He questioned. Hermione answered him. Because I have my career to think about right now, she explained. Besides, I have it all worked out in my head when would be the Optimum time to start a family. Ron rolled his eyes. She even has expense charts made up for this. Believe me, Harry, the day we do something spontaneous is the day I have a heart attack. From shock. I am prepared for everything, Ronald Weasley, said Hermione. Except for anything unpredictable. That is stupid. No one can prepare for that. You've tried. That's impossible. How could I if it is unpredictable? I thought I was the impossible one. No, you're impossible to have a logical argument with. That's exactly why you dropped divination, said Ron smugly. You're actually proud of your marks in divination, said Hermione, looking quite disgusted. I could handle divination. I just chose not to exert my knowledge to its full potential. What was your full potential again? I think it was somewhere along the lines of writing fictitious predictions of your death for homework. That wasn't potential, my dear, that was originality. Harry and I got straight A's in that class for our fictitious works. At the very mention of Harry's name, the two suddenly realized that Harry, Percy, and baby Henri were staring at them, all three being entertained by the argument. Harry knew they didn't mean it. The bickering had gone on for years. It wasn't hard to see the adoration in their eyes. He reached across the desk and handed Dudley's letter to Hermione. Read this, he said. Hermione's eyes grew wide as she read the letter and passed it to Ron, who in turn passed it to Percy. What on earth does that moron want to talk to you about? Said Ron. I already spoke to him and his wife, said Harry. He quickly told them about the entire visit to Dudley's home. That filthy rat, said Ron. How could he do that to his own child? Exclaimed Hermione. Obviously, not cut out to be a responsible parent, said Percy. Harry nodded. I have to make a huge decision here. Do I adopt this child and raise her with me, or should I force Dudley and Gardenia to raise their own child and accept responsibility? Hermione was scribbling on parchment madly. Okay, let's look at this in a logical fashion. I've just made a list of pros and cons. Ron sighed. Hermione, would you cut it out? Cut what out? Never mind, interrupted Harry, making sure this didn't turn into another legendary Weasley versus Weasley debate. This could actually help. Okay, here's a big con. I'm not married and I know absolutely nothing about raising kids. Percy nodded, understanding his point. Well, that may be true, Harry, but many people these days are taking care of children by themselves. You know more than you think about raising kids, and a 5-year-old isn't too much of a shock. Ron smiled. Unless she is like Fred or George. Hermione wrote some more things down. Actually, Harry, according to these facts, you do have an optimum environment for raising a child. You have a consistent and large income, lots of free time, now, a home, and not to mention plenty of personality aspects that make a good parent. She displayed her arithmetic calculations in the margin of the page and a short list of a few personality traits she thought Harry had. Harry thought about this for a moment. The only downfall with the free time is that, as an Auror, I really don't know when I'll have to leave and go to work right away. But, interrupted Ron, you have friends who would be happy to watch the kid at a moment's notice. Hermione and I aren't far away, and anyone from my family would do anything for you. Hermione smiled. That's right. We'll back you up whatever you decide. Harry looked down at his hands. His head was spinning. Then the thought hit him. When I was little, I wanted nothing more than for some long-lost relative to come save me from the Dursleys, he said quietly. Oh, Harry, said Hermione. And someone did, said Harry, standing up. It's my turn to do the same for her. Ron grinned. You're going to do it. I do hope you will come to dinner, said Harry, striding to the door and hurrying out. I will be in touch about the time. Hermione, Percy, and Ron stared at the door after him. Dinner, said Ron. A few hours later, Harry stood in the middle of the Privet Drive living room and, as an afterthought, he raised his wand to make the doorbell chime by magic. It was very comical to see his cousin bumble to the door and slam it shut when he discovered no one was on the porch. When he walked into the living room, Dudley squeaked loudly at the sight of Harry. I rang the doorbell this time, said Harry truthfully, like a normal person. Dudley said nothing but stood glaring at him. I've decided to adopt your daughter, just because of the fact that I won't allow any child to go through what I did. Dudley's face brightened. You're taking her. That's what I just said Harry. Good. Her bags are all packed. Wait on the front porch. Dudley said, tramping out of the room in a hurry. Harry sat on the bench on the front porch and glanced at his watch. The door opened and Dudley chucked a trunk onto the porch. The door slammed closed again and Harry sighed. What an idiot. The door opened again, and Dudley's arm was seen pushing a little girl out. Before the door slammed shut, the little girl looked nothing like a Dursley. She was a tiny little thing and had long brown hair and 2 pigtails, a pair of green eyes and a concerned little face. She looked like a frightened sparrow. Hi, said Harry warmly, bending to her level. I'm Harry, you're going to come live with me now. The little girl gave him a disdainful look. I'm Chloe, and I don't like you. Harry's jaw almost dropped. Well, he thought, this is starting out well. That's okay. I like you, he said simply and took out his wand. Harry stared at her, still not believing his ears. After regaining his composure, he shook it off as spunk on her part. Here was a chance he rarely got. She had never heard of him. They could start from scratch. Actually, from the way things were looking, they were really going to have to start from scratch. He smiled at her, tapped her trunk twice with his wand, and it disappeared. That was my trunk, she said, not looking the least bit amazed, but irritated. It's at my house now, said Harry gently. I want it back, she insisted. You can certainly have it back when we get home, said Harry, knowing that this wouldn't please her. I don't like you, she repeated, turning away from him. Harry had seen her lower lip quiver. You think you're a muggle and I still like you, said Harry matter-of-factly. I am not a muggle, she said, turning back to him, looking very vicious indeed, for a 5-year-old. No, you're not a muggle, praised Harry. He was actually beginning to enjoy this. He was glad she had some spirit. Chloe was becoming annoyed and more interested with Harry also. She was quite curious to see him use magic again, but it was very confusing to have someone be so nice to her. She couldn't decide whether she liked him or not. Are you ready to go home? He asked, extending his hand towards her. No, she said, crossing her arms. Do you want your trunk? He asked. Yes, right now, she said, nodding, very sure of herself. Then let's be off, shall we? Before she could react, he grabbed her hand and they apparated away from Privet Drive. Chloe promptly fell on the grass when they apparated on Harry's lawn. She gaped at him, utterly speechless, as he helped her to her feet. I know you've been through a lot, he began. I hope you will be very happy here with me, once you've learned about who you really are. I want my trunk. Harry really thought that she should be commended for her firmness. He was happy to oblige her demand. This is my home, he said, making a wide gesture in front of them, across the lawns and towards his manor. It's odd, she said slowly, taking in the house. Harry studied his house. He supposed it was rather odd to those used to Muggle homes. His manor was large, with graceful towers and turrets that obviously had to be supported with magic. Despite the chilly weather, curtains of ivy draped across the manor walls, the beautiful tendrils making their way down pillars and the trellises. Would you like to see your room? He asked. Chloe opened her mouth, presumably to mention her trunk. With your trunk in it, Harry added hastily. Chloe looked around the room and then she eyed Harry suspiciously. Then she glanced back into the wonderful room again. This couldn't be hers. Why would he give her this? Harry well remembered the cupboard under the stairs, and so he made arrangements for a nice room to be put together. He studied her concerned little face, hoping for a faint glimmer of approval. The room still smelled like the fresh, pastel yellow paint. There was a canopy bed with thick down comforters and plump pillows. The enormous window looking out into the gardens of Potter Manor had a wide window seat, with curtains on either side of it, and sheer white curtains framing the window could be drawn closed, making the window seat a cozy place to curl up and hide away. In the corner, a white bookcase held a few children's books. There was also a toy box with a few toys in it and a bright rug to play on. A small fireplace crackled merrily and cast dancing shadows on its hearth. I'm very sorry it's not finished, he apologized, but I had short notice. In fact, I don't think we could find many toys in my house. I could take you shopping for new toys and clothes tomorrow, if you would like. Why do I need new clothes? She said, eyeing his robes suspiciously. Because you'll want to wear some proper robes, he said. Like those? She asked. Yes, but prettier than mine. Girls wear much prettier colors. No, I don't want those. All right, he said, nodding. Chloe couldn't understand it. She never had a say on anything she did at home. This was very odd. Dinner will be ready very soon, said Harry. Do you want me to leave, so you can look around your room? She paused. The bookshelf looked very inviting, but she shook her head vigorously. I invited my family to dinner to meet you, he said, testing her reaction. Well, they aren't really family, but my very close friends. They'll be very happy to meet you. She didn't say anything, but stared up at him. Harry stared back, startled. She had his mother's eyes. It was possible, of course, but it was still astonishing. He wondered what Aunt Petunia thought of Chloe's eye color. She had probably been revolted that Dudley's child had inherited her sister's eyes. Harry, on the other hand, was delighted. Fred and George Weasley were the first to arrive. They enthusiastically clapped Harry on the shoulders and nearly knocked him over in the process. Harry, it's great to see you, said George. How's life without seriously evil wizard hunting, old boy? Questioned George, pumping Harry's arm in greeting. Ah, it's quiet. Too quiet, almost, said Harry was peering behind one of the dining room chairs. She ducked away when George noticed her. Hey, that must be the kid you took on. Right. Harry nodded. You can come out, Chloe, it's okay. Chloe didn't budge. No, she said from under the table. She sat and watched Harry's boots pace back and forth. She could also hear him murmuring to the red-haired men. It's probably too soon for all this. It's a difficult adjustment. Perhaps we should call dinner off. Nonsense, said one of the red-haired men, she'll be fine. Chloe covered her mouth with her hands, as the dining room door banged open. She watched, amazed, as a pair of enormous boots tramped across the carpet. Chloe looked up at the bottom of the table when she heard the china tinkling with every step the person took. Hagrid. They all said. LOL. Boomed Hagrid's merry voice. Where's the little you've gotten, Harry? Horrified, Chloe scooted farther under a chair. Under the table, said Harry, as if this was quite normal. Playing, guessed Hagrid, leaning on his pink umbrella. Not exactly, said George. Harry peered under the table. Chloe, would you like to come out now? She was extremely curious about the owner of the enormous boots. She sat for a moment, weighing the decision thoughtfully. She glanced up at Harry again. He had asked rather nicely. Curiosity eventually prevailed uncertainty, so moments later she stood uneasily at Harry's side. Chloe, grinned Harry. So glad you could join us, said George, with a sweeping bow. Giant man approached her. I'm Rubeus Hagrid, he said, shaking her tiny hand. I'm Chloe. Let go, she said, pulling her hand back, startled. My, said Fred sarcastically, what a delightful child. Hagrid drew back at once, but he was unscathed. How old are ya, Chloe? 5, she said, putting on a brave face. She hoped he didn't think that he had scared her. She jumped again as 2 more people popped into the room. Without realizing it, she had scurried to Harry's side in her fright. Harry greeted Lupin and Sirius, and smiled down at Chloe. She stood absolutely still when she was introduced again. They all seemed friendly enough. Meanwhile, people were coming into the room left and right. There was plenty to look at now. Hello, Harry, said Ron, leaning to the side to look at Chloe. Hello, said Hermione, bending to Chloe's level. I'm Hermione. Chloe stepped further behind Harry's leg. Ginny had also arrived. She smiled at Harry and then hugged him. Hello, said Harry, pleasantly surprised. She's lovely, said Ginny with a smile, and walked off to go speak to Hagrid. Chloe peeped out a little from Harry's leg, and watched Ginny walk away. A loud noise by the fireplace caught her attention. The fire in the fireplace had roared to amazing heights and blazed an emerald green. A man with bright red hair walked out of the flames. He brushed the soot off his purple robes, wiped his glasses, and looked expectantly into the fireplace. A boy appeared in the flames a few seconds later. He had the same red hair and he couldn't be older than 7. The man brushed the soot off the boy's robes and then took to gazing into the fire again. Then a little girl with a set of long red braids walked out of the fire. She had to be 6 or so. The boy brushed the soot off of her. Then another child appeared and the girl took on the job of brushing off her robes. 2 more boys came out of the fire, then 2 girls. The children were progressively younger with each one that appeared and they all seemed to be a year apart. Chloe had counted 10 people including the mother who had arrived last, holding a baby. The father cleared his throat. "Children, line up, please," he said, watching them fall in line, oldest to youngest. "Mortimer," called Percy. "Here, father," said the eldest boy. "Catherine, present," cried the second girl. "Megan." "Hi, Daddy." "Kyle, here," crowed a proud-looking 4-year-old. The 2 eldest children leaned forward to shush him. "Hunter, here, here, here," he cried. Alexandria and Madeline yelled 2 identical twins, who, coincidentally, were both about 2 years old. "Penny, love, do you have Henri?" "Yes," smiled the nodded and he smiled at his family. "Children, what do we say to Mr. Potter?" The children glanced at each other and a little murmuring was heard. They apparently remembered what they were supposed to say and held hands facing Harry. "Thank you very much for inviting us, Mr. Potter," they said, in perfect unison. Percy looked proudly on and put an arm around Penelope. "The Von Trapps, everyone," said George, applauding loudly. "Go set your gifts for your new friend on the table, please," said Percy, waving toward the table. Chloe now noticed the pile of gifts on the table. For her. The children were wearing sky blue robes with their first initial embroidered on the right side of their robes. One by one they deposited their gifts on the table. Fred walked over to them and began to pace back and forth, frowning at them. "Uncle Fred," cried one of the children, knowing Fred would play with them. Let me see, said Fred, leaning over sharply to look one of them eye to eye. The children were covering their mouths with their hands, giggling. "No laughing," yelled Fred. This actually made them laugh harder. "You, the one with the red hair, give me 1,000. Said Fred. The normally obedient children were perplexed. They all had red hair. Fred tapped his foot. "If that's the way it's going to be, I'll have to eat one of you." All the children screamed and scattered in fits of laughter as Fred chased them. He succeeded in catching one of the boys and had thrown him over his shoulder, upside down, and continued chasing after the others. Chloe was staring, clinging to the side of Harry's robes. Amidst the ruckus, Percy was trying desperately to get Fred to stop, while George and the rest were enjoying the chaos. "Whom are we missing?" asked Penelope, having to speak up over the din. "Mr. and Mrs. Weasley are in Egypt with Bill, but Dumbledore said he'd be here," said Harry. Almost on cue, Albus Dumbledore apparated into the room. Little Alexandria ran headlong into his legs. Percy put his face in his hands. "Children, please." Dumbledore chuckled and picked Alexandria up off the floor, looking around at the rest of the children. Fred was now running around with 2 of the boys by their ankles, and George and Ron had joined him in playing with the children. "Fun game?" Dumbledore asked her. Alexandria nodded, smiling brightly. "Good evening all," he said, setting Alexandria down. An onslaught of cheery hellos filled the room. "Glad you could come," said Harry, shaking his hand. "Oh, fiddlesticks," said Dumbledore, as he spotted the table heaped with presents. "I almost forgot." Chloe watched entranced, as he drew a circle in front of him with his wand. It appeared to be just glittering sparkle in the air and she could see right through it. He stuck his arm through the circle and his arm disappeared, as if he had stuck it in a pocket of the air. He was now making a great deal of racket as he rummaged around, and Chloe swore she heard a chicken cluck loudly. "Merlin's beard," muttered Dumbledore. "What on earth did I do with the thing?" His voice was muffled because he had stuck his head in the circle. It was a bizarre sight. Several of Percy's children giggled. "AHA," came Dumbledore's voice. His face and pointed wizards had appeared again. "Here we are," he said brightly, as he tugged a gift-wrapped box out of the circle. The glittering circle disappeared once he pulled the box out of it, and he set the present along with the others on the table. "Shall we eat now?" asked Harry. "Oh yes, please," said one of Percy's children. A quick glance at the embroidered letter on her robes told Harry that it was Catherine. After much scuffling, everyone was seated and staring at Harry, who stood up looking like he was about to give a speech. Demanded Sirius. "Ah, that's it, Harry, give us a speakin' to," said Hagrid. Harry smiled at them and ran a hand through his mussed hair. "Thank you all for coming tonight, it means so much to me." He paused, searching for correct words. "I held this dinner to welcome and introduce someone. Someone I think we will all come to love very much." "Ah, thanks, Harry," butted in Fred. "You mean it." Whop. Percy had swatted at George. "That was from Mum," he hissed. "This is Chloe. Hopefully she will feel very happy and at home with us soon." There was a smattering of applause and Fred and George pretended to hand tissues to each other. Chloe wasn't going to admit it yet, but these wizard freaks, like Dad called them, were almost all right. She still didn't want to be a witch, though. Chloe was hungrier than she thought and the dinner was very good. She steered a green bean around her plate and avoided responding to Hermione's questions by nodding yes to everything. Finally, Hermione had the good grace to stop encouraging her to come out of her shell. Some time later, someone suggested that Chloe should open her gifts. Chloe shook her head no, very firmly. She didn't want them all to stare at her. When she saw the disappointment on everyone's face, she shyly resigned to sitting next to Harry by the fireplace, who handed her a gift. Percy's children were very confused with the newcomer not wanting to open gifts. That was unheard of. Ron and Hermione had given Chloe a toy broom. She didn't know what it was for, besides sweeping the floor, and stared at them with a completely blank expression. She was quickly handed another gift. "That's mine," yelled Hunter with undisguised joy. "I picked it out." The gift was some sort of book. "Quidditch," said the title in flashing colors. Chloe blinked. Were the people moving in the pictures? She set the book down and decided not to chance another look. Another parcel. It was filled with tiny rockets. The rest of the children fidgeted and squirmed happily at the sight of these. "Oh, set one off, Uncle George," begged Kyle. Chloe watched as George threw one towards the ceiling. A shower of glowing purple stars drifted down like confetti. The children cheered. Chloe did like that. The faintest trace of a smile showed for a split second. Then came the next box. Ginny had thoughtfully bought her a set of green robes. Chloe looked at the robes unhappily. "I'm not a witch," she said. The room fell completely silent. In the silence, Megan could be heard asking a question. "Could I be punished for saying that?" she asked Hermione. "Megan," whispered Percy loudly. Chloe felt guilty when she gazed at all their faces. Tears were threatening to spill over her burning cheeks. "Open my gift, please," said Dumbledore in the silence. Chloe didn't want to do anything except go and hide in the cupboard under the stairs. If she was there, she could hide from the whole world, including her parents. Maybe she could hide there forever and be whoever she wanted to be. "Go on, Chloe, open Professor Dumbledore's present," coaxed Harry. She opened the gift and let it sit in front of her, still in the box. She had no clue what it was. It looked like a ball, about the size of a soccer ball. It was a dull light gray color, with a glassy sheen. "Pick it up, my dear, it won't hurt you," smiled Dumbledore. Chloe reached for it. The moment she held it in her hands, it began to emit a soft golden light and was no longer the ugly gray, but a brilliant shining ball of light. "That," said Dumbledore, as a bauble. "It's pretty," Chloe whispered, in a voice she could barely hear herself. Dumbledore continued, "Chloe, if you weren't a witch, the bauble would never glow for you. It only works by magic." Chloe's eyes filled with tears. She dropped the bauble like a hot coal, and ran from the room. Harry sighed raggedly and looked very tired all of a sudden. Dumbledore didn't seem unsettled by this turn of events. "These never break," he said, setting the gleaming bauble back into the box, where it promptly turned back to flat gray. "I'm sorry," Harry told his guests. "She's had to see a lot today." After he had told his guests goodbye, Harry took all of Chloe's presents and made his way to her room. "Chloe," He called at her door. There was no answer and he let himself in. Chloe was curled in a miserable little ball underneath all her bed sheets. Tough day? Asked Harry sitting next to the lump in the bed. I'm not a witch. Came the tearful reply. Why aren't you a witch? He asked. Because I don't want to be. She wailed. She surfaced from her blankets and wiped at her face, sopping with tears. Your mum and dad don't want you if you're a witch, said Harry, but you are a witch, Chloe. You can't help that. Chloe nodded and more tears plopped onto her dress and streamed down her cheeks onto her hands. I want to be like Dudley Jr., she said firmly. I'm sorry, but you're not him. I feel sorry for him not being like you. Mum and dad don't hate him, she said, ready to dive under the covers again. Harry looked at her straight in the eyes. I don't hate you, Chloe. The sobbing let up for a moment. Why not? She asked. Chloe couldn't help but feel a tad bit annoyed at that statement. I was bad, she added, sounding halfway proud of it. Oh yes, thought Harry to himself, that was most definitely spunk. So what? He said aloud. I don't think you meant any of it, he said, making sure she realized that he had caught her bluff. But mum and dad say witches are freaks with no friends. Chloe tried to start another batch of tears but failed. Harry grinned at this. Oh really? Your mum and dad hate me too. So that makes me a freak. Chloe seemed surprised at this side of the truth. Well, no, she said, still stuttering from her earlier tears. I've got lots of friends, even more than the people you met tonight. Are they horrible and awful freaks? No, she said slowly, thinking this over. So, what is wrong with being with nice people all the time who love you for who you are? If I was normal like Dudley Jr., my mum and dad would love me. She said, the tears welling up again. Harry crossed his arms and shook his head. This is hard, Chloe, I am sorry I have to tell you this. Your mum and dad wouldn't accept you even if you could hide your true self away now and go back to their world. They are selfish, and I know it hurts a lot to think that, but it's the truth and it has to be told. She stared at him and thought this over. The wisest person I know once told me something about this, said Harry. What is it? Asked Chloe, as she let him wipe her face with a handkerchief. The truth is a beautiful and terrible thing, and therefore should be treated with great caution. Chloe stared at him blankly. Harry smiled at his expression and continued. You might be a little young for that quote, he smiled shyly, a bit embarrassed. I'm a bit new at this whole thing with little kids. It's all right, she said, sniffling. I'm a bit new at this whole thing with wizards, she said seriously. Harry laughed at her and smiled. What it means is that sometimes, the truth needs to be told, even though one must be careful to not hurt anyone with what they know. I said that because I know you really want to be with your parents, Chloe, but they aren't going to love you for who you are. I don't want to be there and I don't know if I like it here. Harry thought she looked horribly tired. I want you to live with me, said Harry, you can be yourself and start all over here. I will love you no matter what you turn out to be and you are always welcome here. He leaned over and hugged her, and she began crying on the front of his robes. Later, after Chloe had been tucked in her bed, he gave her a key on the forehead and was about to leave the room when she said something. What is that on your forehead? She asked, staring at it. Harry grimaced. Ah, that's not exactly a great bedtime story, he said calmly. What if I tell you about when I had to live in your old world? Chloe nodded. She had never been told a bedtime story before. Harry sat by her bed in a chair and told her all about his life before he went to Hogwarts. He had just gotten to the part where all the letters had come streaming into the chimney when he glanced at his watch. That's enough for tonight, he said. Chloe looked disappointed but didn't argue. Her eyelids were getting heavy, and she could barely keep her eyes open. Harry was about to leave the room when she piped up again. Can I? She began. Chloe, you've had a long day. Can I have that thing that man gave me? She finished. Dumbledore? Asked Harry. The bauble. Chloe nodded. Harry smiled. You should be proud he likes you. He's the greatest wizard in the whole world. In the world, said Chloe in amazement. Here, said Harry, handing over the bauble, now go to sleep before I give you a sleeping potion. You can do that, she said, sounding very impressed. Like Snow White and the apple. Harry had to remember the story of Snow White before he answered her question. Oh no, he said. Not poison. It would just make you go to sleep. You'd wake up in the morning. I hope, Chloe gave a huge yawn, that all the apples are okay here and don't think we should really let the bad witches in the house. All the apples are fine, said Harry, smoothing her covers. Harry snapped his fingers and the lights winked out in her room. We'll just let in the good witches, she said, even more drowsily. She held her bauble again and admired the soft golden light in the darkness. Perhaps things were going to be all right here after all. Maybe magic wouldn't be so terrible and scary as she thought. She yawned as the bauble's golden light illuminated her face. It was worth a shot being a witch. Being difficult had worn her out. Harry sat in his study and closed his book as he sat and thought about Chloe. It looked like a new life for the both of them. They would be just fine. It had hardly been a week. Barely 7 days, and Harry couldn't bring himself to imagine life without Chloe. Chloe liked her new home very much. Her curiosity regarding her new world had yet to be extinguished and she kept up running stream of questions for Harry. Much to her surprise and delight, he always had time for her and every one of her questions. He was nothing like her mum and dad, who had never paid any attention to her. Therefore, Harry became Chloe's favorite person, not to mention hero, in less than a few days. The only thing she worried about since she came to live with him was what she was to call him. She liked him very much, but she didn't know what he wanted to be called. She couldn't call him Dad, because that was the other person she had lived with, and Harry really didn't act like him. She also didn't think that he liked her dad very much, and neither did she when it came down to the name. Dad was quickly vetoed. After much thought, Chloe finally decided on Uncle Harry, a sort of in-between title. This particular morning she had just finished up her bread and jam and perched in the chair closest to his desk. She liked spending mornings in his study while he worked. He never minded if she brought some of her toys in to play with quietly in front of the fire. But today, she didn't want to play. Today she had decided to work, like he did. Chloe studied Harry's face as he pored over books. Chloe then picked up the book she had randomly selected from his library earlier that morning. It was a nice thick volume with a dark blue leather cover and loopy gold writing on the front. Her feet dangled off the edge of the chair and she admired the shining cover of the book in her lap, which she thought was very pretty. Chloe cleared her throat importantly and cracked open the book. Harry's quill stopped as he glanced in her direction. He turned back to his work, very amused that Chloe is trying to copy him. When he glanced back to study the scene in closer detail, it was even funnier. The expression on her face was certainly one of a kind. She was obviously trying to look studious, but it looked quite like a scowl to the unknowing eye. Poor Chloe wasn't doing very well keeping up her studious look because the book kept sliding out of her grasp. Harry didn't recognize the book at first, so he craned his neck for a better look at the title. Yuck. 1-inch Common Muggle Torture Practices. Harry grinned and reminded himself that she couldn't read very well yet. She probably picked out the book because of the shiny cover. However, it appeared that this 5-year-old was looking for a bit of revenge aimed at her Muggle parents. Chloe turned a page and tried to work out a few more words. Mrs. Fig had taught her to read a little, but these words were awfully big. The pictures were interesting, though everyone in the pictures looked horrified at the words in the book. Chloe wondered what they were shocked about. She heard her Uncle Harry laughing at his work. She wondered if that was part of working. Well, if she was going to be like him, she might as well show that she could do work like him too. She turned the page and began giggling, hoping she sounded convincing. This was too much for Harry, who was now laughing so loudly that he had to turn away, gain his composure. Chloe, he finally got out, what on earth could possibly be funny in that book? Chloe looked at him as if he were quite daft. I'm working. Isn't your work funny too? Harry laughed and put his quill in his inkwell. Not nearly as funny as you. I'll take that book if you've finished laughing at it. Working, corrected Chloe. Can you do spells from that book, Uncle Harry? No, I would never do spells from that book. It's a dark arts book. I have it so that I know how to reverse the spells in it. You can only do them backward. No, Harry smiled. Only bad wizards do those spells. You can't. I can. I won't. Even on the bad wizards. He reached over and took the book from her hands. Not even on them. Accio. Another book flew out of the bookcase and landed with a neat smack onto his desk. He handed it to Chloe. These are nice spells, she asked. Yes. You do these. Forward and backward. After a while, Harry yawned and stretched lazily in his chair. Chloe looked up, long since abandoning her attempts to learn the bigger words in the spell books. She had started a new project and had collected a good many books off his shelves and stacked them up in what looked like the start of a house or a fort. Guess what? He said. What? Asked Chloe, stopping her stacking for a moment. I got you into school, said Harry. Hogwarts, she said, remembering him talk about his old school. No, certainly not Hogwarts, he said. Harry got up and stepped carefully around her house. A Muggle school? She asked cautiously, peering over one of the taller stacks of books. Now, Chloe, do you really think I'd make you go to your first school in the Muggle world? He said with a mock lecturing tone. Chloe shook her head. Wizards and witches learn how to read and write and do math just like Muggle children, he explained. We just can't live on magic alone. Who'd become a wizard reporter or write spell books if they didn't know how to read or writing? Mrs. Fig taught me lots of things, said Chloe. She said I was supposed to be in nursery school, but my mum and dad didn't want to pay for it, I think. So she taught me. Harry grimaced slightly at this information. He did his best to keep an even tone as he continued. I've enrolled you into a private nursery school so you'll have a nice small class. The teacher also happens to be a good friend of mine. We don't think you'll have any trouble catching up with the other children, so it's okay that you're starting school a bit late. Chloe looked excited. With other children my age. Are we going tomorrow? Harry smiled. If you go put on the new robes we got yesterday, we can go today. Chloe was back in the study within minutes. Harry adjusted her bright blue robes that had been put on. He set her hat on his desk and awkwardly tried to fix her hair into something that resembled two braids. He quickly gave up and he left her hair down. Ready, he said, picking her up. She nodded excitedly. Wow, said Harry quietly, as he and Chloe apparated into an empty classroom. This is nice. Harry smiled as he gazed around the classroom. Bright beanbag chairs and pillows in primary colors were surrounding them as they stood in the middle of the room on a rug covered with colorful numbers and letters. Rows of easels took up a corner of the room and half a dozen small round tables took up another corner. Next to a teacher's desk there was a large aquarium that had tropical fish chasing each other around enthusiastically. There was a playhouse that took up most of the far side of the classroom and a trunk overflowing with dress-up items. Alongside a spotless green chalkboard there were two bookcases practically bursting at the seams with books. Above their heads, mobiles of planets and stars made soft tinkling noises as they twisted around and around. Harry was very impressed with the ceiling. It looked cut out of the sky, with streaks of dusky pinks, deep blues, and brilliant shades of orange and red. I gave the author a bright shiny pink sticker for the rewrite of the classroom description. Chloe looked up at Harry, eyes wide. Do you like it? He asked. Chloe nodded vigorously. Where are the other children? They'll come, reassured Harry. We came early to talk to the teacher. I think it looks like an awful lot of fun, Uncle Harry, said Chloe, looking around the room again eagerly. Do you suppose the teacher would let me look at the books? Harry nodded. Yes, I think it will be an awful lot of fun. I'm sure you'll get lots of chances to look at the books. But, she paused for a moment, you won't be here with me. Right, said Harry, this is half-day nursery school. You go from 11 o'clock until 3 o'clock. That way I get my work done while you play and we can spend mornings and evenings together. Chloe frowned. Nursery school had obviously lost some of its appeal. It wouldn't be very hard for me to learn at home, she said slowly. I could help you work too, Uncle Harry, really I could. Harry shook his head. But, don't you want to come here? It's only for a few hours. Besides, the study would get horribly boring after a while. Chloe looked around the classroom again. She now looked quite unsure of the situation. Do you suppose the other children will like me? And what do I do if the teacher is mean? First of all, said Harry, picking her up, I wouldn't leave you here if I thought any of those things would happen. Second of all, I bet the other children will be very excited to meet you. What about the teacher? Did you know that I went to school with her? She's one of the nicest people I know, said Harry. What does she look like? Asked Chloe. Does she have a bauble? Harry smiled. You've met her, but I don't think you remember. She came to dinner the first night you came to live with me. Chloe looked as though she was trying to remember, but she shook her head at Harry. Harry smiled a little sheepishly. Well, let's see. She's got red hair and her eyes are blue, guessed Chloe. No, not blue, said Harry. Brown eyes. Oh, said Chloe, does she smile a lot? Harry now realized he was becoming quite flustered with this conversation. Yes. She has a very nice smile. She has a very pretty laugh as well. Does she? The conversation was halted when the bright red door opened with a loud bang. Ginny stumbled in, about to drop 5 teetering boxes, until Harry lifted the top boxes away. Ginny looked surprised at the sudden appearance of Harry's face in front of her own. Hello, Harry, she said, setting down the remaining boxes on a nearby table. Thank you. Harry smiled at her as he set his boxes down also. We came a bit early so she could get a little more acquainted. How wonderful, said Ginny pleasantly. I was hoping for another chance to talk with you. I don't think we were acquainted very well at that dinner. She held out her hand towards Chloe. I'm Ms. Ginny. Do you like my classroom? I like it very much, said Chloe. Will we be allowed to touch the books? Allowed, said Ginny. You're more than allowed. You can look at them whenever you want. Some children even take a few home to borrow a bit. Harry admired how well Ginny was with children. She was the perfect nursery school teacher, kind and patient with an agreeable disposition. Chloe liked her teacher from the very first moment. Her uncle Harry was right. She was nice and had pretty red hair and a bright smile. Chloe peered curiously at one of the boxes. Why do you have all those ribbons? These. Lots of things. We could decorate with them or use them for arts and crafts, but I haven't really decided yet. Ginny fished through the box. This one would look very pretty with your robes. Chloe giggled. I only wear ribbons with braids and Uncle Harry can't braid. Ginny nodded solemnly, her brown eyes sparkling with amusement. He's a boy and we'll have to forgive him. I'll braid your hair if you'd like. Harry turned slightly red. Thanks, Ginny. He tried to see what she was doing with Chloe's hair, but he gave up after a second. It couldn't be that complicated, she was doing it rather quickly. May I go look at those things over there? Asked Chloe. Those are our easels. You can go play with them if you'd like. I'm almost through here, said Ginny, tying the bow. There. Your hair is braided. You do have big brown eyes, said Chloe, turning to smile happily at Ginny. Uncle Harry was right. She then skipped off to look at the easels. Ginny started laughing and glanced at Harry. Harry was now bright red, and trying to remember when he had last been so embarrassed. Yes, asked Ginny. I was trying to describe what you looked like. It's okay, said Ginny. You have no idea how many times my students have twisted my words around. Harry wondered if he should tell her that Chloe hadn't twisted his words around at all. He had always had a bit of a crush on Ginny, probably since the middle of his 6th year. Of course, he had never dared to think anything more of it than a friendship, with the factor of her 6 older brothers. He knew he wouldn't have done anything about it anyway, since he had feared to like someone, much less fall in love with them, when Voldemort was alive. Ginny had obviously gotten over Harry ages ago, when she had fallen in love and married. Harry never completely understood her marriage, but she had been very happy. Had been. 8 years were quite different. Ginny and Harry sat down at one of the little tables and knees wouldn't quite fit under. Harry shifted uncomfortably, afraid he was about to break the little chair. She's adorable, said Ginny. Harry looked over at Chloe. I don't know what it is, Gin, but it's been so much fun spending time with her. Sure, some of it has been hard to get used to, but she's so full of life, said Ginny, knowingly. Yes, said Harry, looking enlightened. That's exactly it. It's unbelievable how much she thinks about things, and she's so young. She's 5. Of course she's full of life. It seems so odd for me to be so attached to her after only a week. Ginny gazed at him thoughtfully and then shook her head. No. Why would it be odd? She's attached to you. Think about how unhappy she'd be without you. She's not that attached to me, said Harry with a laugh. You'd be surprised. I see a different child than I saw at that dinner, she said lightly. Harry looked at the floor, coloring red again. How have you been doing? Ginny paused and a small shadow seemed fall over her face. Better, I think. If it weren't for this place, I'd be a great deal worse off. The children here always make me so happy. As you do to them, said Harry promptly. Stop it, laughed Ginny. I'm not that great of a nursery school teacher. What's that award this place got again? Said Harry in a teasing tone. The only reason I got that is because I threw everything I had into this place. I had to, or I would have gone ma. Ginny trailed off and fell silent. It wasn't your fault, said Harry, feeling his chest tighten. I'm the one to blame. It's my fault. My brothers aren't any help, said Ginny, talking on as if she hadn't heard him. They say I need to move on, get over it, and put the past behind me. Harry wanted desperately to change the conversation topic. I don't think you should, he finally got out. He would have been going through the same thing if it were you. I should have gotten there sooner. You were his friend, Harry. He would have chosen himself to die over you. Harry closed his eyes, trying to get rid of the sick feeling in his stomach as the memory flooded back. No one would have died. I could have stopped all of it. Ginny looked straight into Harry's eyes. Did you know when we were still in school, he used to always tell me that the Sorting Hat must have made a mistake by putting him in Gryffindor. He could not have been more wrong, said Harry sadly. He'd give his left arm if he knew it would make someone happy. It was an honor to know him. I'm glad you remember him like that, said Ginny softly. I loved him very much. They were snapped out of their reverie when Chloe came skipping over with her picture. Look what I drew. It's very good, Chloe, said Harry, admiring it from a few angles. He could almost tell what it was, almost. Ginny took the picture from Harry and held it in her lap. This looks like the classroom. There's my desk, there's the aquarium, and that looks just like the ceiling. Harry wondered where she was seeing this in that picture. Chloe beamed. That's right, she said proudly. Speaking of the ceiling, Gin, said Harry. What exactly did you do to it? It looks even better than the Great Hall. Ginny glanced up. Oh, no, my ceiling isn't half as good as the Great Hall. It doesn't change with the weather. I just charmed it to look like a sunrise and sunset. Why sunrise and sunset? Asked Chloe. Ginny smiled warmly at her. Because I can never decide which is better. Sunset, said Harry. It's nice to see everything settle down and start to look forward to the next day. Yes, but sunrise means a beginning of the day when everything is fresh and new, countered Ginny. Okay, said Harry, his eyes crinkling at the corners with amusement. Now I know why you have both on the ceiling. Harry glanced at his watch and fastened the loose catch on his cloak. I've really got to go now, he said, planting a key on Chloe's forehead. I'll be back before you know it. Chloe stood on her tiptoes and hugged Harry tightly. You can have my picture, Uncle Harry. Harry smiled proudly as if he had just been handed the eighth wonder of the world. He folded the picture carefully and put it in his robes. Thank you very much. Chloe waved goodbye until Harry disapparated. He'll be back, she said, sounding sure of herself as she looked up at Ginny. Ginny smiled. Yes, he will. Would you like to help me get ready for the rest of the class? Okay, said Chloe. That evening Harry was overwhelmed about how much Chloe could talk about the 4 hours she had spent in nursery school. He was enjoying her chatter over dinner, which had all too often been a silent affair for him. And then, you know what? She said, bouncing in her chair. What? He said with a grin. Megan Weasley said I was her best friend now. Boasted Chloe. Really? You made a best friend? He said, buttering a roll and handing it to her. Uh-huh. And Megan and me played in the dress-up box and Miss Ginny said we could put our nap mats together for quiet time after snack time, said Chloe gleefully. Megan and I, he corrected gently. Eat your roast, please. Chloe chewed her roast quickly and continued on at full speed. Ms. Ginny let me change the day of the week on the calendar and we got to play this game with these musical instruments. I got to play the drum. It was so loud, Uncle Harry. She took a gulp of milk. Did you get to learn a new word? Asked Harry. Yes, said Chloe. I learned how to spell December. 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 She recited. Ms. Ginny says it'll be December before we know it. That's very good, praised Harry. And Ms. Ginny taught us how to write it too. Chloe made the letters in the air with her finger to illustrate. She wrote on the board with bright yellow chalk. She tapped it with her wand too and it marched around the board. So Ms. Ginny and my class all marched around the classroom. Ms. Ginny led, and we all shouted the letters. We all know how to spell it, because Ms. Ginny knows everything. Chloe took a deep breath and smiled at Harry. Anything else? Asked Harry. Yes. She grinned. What? Can I go back tomorrow? She said, bouncing in her seat again. Yes. Laughed Harry. Now eat your green beans, please. Chloe speared her green beans. I love nursery school, she said with a happy sigh. Harry tucked her in with her stuffed dragon and smoothed the sheets. Chloe yawned. I want to hear a bedtime story. Harry obliged and told her about Hogwarts and had barely begun when she was fast asleep. He snapped his fingers for the lights to dim and crept out of the room. Later in the evening, he sat in his study and was trying to go through the motions of reading the paper, but his mind kept drifting back to Ginny. The years hadn't been happy for her. He wanted her to be the old Ginny. The Ginny that hadn't lost a husband to Voldemort. The Ginny that was his friend. The Ginny that he could look into the eyes without thinking that it was his fault that she was different. Guilt settled over him again like a shroud. Harry put his face in his hands. He should have gotten there sooner. Sirius leaned against a lamppost across the lane from the courthouse and glanced at his watch. He straightened up when he saw the courthouse doors open, and people begin streaming out. Sirius watched with mild surprise when Harry stormed down the steps, flanked by a few oars, fury etched on his face. This was certainly an unusual sight. Harry rarely lost his temper, especially in public. A flashbulb exploded in Harry's face. Sirius blinked. The reporters had come out of nowhere as usual. Mr. Potter. One of them shouted. What do you think of the verdict? Harry, look here. Mr. Potter, do you feel that your oars presented a good case? Harry, over here. Tell us what you think of Draco Malfoy. No comment, said Harry loudly, holding up his hand to shield his eyes from the flashes. The press didn't seem to want to take that as a valid answer and they seemed to get louder. Mr. Potter does not have a comment, shouted one of the oars. Harry waved the oars off and they hesitated before leaving his side. Over here, said Sirius loudly. Harry smiled grimly and tried to push his way across the street. Of course, once the press recognized began to run across with Harry. Mr. Black, are you here to support your godson? Mr. Black, do these trials remind you of the time of the first you-know-who uprising? Harry finally made his way over and handed Sirius a small slip of paper and disapparated. Sirius glanced down at the words printed on the paper and made a face at the reporters. Shove off. He grunted before disapparating. They had apparated to the cafe that Harry had printed on the paper. The maitre d' bowed to them as they walked through the door. Monsieur Potter, you're always so prompt with your reservations. Thank you, said Harry shortly. He then looked slightly guilty for his snappy tone and murmured a short apology. My apologies, Jacques. I'm a little preoccupied. Ah, non. Do not apologize, Monsieur Potter. We shall go to your table now, outside, perhaps. Harry was fuming over his cup of coffee. He deserves to go to Azkaban, said Harry furiously. I can't believe he got off the hook. Sirius raised an eyebrow and nodded at the waiter poured him coffee also. Harry, not every Death Eater is going to pay the consequences. People like the Malfoy family are going to worm their way out of it, especially the ones that can afford the expensive lawyers. It doesn't matter that your oars are the best. How could have I lost? His alibis were absolute fairy tales, growled Harry. Draco Malfoy will get it in the end, Harry. You've got that right, even if I have to finish him off personally. Harry's face was turning very pale and it was making Sirius nervous. Calm down. That's not what I meant. Don't let yourself get so worked up. Harry didn't seem to hear him. He'll think twice before trying to commit another murder. I'll be watching him like you wouldn't believe. Harry, you be careful. Malfoy doesn't exactly like you and he's got some pretty powerful people in his corner too. As do I. Sirius regarded his comment for a second. He had nearly opened his mouth to lecture Harry about acting in anger, but he remembered that Harry was an adult and didn't need his lectures. Let's just not think about the stupid trial, all right? I really just showed up to have a late lunch and talk about how you're coming along with Chloe. Well, if you say so, he said huffily. Harry's face suddenly lost its harsh edge at the mention of Chloe. She's so bright, said Harry with obvious pride. Sirius was reminded of the look James used to get when he mentioned Harry. She can already read a little bit, write all of her letters, and she picks up new things so quickly. So she's not a difficult child, said Sirius, putting 2 heaping spoonfuls sugar in his coffee. Difficult, laughed Harry. No, not on purpose anyway. She's just extremely curious, which makes it a bit difficult on me. She had me stumped the other day. Sirius, absolutely stumped. Sirius laughed heartily. I'm glad you took her on. Frankly, you need someone around who can keep you second guessing. Harry smiled and looked a little embarrassed. If you say so. Is she accepting that she is a witch? Said Sirius, sipping his coffee and making a horrible face and spooning a few more heaps of sugar in it. Yes and no. She wants to be one, but she doesn't realize that she really already is one. It is sort of a hard concept to grasp at first. How do you tell someone that they have something but they can't see or do anything with it? Well, that'll change once she figures out a spell or two. Sirius said wisely. He cautiously took a taste of coffee. That'll be interesting, Harry said, as he watched Sirius add yet more sugar. Would you like some coffee with your sugar? Sirius made a smirking face and ignored the comment. Did you know that they are finally going to have the Christmas ball again? It's going to be in celebration of a Christmas without Voldemort. I'd say it's been about 30 years since the last one. They didn't have first time, said Harry slowly. Sirius shook his head. People were still too scared to really celebrate. Sure, there were parties, but not anything organized. It wasn't right to celebrate with your parents. Harry ran the edge of his spoon around the rim of his coffee mug. Oh, he said, not lifting his eyes. But, said Sirius in an obvious attempt at a brighter tone, it'll be wonderful to see the Christmas ball back again. A Christmas ball, like the Hogwarts Yule Ball, said Harry, wrinkling his nose. I take it you don't want to attend, said Sirius dryly. Not really, said Harry. Don't shove this one away just yet, Harry. They're a lot of fun. You can get a sitter for Chloe and go out and have a good time. I think Chloe and I will go traveling or something, said Harry firmly. Well, you can't exactly do that, mumbled Sirius. What? Said Harry, who was beginning to have a faint awareness of what Sirius was going to say next. Well, you see, you and Dumbledore are kind of the. Sirius muttered something incoherent after that. Would you mind saying that again? Asked Harry with a sigh. The guests of honor, said Sirius quickly. Said Harry, I'm not going. End of story. Dumbledore would be upset if you weren't there, said Sirius lightly. I hate these things, grumbled Harry, defeated. Ha, said Sirius happily. I told Moony I could talk you into it. Chloe ran to Harry when he apparated into the room and crashed into his legs. Harry looked down and saw he now had 2 small green handprints on his robes. Someone has been painting, he said with a grin. Chloe had a streak of blue paint on her cheek. Yes, art is the last thing we do every day. I'm not quite done yet. Ginny smiled. Go on and finish. I'll talk to your Uncle Harry while you paint. Chloe took off and galloped back to her painting. It's washable, said Ginny when she saw the handprints on Harry. She began scooping up paintbrushes and plunking them into a bowl full of water. It's not a problem, said Harry smiling. I'll just remember my smock. Ginny laughed and displayed her very colorful, handprint-covered, smock as if it were the finest thing she owned. Harry noted with a private smile that she had a mark of green paint on her forehead. We paint every Wednesday and Friday. The other days are clay, drawing, or whatever I feel like getting into. She dumped the paintbrushes into a bright red bathtub filled with clear, clean water, and with a flick of her wand they began scrubbing each other. Goodness, she did get you good, didn't she? Said Ginny, motioning to the handprints. I don't mind a little paint. I think the handprints could do these robes some good. It would make for an interesting picture in the paper anyway, he said, laughing. You've got paint on your face too, you know. I do. It's really quite attractive. Rather like war paint. Harry, where? On your face. I know that, laughed Ginny, holding up a paintbrush in a threatening manner. Where? Quote. He reached over and ran his finger along the side of her forehead. Oh, Ginny murmured, pulling away. Yes, said Harry quietly, I think you've gotten it. Ginny's cheeks were turning pink and she cleared her throat. Thanks. Am I always late? Harry asked, looking to change the subject. There are never any other kids in here when I get here. No, I have to send them all 5 minutes early. They come and go by flow powder. The parents just wait for them at home. Most mums and dads don't have a dual operating license like you, she said teasingly. Most mums and dads aren't good friends with the Minister of Magic either, shrugged Harry. Perk, I guess. I think Percy would come get Meghan, but he and Penelope have 7 other kids to keep track of, she said with a laugh. How is she doing in class? He asked. Chloe. Oh goodness, she's wonderful. She and Meghan Weasley are great friends and she plays very nicely with everyone. The other children accepted her right away. She's actually one of those kids that is a natural leader, said Ginny, glancing back at Chloe. No problems, said Harry. Of course not, said Ginny. She adores you, said Harry. I get a daily nursery school commentary at supper. She loves this place. Ginny blushed. I try to make it a wonderful place to learn. Would you like to come for dinner? Harry blurted. Where had that come from? We can certainly add another place, it'd be no trouble. I don't want you to have to go home and eat by yourself. Everyone is always so busy, that I never have as many visitors as I'd like. Harry shut his mouth before he rambled on any more. Ginny's eyes widened. Was this a friendly dinner invitation or something else? She shook herself out of the stupor. Don't be stupid, Ginny, she told herself. Harry is just feeling sorry for you. He feels guilty about your husband dying and doesn't want to picture you in an empty house. I really can't, said Ginny, blushing to deep red. She had always had this stupid schoolgirl crush on Harry. It was so insane of her to think he liked her more than a friend. Even if he did, she would never let herself become involved. She couldn't betray Neville like that. Harry watched her twist her wedding band around her finger nervously. Really, Ginny, you can just have dinner and go. We'll even have a quick dinner if you have things to do. He was turning red also. What was he doing? She didn't want to eat with him. He reminded her of Neville. I don't want to intrude. Intrude? I hope you never think that. My goodness, Ginny, I thought you would consider me a closer friend than that. Great, she thought guiltily. She had offended Harry. She was so stupid for thinking something more of this. Okay, I'll come to dinner. Good, said Harry. Inwardly he was convincing himself that he was doing them both some hadn't visited in a while. Chloe ran back over. I'm finished. Wonderful. He wiped the blue streak on her cheek with his robe sleeve. Ms. Ginny is going to have supper with us, he told her. Yay, cheered Chloe. Do you have any brooms? Asked Chloe. Go fish, said Ginny. Ginny then turned to Harry. Do you have any wands? Harry groaned and handed her a few off his cards. Do you practice at school or something? I'm losing. Okay. Chloe, do you have any spell books? He asked hopefully. Go fish, laughed Chloe. Harry gave them fake suspicious glances. I think I'm being played by card sharks. After being defeated twice in a row by Chloe, Harry was rather relieved when supper was announced. After they were seated around the dining room table, Harry turned to Chloe. Would you like to say the blessing I taught you, Chloe? Her eyes lit up and she nodded. Ginny and Harry bowed their heads solemnly. Chloe put her little hands together and bowed her head very seriously and took a deep breath. Good food, good meat, good God, let's eat. Chloe said exuberantly. She lifted her head and beamed at them. Harry buried his head in his hands and his shoulders shook with silent laughter. Ginny could be heard trying to stifle her laughter in her napkin. Chloe, Harry choked. Not that blessing, the other one, he said, trying desperately not to laugh at her sincere efforts at a nice blessing. Oh, said Chloe. Never mind. That'll do until tomorrow, said Harry. Dinner was a lovely occasion and Ginny thoroughly enjoyed the company that Chloe and Harry provided. She was glad she had agreed to come. After dinner, Harry said that he and Chloe were going to put up a few Christmas decorations. He invited Ginny to help them, but she nervously refused and stammered something about lesson plans and was gone as quickly as she had come. Chloe jumped up and down when she walked back into the living room and found a towering Christmas tree. Harry grinned at her. You like it? Chloe was running around it and looking underneath it. It's real, she shouted. Wizards don't cut down a tree like muggles do. It's wasteful, he explained. We magic a tree from the forest and plant it right into the carpet. See the dirt? After we take the ornaments off of it after Christmas, we just magic it right back. It's easy. Chloe was excited. She had never seen such a big Christmas tree. The cathedral ceilings in the living room allowed for them to have a towering, magnificent tree. Much better than the plastic one that her old house had. Watch, said Harry. He brushed his wand against one of the branches and a glittering silver Christmas ornament bubbled out the end. Chloe reached over and touched it in awe. The glass was paper thin and delicate. He set his wand in her hand. Go ahead, he said. Chloe looked up at him incredulously. I don't know how to do that. He smiled. Now seems a good of time as any to learn, don't you think? Close your eyes and imagine a Christmas ornament and then touch the wand to the tree. Chloe scrunched her eyes closed and tapped the tree. She opened her eyes expectantly and her face fell. Nothing had happened. She looked sadly back up at Harry. Try again, he smiled. Imagine it coming out of the wand and growing bigger and bigger and then hanging off the tree. Chloe was concentrating very hard. She pictured the ornament. Then she felt the wand grow warm and a slight tingling sensation in her fingers. She opened her eyes again. There, on the branch was a gold Christmas ornament. Uncle Harry's eyes were sparkling at her. Chloe put her hand to her mouth in surprise and gazed back at Harry with her huge green eyes. He lifted her high above his head and laughed. That's so great, Chloe. You did your very first magic. She learned quickly she was able to put ornaments on the tree without closing her eyes and concentrating so hard after a while. They decorated the bottom half of the tree full of silver and gold ornaments. The ornaments weren't as boring like Muggle ornaments in just a spherical shape, they were cubes and pyramids and other shapes, more interesting. Harry was really impressed when Chloe could make the complicated ones like he could. She had no clue how to spell dodecahedron, but she could certainly make one. When they couldn't reach the top half of the tree, Harry put a spell on them so that they could float. Chloe loved that. Several times he had to pull her back down next to him. After the finished the tree, they hung garland with silver and gold ribbons from the ceiling. The room looked very festive indeed. Now for the best part, said Harry after they stopped to admire their work. He clapped his hands once and soft white lights twinkled in the tree. I like the star on top of the tree the best, she said as he picked her up. Me too. It's a nice tree. I feel sorry for Dudley Jr., she said. Why? Asked Harry, glad to see the transition from jealousy to sorrow. He doesn't get to make ornaments, or have a big tree, she yawned and laid her head on his shoulder before she could finish her sentence. Tomorrow when you get home from school, the whole manor will be decorated. The house elves usually do the rest of the house for me. It would take the two of us forever to do the whole house. They are going to put a smaller Christmas tree in your room, would you like that? He told her. She nodded, almost too drowsy to answer. I like house elves. With that said, she dozed off on his shoulder. Harry carried her upstairs and had a time getting her into bed. Gingerly, he managed to get her pajamas on her without waking her up and set her favorite dragon in between her lax arms. He then went into his own bedroom and took off the paint, decorated robes with a smile. He then fished through one of his clothes trunks and found a hunter green sweater and blue jeans. Mrs. Weasley had made this for him 2 years ago, and it was one of his favorites of the numerous, famous, Weasley sweaters. Harry went back downstairs and sat on the couch in the warm glow of the fireplace, and the twinkling Christmas lights. It was a very nice spot to think. Dobby appeared with a tray. The moment Harry had built his home, he offered to pay Dobby to work for him. Dobby had apologized to Dumbledore for leaving Hogwarts, but had politely explained that Harry needed him. Dobby handed Harry a steaming cup of wassail. "Hello, Dobby," greeted Harry. Dobby took off his tea-cozy hat and bowed very deeply. "Dobby is thinking you would be liking this to drink." Harry nodded. "Thank you very much. I did want some wassail, as a matter of fact." Dobby looked proud of himself. Harry Potter is very good to Dobby, and Dobby is making sure Harry Potter is happy. "Well, you do an exceptional job," yawned Harry. "Do you like the decorations Chloe and I put up?" Dobby beamed. "They is very nice." Harry Potter's Chloe seemed to like putting up decorations very much. "It was fun," smiled Harry. "Does Harry Potter need anything else?" "I don't think so." Dobby beamed and left the room with a sincere and dramatic bow. Harry went back to his wassail and gazed at the tree again. He had almost dozed off when he heard a whisper of a cloak, and he turned sharply around. Ginny stood in the doorway, obviously impressed at the sight of the Christmas tree. She looked shocked as Harry interrupted her trance and turned around to face her. Green eyes met brown and there was a long silence. I left a few school things and I need them to finish my lesson plans. I'll just show myself out," she said, finally speaking up. Harry shrugged and ran a hand through his tousled hair. "I don't mind. Would you like some wassail? It's freezing out. I think it's going to snow." He gazed at her in her cloak. It was the most bizarre thing, and she was staring at him like he was a complete stranger. "Are you all right?" he asked. "You looked quite unlike yourself, just for a moment." Ginny was thinking the same thing. He hadn't looked like himself either. Was she going mad? He had turned to look at her and something odd had happened. She had been thinking how handsome he looked facing the tree. Then when he had turned, she felt guilty. How could she do this? How could she shun Neville's memory? This was stupid. It was a stupid schoolgirl crush. Who wouldn't admire the heroic, brilliant, and kind Harry Potter? He was oh, she didn't know what he was. She twisted her wedding ring and shook herself out of her idiocy. She fumbled for her papers. No, thank you for the kind offer. I should really be going," she said jerkily. "Perhaps you should get some rest," he said, looking concerned again. "Are you upset about anything?" "Oh, upset," she practically squeaked. "Oh no, I'm just busy with the school. If you need to talk, come over anytime," he said, looking at her, trying to figure out what on earth had came over her. "I guess I'll see you tomorrow when I pick up Chloe," he added. "Yes, tomorrow," she said automatically. "Good night." "Good," Harry began, but she was already gone. Harry drained his wassail glass and shook his head. What was going on? Ginny turned and looked behind her. Her tracks were the first in the beautiful morning snow. She pushed the hood of her brown cloak back to face the rising sun, before kneeling in front of the partially exposed grave marker. Neville A. Longbottom. Ginny swiped at the snow, and the next part appeared. His birth date and death date. She felt the hot tears cascade down her numb cheeks as a sob escaped her. She moved some more snow away and read the inscription that she had read 1,000 times before. Loyal son. Neville had adored his parents even when they never realized who he was. He made visits nearly every weekend to their home at St. Mungo's. He would bring them a plant for their room, candy, or something he thought they would like. Ginny had hated going to see his parents. It seemed no matter what Neville did, they would never be pulled from their mindless solitude. It just wasn't fair that Voldemort did that to them. She pushed another clump of snow away and read on. Cherished grandson. Neville's Graham had taken the news just as horribly as Ginny had. She lost her son, daughter-in-law, and grandson, because of Voldemort and his Death Eaters. Ginny swallowed and pushed back the next part, not really wanting to read it. Beloved husband. She leaned over and fingered the engraved letters with shaking fingers. Husband. Why was she swooning over Harry? Neville would have never dishonored her memory, or his wedding vows. She felt her guilt wrenching the tears from her eyes. I'm so sorry, Neville, she whispered. Their life together had been wonderful. He had been a nice, stable husband, sweet and completely devoted to her. Ginny knew he wasn't the most elegant of men, but that was really his charm. He liked things to be comfortable and simple. Their marriage was just like that, like a close friendship. Ginny had only planned to teach her nursery school until they could settle down and start a family. Neville would work long hours at a herbology research lab, trying to find new uses for plants for the war effort, and he and Ginny had precious little time together. Nonetheless, Neville would never fail to come home to her and tell her how much she meant to him. He had just been promoted for all his hard work, and it looked like things were finally going to get easier for them. They were starting to plan to buy a bigger home, and even though it was horrible times, everything seemed to be looking up for them. Then an evening changed it all. Her world was turned upside down. Ginny had just put supper on the table. Neville never liked her to make huge fancy suppers. He said that she was making too much trouble for herself for just him. So, she would make the things he loved the most, simple things. It had been a bowl of minestrone soup and a sandwich. They were just about to sit down, after a welcome home hug and key from Ginny. They had heard footsteps. Ginny had looked over at Neville. He already had his wand out, paler than she had ever seen him. Apparate, he had hissed at her. Ginny performed the spell almost instantly after he had told her to. She had expected to feel the warm tingle of the spell envelope her body, but a sharp, painful jolt racked nearly brought her to her knees. She shook her head wildly at Neville and fought to regain the breath that had been knocked from her lungs. They've put a spell on the house, said Neville in a surprisingly calm tone. His hands shook, and Ginny knew he was trying to stay in control. He then looked her straight in the eyes and said softly, Ginny, it's him. Harry, said Ginny desperately. Neville, we have to get Harry, anyone from the order. The footsteps grew louder. Neville had stood firmly in front of the door, wand raised. Ginny had shoved the cauldron out of cooking fire, not even feeling the metal or the fire burn into her hand. Hot, boiling soup flooded the kitchen floor. She fumbled with the cork in a bottle filled with crimson powder, given to them by Dumbledore. The kitchen door exploded into two smoking halves and hit the stone floor with a sickening crunch. Ginny gave up struggling with the bottle and flung the entire thing into the fire. The flames leapt out at her, throwing her backwards into the kitchen table. Ginny knew it was too much powder, but it would work. Harry Potter! Screamed Ginny. A mob of Death Eaters had stormed into the room, shouting at them. Ginny screamed as one grabbed Neville and shook him. Neville managed to get a grip on the Death Eater's neck and they crashed to the floor. Spells ricocheted around the room. Ginny dodged a white-hot bolt of light coming at her. Ginny charged the other Death Eaters, screaming in fury. She wasn't going to die without a fight. Then all the fighting stopped. Ginny froze on the spot. Why? Why had the Death Eaters stopped? Then she saw him. Voldemort had entered the room. How quaint, he hissed. They're fighting back. Harry Potter! Ginny cried hysterically. Harry! The flames flickered even more violently at the sound of her voice, and Voldemort began to laugh at her. Screaming for the ones that are supposed to protect you. What a loyal end. Shut up. She spat, hands shaking as she raised her wand. Voldemort laughed louder. You threaten me. You dare stand before Lord Voldemort and challenge him. I'm afraid your time is up, girl. Voldemort had pointed his wand at Ginny and had begun to scream the curse. No, screamed Neville, throwing his body across the room. He embraced her at the same second she heard the last syllable. Ginny saw the flash of green light through her closed eyes. She felt Neville slump against her. She knew he was gone. Ginny fell to the floor, screaming. Harry Potter! She had screamed. Seconds later, Harry had apparated in the room and shouted spells at all the Death Eaters. It wouldn't do any good. There was no trace of them, or Voldemort. Ginny remembered lying on the kitchen floor, crying herself hoarse. Harry, come save us. She was sobbing. Harry, come save us. Harry knelt, and sobbed with her. Ginny felt a tear roll off her cheek and she gave a shuddering sigh as she uncovered the last bit. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called sons of God. Matthew 5:9. Peacemaker. That was Neville. He had never hurt anyone in his entire life. She laid the red roses on the snow next to the tombstone. The sun was getting closer to rising to full daylight, and she sat next to his grave waiting for it to be morning. Why had Harry suddenly been thrown back into her life, more prominent than ever? Her brothers would never stop telling her to move on with her life. It seemed a heartless thing to do, abandoning Neville, letting herself be attracted to Harry. Harry had been Neville's good friend. They had remained in good contact even throughout the war. That was Neville's whole problem. Ginny thought bitterly. He was too nice. Harry was a dangerous person to know during that time, but Neville would not be unkind to his friend because of a parting of sides. Neville might not have liked confrontations, but he wasn't a coward. He wouldn't stop talking to Harry even if his life was in danger. Neville put everyone before himself, even to his last breath. It was no wonder the Sorting Hat had debated which house to place him in. He was more complex than he led people to believe. He would hate to see her sad like this. Maybe this was planned all along. She shook her head. That was nonsense. Or was it? He had often told her that Harry Potter was the bravest and most noble person he knew. Neville had respected Harry very much. Was Harry coming back into her life a sign? Did he want her to move on? Ginny picked up one of the roses. Could she move on, even if she wanted to? Neville, I'm so confused, she murmured to him. How could I forget you? I don't know what you'd want me to do. She set the rose back down. Give me a sign. Anything. She sobbed, looking up to the heavens. When she turned to leave the cemetery, she froze in the biggest shock of her life. Harry Potter was walking towards her, eyes downcast. His footsteps crunched in the morning snow and his cloak billowed behind him, lifted by the wind. Good morning, said Harry quietly. His voice filled the silence in the cemetery. I just brought this by for Neville. I thought he would like something for a bit of Christmas decoration. He set a poinsettia down on the grave and bowed his head, paying respects. Ginny was absolutely still. He finished and nodded his head towards her. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Then he walked away back in the direction he had come. Ginny scooped up some snow with her fingers to make sure she hadn't dreamed the whole thing. It was almost as if Harry hadn't been there, it had come as quickly as he left. Ginny pressed her fingers to her lips and touched the name on the gravestone. Thank you, she whispered. You've always been there for me. I love you. She pulled her cloak back over her head and left the opposite direction Harry had come. You know, said Harry, leaning back in a chair in Ron's office, I'm pretty worried about Ginny. Worried about her? Frowned Ron. Whatever for? She seems so distant, said Harry, knowing this wasn't the correct word he was looking for. Distant. No, Harry sighed in frustration and rubbed his forehead. She isn't herself these days. These days, echoed Ron. Harry, I haven't seen my sister act like herself since Neville died. We've tried everything to get her to move on, the whole family has, said Ron hopelessly. Worry lines appeared on his forehead and he looked at Harry seriously. Mum says that she might not ever let go, and we have to begin to accept that ourselves. I guess I should have checked up on her more after what happened, said Harry, feeling his stomach knot. But I really couldn't bring myself to go back. I'm afraid I remind her of what happened. It was my fault. Ron looked at him angrily. Would you stop blaming yourself? No matter what you think, Harry, you can't be in two places at once. You can't save every life. And most importantly, I don't care who you are. Ron's face was now turning pink and he took a breath and rounded on Harry again. You can't change the past. Ginny knows that. I know that. The entire world knows that. You don't know what would have happened if you had gotten there 5 seconds earlier. Maybe you would have died. Maybe Ginny would have died. You don't know and you never will know. Ron slammed his hand on his desk, and a pile of papers cascaded onto Harry's feet. Ron then looked a bit embarrassed at his outburst and continued on in a matter-of-fact tone. So stop being a blundering idiot and think about this sensibly. Harry stared back at Ron, his mouth slightly open. You know what, Ron? What? Said Ron calmly, echoing the papers back to his desktop. I'm glad I have friends who can scream some sense into me. Ron looked mildly flattered. Well, I'm also one of the few people that isn't in awe of the presence of the great Harry Potter. As if you need any more of that hero crap. Well stated, laughed Harry. Are you going to that Christmas ball thing? Well, of course, said Ron, looking at him as if he had three heads. I wasn't going to go, admitted Harry. There was a pause. How can you not go, you dummy? Laughed Ron. Aren't you some sort of guest of honor? For your information, I didn't know I was one of the guests of honor. Not until Sirius told me, anyway, replied Harry, dryly. Oh bravo, Harry, that would have went over well. The guest of honor, or one of them at least, decides not to show, teased Ron. I don't exactly have a choice now. You better go. I hear these things are pretty awesome. My mum's been pelting Hermione with owls talking about shopping trips and nonesuch. At least I can pick out my own dress robes for this ball, without mum's say. I wouldn't bet on it, grinned Harry. I'm sure Hermione will have something nice and pressed for you when you get home. Oh, ha ha, grumbled Ron, very funny. Harry glanced at his watch. He had only meant to step into Ron's office to visit for a moment. It was nearly 3 o'clock. I better go pick up Chloe and begin the search for a babysitter, he said, getting his wand out. I have no clue where to start. Owl purse. He and Penny have that part-time nanny, said Ron. I'm sure he'll be happy to let Chloe stay the night. The night? How long is this thing? Said Harry in surprise. I hear they go into the wee hours of the morning, grinned Ron. It's hard to imagine my parents partying until that time. Snape, snorted Harry. Oh, you had to bring him up, groaned Ron. I haven't heard that name in ages. I suppose I'll see you at the ball, said Harry, apparating out of the room. He had arrived at the nursery school early. The room was still filled with kids. He spotted Chloe and a red-headed Megan Weasley trying on hats and giggling at each other at the dress-up trunk. The other children seemed to be everywhere. Painting, reading books, sliding on slides. It made Harry tired just watching them. Ginny was in the middle of it all. Her pretty pastel yellow robes drew attention to her immediately. She was talking to a little boy with curly blonde hair. He was nodding quietly. It looked like he had hit the girl with the black pigtails who was standing nearby, looking violated. Harry grinned when he saw the little boy scuff his feet as he muttered an apology and gave the little girl a hug. Ginny smiled briefly at Harry, then clapped her hands twice. It's time for clean up, she called. The nursery schoolers scurried around putting toys away. When the room looked clean, they all sat in the center of the room. Oh, the room looks so lovely, you did a great job cleaning up, praised Ginny. This weekend, I'd like all of you to have some fun and play in the snow. The children squiggled around on the rug and poked each other, anticipating the snow. When we come back on Monday, we'll have a special announcement, Ginny said dramatically. Class dismissed, she said, gesturing for them to line up by the fireplace. After the last youngster had been given a pinch of flow powder and was gone, Chloe showed Harry her project of the day. It's a puppet, she said proudly. And what a nice puppet it is, said Harry, sticking his hand in it. Have a nice evening, he made the puppet say to Ginny. Ginny laughed. Thank you, Uncle Harry, said Chloe exasperatedly. That is a girl puppet. Her name is Bernadette. Harry glanced at the puppet. Oh, right. Have a nice evening, said Chloe in an exaggerated feminine voice. She nodded at Harry to try. Have a nice EV, squeaked Harry, spluttering into laughter before he could finish the sentence. Chloe shook her head sympathetically. That was bad. Ginny smiled and tried not to laugh too openly. Harry handed the puppet back to Chloe and picked her up, about to apparate. Oh, he remembered suddenly, turning back to Ginny. Think you'll make an appearance at the ball? Ginny shook her head. I've got work to do, she said quickly. You have a nice evening too, she said with her back turned, straightening cushions. The house looked like something out of a painting. Chloe and Harry admired the on-the-white pillars wrapped to look like candy canes. Frost made all of the window panes sparkle, and icicles hung from the gutters. Strands of lights were magically tacked on every outline of the manor. It was nicely done, down to the very wreath Harry glanced at as they walked through the front door. What ball? Chloe asked as a house elf took her red cloak. Harry was reading a letter that had been laid on the entryway table. Oh, there is a ball get together tonight, and I have to go since they are going to talk about a few things I've done. Good things? Asked Chloe. Of course, he said. I'm sorry, I would love to take you, but they don't let children come. But, he said, showing her the letter, you get to spend the night at Megan's house and play with all her brothers and sisters. Chloe brightened. A real slumber party. He shrugged. I guess you could call it that. You're welcome to take any party things you think the Weasleys would like to play with. Yay! Shouted Chloe, bolting up the stairs. Megan and I can play all evening. Fine, said Harry with a sad smile. I'll miss you too, Chloe, he said to the empty space in front of him. Harry heard squeals of delight from inside Percy's house when he arrived to drop Chloe off later that evening. Be good, okay? I will. She promised. Don't eat all the candy you brought at once. Quote. Not at once, she nodded. Have a good time, he said, hugging her. Bye, Uncle Harry, she said, dotting him on the cheek. I'll miss you, she added sweetly. Well, he thought happily, she was going to miss him after all. Harry stared gloomily into his closet. He really didn't want to go to this. Harry closed his eyes and pointed randomly at his rack of dress robes. Green. Okay. That would work. Harry tried to comb his hair, and gave up a few seconds into it. It would look the same regardless. He found a pair of his best boots and glanced at his watch. He would be late if he didn't hurry. When Harry arrived in front of the town meeting hall, he was greeted with the sight of hundreds upon hundreds of witches and wizards streaming into the entrance. He quietly thanked his blind luck for allowing him to select a set of the more elaborate robes he owned. Hello there, said Hagrid, surprising Harry by coming up behind him. Hagrid clapped him on the shoulder and steered him into the main room. Harry had never seen the town meeting hall looking so nice. Each table was covered in a stiff white tablecloth, with beautiful crystal dinner settings sparkling at each place. Beneath his feet, the marble floors were polished so that Harry could see his reflection, and the Christmas decorations were the most magnificent that he had ever seen. Holly was hung on everything that wasn't moving, and Christmas trees were weighted down with glittering gold and silver baubles in every corner. Hagrid parted the clusters of chattering people easily, and Harry noticed that he was being led to the main table. Of course he would be seated at the table that everyone could see. Typical. I am, said Hagrid, interrupting Dumbledore and Mrs. Weasley. Harry, said Mrs. Weasley, leaping to her feet and giving him a hug. Hello, said Harry, returning the gesture. Now, don't you look handsome? Said Mrs. Weasley, holding him by his shoulders and examining his robes. I hope my children manage to dress themselves appropriately. I have complete faith that Hermione will pick out something splendid for Ron, and Penny has excellent taste when it comes to Percy's robes. But Fred and George, she trailed off, glancing around, looking almost afraid of what she might find. You look lovely, as usual, Harry told her. Mrs. Weasley laughed as she straightened her midnight blue robes and patted her hair. Thank you, dear, that is so sweet of you. How is little Chloe? Dumbledore asked cheerily. Adjusting. She's doing better than I ever could have imagined, Harry smiled. She loves the bauble you gave her. Mrs. Weasley patted Harry's hand. It was wonderful of you to take Chloe into your home. She sounds absolutely adorable, and Ginny is so very impressed by the way you are raising her. Quote. It's such a shame that Ginny isn't coming. Mrs. Weasley suddenly looked very weary as she responded, I know. She's so closed off from everything. We get more and more concerned every day. Mr. Weasley had returned to the table. He stuck out his hand and shook Harry's merrily. Nice to see you again, Harry. I hear you adopted a little girl from those muggle relatives of yours. Has she got any muggle habits that you've had difficulty with? Harry grinned at Mr. Weasley. Some things never changed. No, not that I can tell. Hello, Ron dear. Mrs. Weasley embraced Ron, who had just arrived. You look so nice. Where's Hermione? She's coming, he sighed, but she's taking her sweet time about it. We would have been here sooner if she hadn't made such a brouhaha over my robes. Mrs. Weasley scrutinized her son's attire and smiled. Your robes are very nice. Maroon has always looked so well on you. If you say so, Mum. Ron muttered under his breath. Percy was displaying Penelope very proudly on his arm. They made a very smart couple, with Percy's starched uniform like black robes, and Penelope's picturesque muggle ball gown. Many women had gone all out with their choices of evening wear, even wearing muggle ball gowns. Penny's was a floor-length rose and cream chiffon evening dress held up by delicate spaghetti straps. The first layer of chiffon was a dark rose, and each of the next layers a lighter pink, until the fifth and final layer was a sheer ivory. Oh goodness. You two look so absolutely spectacular. Mrs. Weasley said, bustling over to Penelope. How on earth do you keep that figure with all those babies? Penelope regarded Mrs. Weasley's compliment politely. We all keep to a strict diet. Scheduling every meal really helps. Oh, for heaven's sake, thought Harry. Only Percy's wife would schedule menus for their house elves. Hagrid began chuckling into his champagne glass, and it didn't take long to spot what was so funny. Fred and George had arrived in merry attire, hollering and waving madly as they parted the crowd. Mrs. Weasley covered her mouth with her hand and Percy had buried his face in his napkin. Mr. Weasley was making an obvious effort to silence his laughter, while Dumbledore wasn't bothering to hide his. Ron nudged Harry in the ribs and grinned. We should have guessed they would have wanted to make an scene. George had chosen glowing lime green robes. Harry was pretty sure that he could glow in the dark, while Fred's robes made Harry slightly dizzy. His robes had red, white, and blue stripes curved around them, and the stripes were actually moving, like a real barbershop pole. Arthur, said Mrs. Weasley in a dangerously calm voice, go greet your children. Fred and George sauntered to the table and whacked both Harry and Ron on the back affectionately. Jiminy Cricket! It's Harry Potter! Exclaimed Fred, grinning from ear to ear. George shook his head. No, Fred, it's the great Harry Potter. They had his name changed a while back. The great Harry Potter. With our brother. Our ickle baby brother. Really? Percy? Fred interrupted Percy, who had been whispering to Penny, these are our best evening clothes. Mrs. Weasley was not amused. Really? I think you two would have known to dress properly for such an important occasion. People will wonder how I raised you two. Mum, how was your trip? Asked Fred cheerfully, as if they were simply discussing the weather. Don't worry, Mum, added George. You've got Percy and Ron to behave themselves. Dumbledore's blue eyes twinkled at them. A most useful talent. The ability to capture a crowd upon one's arrival. Thank you, sir, said Fred, shaking Dumbledore's hand. Ron glanced at his watch. He looked worried. Where is Hermione? She's going to miss the award ceremony and half of dinner if she doesn't hurry up. It isn't like her to be running late. What award ceremony? Asked Harry, sitting down next to Sirius, who had arrived earlier with Remus Lupin. Oh, I might have forgotten to mention that, sorry. Sirius smiled at Harry. You're receiving an award, along with a few other wizards. Harry gave Sirius a look. You really enjoy giving me surprise bits of information, don't you? I bet I'm going to have to make an acceptance speech, sighed Harry. Not if you don't want to, dear, soothed Mrs. Weasley. Ron was across from Harry, saving a seat for Hermione. Just give a short speech, he suggested. It'll look great in the newspapers if you do. It will really help your public image, said Percy, further down the table. As if Harry needs a better public image, Remus commented with a wry smile. Here she comes. Hagrid pointed towards a figure in the back of the room. Harry smiled, and noted how nice Hermione looked, as she weaved her way through the maze of tables to the front of the banquet hall. She had on a deep red taffeta gown with a full billowing skirt. You look lovely, Hermione, but it's about time you decided to show up, Ron said, as he pulled her chair out for her. I am not late, said Hermione indignantly. I'm afraid so. Ron tapped on his watch, obviously relishing the fact that she wasn't on time for something. Hello everyone. Hermione greeted them, ignoring Ron's comment. What on earth took you so long? Asked Ron. I took a slight detour. Hermione turned in her chair and looked around the meeting hall. A detour? What did you do? Skip backwards the entire way? No, Ron, I didn't. And there's the reason I'm late. She inclined her head, indicating the crowd near the door. Ginny. Ginny was making her way through the tables with some difficulty due to her dress. Harry couldn't help but notice how lovely she looked. She was wearing an ivory-colored dress made of heavy satin. The gown had a slightly open back leading to a line of satin roses, where the dress began again, followed by a short train. She had to hold her dress up a bit as she walked, so as to move without stepping on it. Harry closed his mouth when he realized he was staring. The last open seat was diagonally across from Harry. Ron stood up and pulled Ginny's chair out for her. Hermione looked immensely proud of herself. When I heard Ginny wasn't going to come, she was using the excuse of work. On a Friday night, mind you, I had to get her to come. Darling, you look precious. I'm glad you decided to come, said Mrs. Weasley, nearly beside herself with glee. Bravo, Ginny. Way to be social, Fred shouted. Ginny's eyes were downcast and she was blushing. It's because Hermione talked me into it. Percy nodded as if he had known she was coming the entire time. Oh, I knew you'd start to get out and about. Nice to see you come to such a marvelous occasion, said Dumbledore, reaching across the table to squeeze her hand. You picked out such a lovely dress for the party, don't you think, Harry? Harry was still staring. Yes, it's quite enchanting, he said, not taking his eyes from her. Oh good, said Hermione, they're starting the ceremony now. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Lee Jordan, the master of ceremonies, stood on the stage to the right of the head table, and a spotlight beamed on him as the other lights dimmed. The last ball held for this occasion was more than 2 decades ago. What a way to make us feel young, grumbled Sirius. Harry wondered how Lee could do things like this for a living. Lee had a late-night comedy show that aired on the WWN, with famous wizard guests. Harry was thankful that Lee's producers hadn't recruited him as a guest for the show. He supposed it was only a matter of time, though. However, Lee continued, the ministry decided that it was in the best of tastes to honor the 2 men responsible for the downfall of you-know-who. The spotlight shifted so that it shone in Harry's eyes, Mr. Albus Dumbledore and Harry Potter. Applause and cheers filled the room. Dumbledore stood up and Harry felt Sirius nudge his elbow and he stood up also. He managed a small smile at the crowd. Lee then continued his presentation, giving awards to various witches and wizards who had supported the war cause during what had been a risky time to outwardly express opposition to Voldemort. Then came the real surprise, Harry's award. Lee had gotten serious as he told the familiar story of Harry's parents. Harry was sure. Then Lee made a speech about how Harry had more than exceeded the expectations of everyone in their world by defeating the Dark Lord for a final and last time. It is an honor to present Harry with this plaque and to tell him that from this day forward, this ballroom and town meeting hall in their entirety will be known as Potter Hall. In memory of Lily and James Potter and recognizing their son's amazing achievements. Our society is forever in his debt, said Lee solemnly. The applause was thunderous. Harry stood up shakily. He was so astounded that his parents were being honored, he could barely take the plaque from Lee. Thank you for doing this in my parents' memory. That alone is one of the greatest gifts I could ever hope to receive. Thank you so very much for your kindness. Harry tried to ignore the thunderous applause, and the blinding flashes as he made his way back to his seat. Audiences would applaud anything. A whole building named after you, Harry. Congratulations, Harry, you deserve it. Thanks. Lee began talking about Dumbledore and told the crowd some of the amusing stories about what Dumbledore had done while Lee was still Hogwarts. He then told how Dumbledore's brilliant thinking and strategies had led to the downfall of Voldemort. Quote, what do you give a man who has been named the greatest wizard of modern times? Albus Dumbledore has probably received many awards in his lifetime, but we are going to give him what he has asked for every year and never received. The crowd began to mutter to each other and wonder what Dumbledore had wanted. Socks, said Lee, displaying a box full of hand-knitted socks in several different colors, and this plaque, of course. Dumbledore took the box from Lee and laughed heartily. Thank you kindly. Ginny, despite her earlier refusal to come to the party, was enjoying herself. She was clearly happy to be surrounded by her family and friends. Meanwhile, Hermione and Ron were keeping things interesting to her right. Ron, for heaven's sake. Don't mix your stuffing in your mashed potatoes. It's horrible manners, chided Hermione. Where did that come from, Hermione? Ron asked, turning to stare at his wife. It isn't proper, she said, nodding her head primly towards his plate. No one cares about what I do to my mashed potatoes, Hermione, these are our friends. Well, I do. It's embarrassing, she said. You honestly get embarrassed over my mashed potatoes? No. It's the principle of the thing. She retorted hotly. What validity does the argument of principle have in this discussion? Mashed potatoes have principle? Asked Ron, raising an eyebrow. I was attempting to make it simplistic, so your mind could grasp the concept of proper dinner behavior, she said without skipping a beat. In other words, you couldn't think of how mashed potatoes had principle, he replied with a grin. That is absolutely not true. I won. I can do whatever I want with my mashed potatoes. Ron said triumphantly, taking a bite. I'll tell you what to do with your ruddy mashed potatoes, she grumbled. I'm sorry, sweetheart. Is that proper dinner language too? Ron poked at her playfully. Hermione actually looked up and smiled at him. You're impossible, Ron Weasley. Ron laughed and he kissed her on the cheek. Percy was drawling on to Harry about how he should really consider a career in politics and how Harry was at an optimum age to begin building a good solid public relations background. Harry was nodding and smiling blankly at Percy, only half listening. So, you see, it's all how the public eye sees you. You've got an excellent repertoire so far, perfect for a public office. Maybe governor would be a modest start. You've got a few years to study the credentials. Of course Harry's got an excellent repertoire, you twit. He's Harry Potter. Any blockhead can realize that he could run for any office and win. You're lucky your job isn't an elected office, snorted George. Percy looked indignant. Yes, I know who he is, George, I was merely pointing out that Harry should open his political options. This is neither the time nor the place, warned Mr. Weasley. Harry interrupted them before they could start up again. Well actually, Percy, I'm not looking for any new opportunities, right now. I have Chloe to think of, and I like the job I have now. I always wanted to be an Auror anyway. An Auror is an admirable job, said Lupin agreeing with Harry. I think Percy should run for governor. He's done so well as minister that he could probably manage both jobs at the same time, Sirius remarked with a grin on his face. He winked at George when Percy wasn't looking. Really? You think I could make a decent candidate? That's very interesting and intriguing to hear, said Percy setting down his fork and turning to Sirius. Politicians are indeed a special breed of their own, commented Dumbledore, smiling at the ceiling. How's the shop coming along these days? Harry asked the twins. Great. By this time next year we can probably start building the new store. We have this idea that the store itself should be a practical joke, said Fred. Wouldn't it be great to shop in a store where you would never know what to expect? Added George with enthusiasm. Trap doors, moving floors, fake doors, and all sorts of things like that. Isn't that grounds for a lot of lawsuits? Laughed Remus. The dinner and dessert plates were cleared and 3 pleasant chimes sounded. That's to signal that the dance is starting in the other room, explained Mr. Weasley. The ballroom was even more impressive than the dining hall. It had a gleaming oyster-white marble floor and the room was at least the length of a football field. Chandeliers dripping with crystals were hung on the ceiling from their thick gold chains. Ivory wallpaper was delicately brushed with what looked like gold dust and accented nicely with the crown molding. One of the walls was especially beautiful. It was made entirely of stained glass that had been cut in very intricate and complicated designs. It was lighted from the outside and spilled small shards of soft color onto the floor and their faces. The orchestra was tuning up and sooner than Harry would have liked, the conductor began a fast waltz. Most all the people with him had disappeared in the sweep of dresses and cloaks. He probably looked like an idiot, standing there gaping at it all. May I have this dance? Parvati Patil. Of course, said Harry, recognizing her. Parvati was wearing a black dress with a slit that was almost too dramatic. So, how have you been doing? I've been doing all right, what are you doing these days? He said, hoping she could keep up the tempo in her shoes, which looked to have at least a 6-inch heel. I work for Witch Weekly, under the pen name of Ms. Fashion. Oh, I can't say I've seen your column. I'll look for it though. I hear you're in the big money now, Harry, she smiled, changing the subject quick as a flash. Pardon, stuttered Harry. Oh, I do all right for someone my age, I guess. Harry couldn't believe that Parvati would just ram her nose right into his financial status. If he wasn't mistaken, he was getting the impression that she was. Any main squeezes in your life? Chasing him for his money. They waltzed in silence as Harry looked her straight in the eye and refused to answer. Do you mind if I cut in, Harry? Justin Finch Fletchy. Harry had never known him that well, but he was glad to be rid of Parvati. Nice to see you, Parvati, he said, nodding his head and backing away. Hermione and Ron hadn't taken a break from the arguing yet. Would you let me lead? Said Ron. You were leading, sighed Hermione. How could I be, when you are? I can't help it, laughed Hermione. Ron twirled her around and then grinned at her. Harry took a long drink of punch and caught a glimpse of Oliver Wood dancing with Ginny. He caught himself staring again and was shocked out of his trance by a horrible voice. What's the matter? No ladies for you, Potter. Step away, said Harry, turning to face Draco Malfoy with narrowed eyes. Really? And why is that, Potter? Too afraid to show off your powers? Weren't they good enough for the Dark Lord and my dad? Or are you just so drained out now that you can't handle me? Harry took a step forward and got right into Malfoy's face. I'll set this straight one time, and one time only. I didn't kill your father. Your beloved Dark Lord did it for me. He killed your father to save himself. Your Dark Lord was a murderer and a coward. Any idiot that supported him, they deserved what they got from him in the end. Nothing but a tombstone, hissed Harry, keeping his voice down. Malfoy was about to take a swing at him, but Harry interrupted him. I don't think that's a good idea, Malfoy, especially since you claimed in your trial that you never supported Voldemort in the least. It would look awfully funny if you hit me here. People might suspect things. It seems to me when you don't own up to your past and present, and, no doubt, future of being a Death Eater, you're just the same coward that Voldemort was. Malfoy was turning a deep shade of purple as he stepped back. You watch your family, Potter. I know about that little mudblood you adopted. It would be horrible if anything happened to her. Don't threaten me, or my family. Ready, Pansy. Harry glared at her when she brushed by him in a froth of sickening pink feathers. What was that all about? Asked Hagrid, coming over. Nothing. I can handle it, said Harry, shaking his head. Don't go being so gutsy with her life now that you've got that little Chloe, warned Hagrid. I know. Jay, out there and do some dancing, Harry. Half the girls in this place are ready to swamp you as soon as you set a foot on the dance floor. Hagrid gently pushed him in the general direction of the dance floor and grinned. Harry searched the sea of laughing and rapidly moving faces for someone he wanted to dance with. Hermione was dancing with Fred Weasley, Penelope with Ron, and Percy with his mother, and Ginny with her dad. May I cut in? He asked Percy. Mrs. Weasley laughed. Oh, how sweet of you, Harry. Percy kissed his mum on the cheek and went to go get Punch. Molly. He's much too young for you and he doesn't even have red hair. Exclaimed Mr. Weasley, stopping to talk to them. Here, I'll trade my wife for my prettiest daughter, he said to Harry. Dad, I'm your only daughter, corrected Ginny. Not the point. Mr. Weasley winked as he waltzed off with Molly. May I have this dance? He asked. Ginny nodded and smiled shyly at him. Harry bowed properly and swept her across the dance floor. Was Chloe okay with staying the night at Percy's home? Asked Ginny. She was very excited about having a sleepover with Megan. I don't think she'll miss me in the least. Oh, yes she will, said Ginny, becoming more comfortable with dancing with Harry. They made superb dance partners. All their steps flowed in perfect unison. The fast waltz ended with a loud flourish from the orchestra. Ginny and Harry bowed and curtsied to each other. Would you like to dance with me, Harry? Harry turned from Ginny to see who it was. It was Lavender Brown. He glanced from Ginny to Lavender and made up his mind. Save a dance for me, Lavender. I promised Ginny I'd dance with her for a bit. After Lavender had left, Ginny looked at Harry in disbelief. I never made you promise to dance with me. You can certainly dance with Lavender. I hope I'm not stopping you. I would like to dance with you, he said simply. Ginny felt her face grow hot. A new song began and it was much slower. Harry stepped in a bit closer and she found it very hard to concentrate, especially since he was keeping perfect eye contact. You aren't upset, are you? Whatever for? Ginny asked, looking puzzled. For making it sound like I was using you as an excuse to not dance with Lavender. I hope you didn't think otherwise. Harry extended his arm and spun Ginny gracefully, as he said this. She laughed as they resumed dancing again and Harry smiled at her. You are much too beautiful to be used in any way. Ginny almost stopped dancing in her surprise. That had seemingly come out of nowhere. Ginny took a slow breath and tried to accept the compliment as if it was something quite normal to come out of Harry Potter's mouth. Thank you. Harry wanted to hit himself on the forehead. Why had he said that? He had meant it, but where had it come from? Ginny was looking at him if he had suddenly gone mad. Harry couldn't decide if he had or not. With a sudden jolt he realized that he really did think Ginny was beautiful. And she was a wonderfully sweet person, and she was terrific with children, and, where were these thoughts coming from? He was just realizing this after 14 years. He was an idiot. A Canute for your thoughts, Ginny said, striking up conversation again. You've got the most curious expression on your face, and I really must know what's got you thinking so hard. Horror flashed through Harry's mind. To tell her what he was thinking now, that would change everything. It would be nice to tell her, though, but this was too fast. To tell her now would be a bit cheap, really. These particular thoughts, Harry said with an amused smile, are worth more than a Canute. At the very least, 1 galleon. My, those are pricey thoughts. A few are priceless. Any chance of a discount for the teacher of your 5-year-old? She said playfully. I do after all, make a teacher's salary. Maybe someday, Harry said quietly. He did want to tell her his thoughts about her, very much so. Ginny had stopped the conversation with his answer. She hadn't the slightest idea what had caused him to become so distant, yet there was still a lot she really didn't know about him. Then, Harry trod on her foot. Oh, Ginny said more in surprise than in pain. Harry's mouth opened. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I wasn't thinking. It was my fault. Are you okay? Yes, Ginny laughed brightly. It was just a foot. I've still got one good one left. Harry was coloring red in the face. Sorry. I haven't stepped on someone's foot in a while. Well, you're a very nice dancer, otherwise I think we can excuse it just this once. Harry squeezed her hand gently and laughed. You're an excellent dancer also, not to mention forgiving. Harry loved how Ginny could combine sweetness with just the amount of daunting wit. He found himself looking at her face, memorizing it at this moment, the stained glass casting bits of colored light on it. She looked so content to be with him, exactly how he felt. Harry hadn't wanted to think or feel these things, but he didn't care. He wanted to say something to her. Tonight. If he didn't say anything tonight, he didn't know if he could work the nerve up anyplace else. He wanted to tell her how much he loved spending time with her, how much he really did care about her. How he wished they had spoken more after Neville's death. He wanted her to agree with him, and tell him that she felt the same. Harry was aware that the orchestra had finished the slow waltz, and he froze as he tried to think of the words he was going to say to her. He began to reconsider saying anything at all, but he knew he didn't want to do that. This was the perfect time for him to tell her. But, Harry never found the words. Something else happened. It astounded him how naturally it came to him. He leaned over and kissed her. Hellfire. For the most beautifully indulgent moment, Ginny felt as though the rest of the world had disappeared. She had never been kissed with such fire before. Harry's hand cradled her face, but he let it drop as he stepped back and opened his eyes. Ginny nearly toppled over, fighting the urge to kiss him again. I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me, he whispered. Too much champagne. Fear gripped Ginny's heart. Had that been nothing more than a semi-intoxicated act? I don't think you had champagne tonight at dinner, Harry. Ginny said, noticing how clear and bright his eyes were. He took her hand and they resumed dancing. I didn't. What the bloody hell is that? Swore Ron, wheeling Hermione around to see Harry and Ginny directly embraced in a kiss. Hermione's jaw dropped. Oh my goodness. Molly. Look at Ginny and Harry. Mr. Weasley froze and stared. Percy took off his glasses and cleaned them quickly before putting them back on. I don't believe it, he exclaimed, blinking in surprise. That isn't Ginny and Harry, is it? Remus slowly put down his drink as he stared along with Sirius. Well, I certainly didn't expect to see that this evening. Fred nearly knocked over the candy dish he was lacing with canary creams and Tung-Tung toffees. Would you take a look at that, George? George's jaw dropped. Is that our baby sister? And Harry? The entire ballroom was whispering and poking each other. The famous Harry Potter, the most eligible bachelor in the wizarding world, and the widowed Ginny Longbottom. Harry pretended not to hear all the noise around them. He was embarrassed that he had acted so rashly, but then again he didn't regret doing it. Ginny was holding herself together splendidly. She looked more composed than he could ever pretend to look. Ginny wanted to stand in the middle of the room and scream at the top of her lungs to try and remind herself that she had at least some control. This was all happening so quickly. She was supposed to turn back now. She was supposed to pretend that she had never had feelings for Harry. Harry was doing some serious pondering, trying to sort at least one of the million thoughts running through his head into something that made sense. Where was this going? Who had seen it? Oh Lord, why did he have to be such a half-wit? What would Ginny think of him now? He cleared his throat nervously, immediately catching Ginny's attention. Mumbled Harry, trying to form a sentence and failing miserably. It's quite all right. You don't have to say anything, she whispered, graciously understanding his lack of words. I can't just stand here. You're not. You're dancing, she pointed out. Oh, that's right, he said. The Weasleys were huddled together, talking quickly and tossing glances in Harry and Ginny's direction. Oh, it's positively wonderful, said Mrs. Weasley, dabbing away tears. I agree. We've all been so worried about Ginny without Neville. Harry is the perfect person to bring back our old Ginny, exclaimed Mr. Weasley joyfully. We can't expect them to just run off and tie the knot, said Percy pointedly. Who said anything about them tying the knot? Said Ron indignantly. I don't know, that was quite a key, said George, nudging Ron playfully. Yeah, Ron, you better keep your best friend in line, said Fred roguishly. Ron glared at them. This was going to take some getting used to. Finally, around 1 in the morning, Harry bothered to look up. Ginny. Yes, Harry, we're almost the last people in here, he said, stopping for a moment, but not letting go of her. Ginny lifted her head, dazed. Yes, I suppose we are. Your parents are gone and I think all your brothers are too. Are they really? She said, now really paying attention. Yes. I suppose I should go get some sleep. Unless you'd like another dance, Harry offered. Ginny's feet said no, but her heart spoke first. One more dance, she smiled. Anything, he said, starting to waltz again. Harry was wondering when he would wake up. This had to be some sort of cruel dream he was having. He was certain he would wake up any second. The past few weeks had been wonderful. He was having a happy life. This wasn't the norm at all. The song ended and Ginny hugged him tightly. Harry was reluctant to let go. Thank you. I had a wonderful evening. Ginny took a shaky breath. The words didn't do justice to the truth of her feelings. She was in love again. Harry lightly kissed at the top of her hand. Pleasant dreams, he said before he apparated out of the room. Ginny knew she looked silly smiling at the spot where Harry had been standing, but she couldn't help it. Still smiling, she took out her wand and apparated home. It was complete stillness, everything shrouded in the inky black night. His cheeks burned painfully at the sudden slap of cold, but Harry didn't care. He needed to clear his head. Harry looked around. It was completely deserted. Ash knew it would be. His boots crunched in the snow as he tramped to the edge of Hogwarts Lake. The castle loomed to his right, not a single light glowing in the hundreds of windows. The lake was so still that the lake almost seemed like glass, reflecting the black sky perfectly. Harry had seen it like this many times before, as he had often come here to think, no matter the time or the weather. Harry closed his eyes and let his thoughts slowly come to order. That was why he had come here. To think through this bit by bit, literally let the cool face of logic cuff him in the back of the head and start him thinking about his actions again. First and foremost, he would consider Chloe. He was the only constant she had ever had in her life. His choices didn't just affect him anymore, and he wasn't even sure he could explain his situation with Ginny to even himself quite yet. She was only 5, how much could he expect her to take? The worry lines on Harry's face deepened as he continued thinking. There were far more important things to factor into this. No matter how much people in their world did not want to admit it, things still weren't back to normal. Dark wizards and Muggle haters were still bloodthirsty. That wasn't even including the revenge-starved Death Eaters. Darkness and hatred was still apparent. Very apparent. Harry knew they wanted him. His life was the ultimate trophy. But now it was a completely new game now that Chloe had been added to their bounty. That was enough worry to last Harry a lifetime. He had to do everything in his power to protect her. He didn't doubt for a moment that they would kill her. They would kill an innocent child without the least bit hesitation. So why was he bringing Ginny into this? What if he and Ginny were to continue with this? If he were to die, he'd put her right back at where she was when Neville died. How could he knowingly do that to her? There were so many things pulling him away from this, but so many things pulling him towards it. Harry clenched his fists and gave a strangled cry. The lake erupted into a hellfire as ice-blue flames swept over the mirrored surface and blazed to towering heights. Ice chunks split and hissed into steam. The flames reflected in Harry's eyes and the heat wafted towards him. Harry's knees buckled and he fell wearily into the snow, his breathing labored. As snow seeped into his robes and he began to feel better. Sopping wet from snow and sweat, Harry remembered something that Dumbledore had said to him many years back. The magnitude of your powers can become a very frightening thing if you let your emotions get the better of you. You are not an ordinary wizard, and you must learn to control yourself and your powers, for your own sake. However, as you know, one cannot always control particularly strong emotions, and sometimes a release of powers is the best course of action, in a safe manner of course. Harry smiled, still panting. He imagined himself strolling up to the castle and reminding Dumbledore of this conversation. Hello, Professor, just wanted to tell you that I toasted your lake. Feel much better now, thanks. And yet, he actually did feel better. His head felt surprisingly clear, considering the time, and one fact stood out in bold. Despite all of this, he still wanted to love her. And why couldn't he? Why couldn't he try? Harry had tried to go to bed, but thoughts of Ginny invaded any hopes for sleep. He honestly didn't care about losing the sleep since he was still trying to remind himself that this was all very real. He shuffled down to his study and opened a favorite picture album, pictures from his years at Hogwarts. He searched through the book full of photos of Hermione, Ron, Hagrid, and the Weasleys at Christmas, holidays and birthdays, but there was something missing. There was not a single photograph of Ginny and himself. It was always the group photos of the Weasley children she was in. It was like she was added in as an afterthought. This bothered Harry immensely. He knew he had considered Ginny as good a friend as any. She wasn't his best friend as Ron and Hermione were, but still, he had more pictures of Fred and George than her. How could have this had happened? He got up and pulled another leather-bound book from the case. This book wasn't quite as full, but then again, he hadn't had the time to take pictures in this part of his life. These were photos after Hogwarts, and they were still most of the same people with the addition of Sirius Flames and Percy's children. Harry actually enjoyed these pictures a bit more, since they were the Muggle type. Sometimes he liked the people in his pictures to just hold still and smile. He especially enjoyed black and white photos when they were tastefully done. There was a favorite picture of Percy's children all standing on the staircase, each to their own step and looking over the banister at the camera. He flipped through the pages once more and glanced at the clock on the mantel above the study fireplace. 4 a.m. He'd been up all night. Fortunately, tomorrow would be Saturday. Harry replaced the photo book and wandered into the next room. He pulled his cameras out, examined them and blew the dust off. He set them aside to use, as he had no pictures of Chloe yet. Chloe. He should go get Chloe from Percy's. It was nearly morning anyway. Besides, that threat that Draco had made last night was haunting him. He probably wouldn't be able to fall asleep unless she was home. Harry smiled funnily as he reached for Percy's enormous roaring lion doorknocker. Percy had obviously gone to great lengths to make his door look important. In fact, Harry had always privately imagined two huge English flags unfurling in a loud fanfare of Rule Britannia, blaring whenever someone used the doorknocker. He didn't dare suggest this to Percy, who would probably take the idea seriously. The nanny opened the front door in her dressing gown and ruffled nightcap. "My goodness. Mr. Potter, are you all right? It's 5 in the morning. I'm terribly sorry to wake you up," Harry apologized, "but I think I'll take Chloe home now." "But, sir, she's asleep," the nanny protested. "Just take me to her, please." Harry pushed the door open wider and let himself in. The nanny gave Harry a disgruntled look and grudgingly took him to Meghan's room. Harry smiled softly at the sight of Chloe sleeping peacefully. Her soft brown hair spilled behind her like a halo, and her long dark eyelashes were resting on her cheeks. Another lump in the sheets to the right and a glimpse of red hair was all Harry could see of Meghan. He gently lifted Chloe up. She snuggled against him, her dreams undisturbed. "Thank you," he mouthed silently to the nanny, who was standing in the corner with her arms crossed and her nightcap bobbing sleepily. "There, that's better," thought Harry after he had tucked Chloe into her bed. He would rather have her under his roof with Malfoy tossing around threats. Too exhausted to take another step, he fell asleep on the couch in his study. An early morning sunbeam shone right on Chloe's face and woke her up. She sleepily rubbed her eyes and looked around a moment before realizing she was home again. Chloe pulled the soft yellow quilt off her bed, wrapped it around her like a warm cape. She and Norbert, her stuffed dragon that had been deemed with that name the moment she had heard the story of the real Norbert, wandered around the house until she found Harry. Chloe stood on her tiptoes and looked at him curiously. She put her quilt over him and started to leave the room, but turned back. "Be really quiet and keep guard," she whispered to Norbert seriously. She made Norbert nod his stuffed head and plunked Norbert on Harry's stomach. "Good dragon. Stay," she whispered sternly. Chloe watched a moment longer until she was satisfied that Norbert would stay. Chloe wondered what time it was. She stood in front of the grandfather clock downstairs and studied it. They had just learned this in school. She counted on her hands and then looked back at the clock. 7:25. At least she thought that was what it said. Maybe she and Meghan should have spent a longer time on the clock game. The clock game wasn't as fun as looking at books. Ms. Ginny would probably show her again if she asked. Ms. Ginny always understood. Ms. Ginny knew everything in the entire world. Harry opened one eye drowsily. Something was sitting on him. He reached for his glasses and looked at Norbert grinning wildly at him. He looked down and found Chloe's quilt hanging halfway off his legs. Smiling as he pushed it off, he grabbed Norbert by the wing and examined him. Harry tucked Norbert under his arm and went to go search for Chloe. It actually didn't turn out to be that difficult, as he followed a little trail of stuffed animals, blankets, and pillows. Downstairs, he found her under what looked like strategically placed piles of couch cushions, chairs, covered with a few blankets. He picked up a corner of a blanket and peered under it. "Morning, Angel." "Happy morning," Chloe said brightly, setting down her dolls. "Happy morning," he asked, knowing she would obligingly explain. We have happy birthday, happy Easter, happy Christmas, and happy Valentine's Day. Why don't we have happy mornings? Everyone just says good morning." Chloe seemed glad to spout her thoughts on this. "Good thinking. Did you learn that at school?" "Nope. I thought of it." "Norbert," she exclaimed, spotting her dragon. He placed the dragon in her outstretched hands and bent down to sit in her fort. "He was looking at me while I slept this morning." Chloe nodded. "He must have flown in your room to make sure that the monsters didn't get you," she said with her eyes wide at the mention of the elusive monsters. "He must have. He is an awfully faithful dragon, Chloe," he said, playing along. She giggled. "I put Norbert there." "No way. Are you sure he didn't fly?" Harry looked amazed and was rewarded with her laughter. The doorbell chimed and Harry looked at the clock. Now who could that be this early? Chloe shrugged and crawled out of her fort to follow him. "Perhaps it's the circus," she suggested. Harry glanced back at her. "That would be nice. I didn't know they made house calls." He opened the front door slightly and looked out. He turned and grinned at Chloe. "It is the circus." "Really?" Chloe tried to look around his legs. No, you silly goose, Harry grinned and opened the door. A rather portly postman stood at the door looking around nervously. A pile of packages were stacked behind him and he took a large step back when Harry opened the door. Oh, it's a muggle, observed Chloe whispering loudly. Harry thought for sure the postman had heard that. Hello there, I had quite a time finding your house. Are you a Mr. Harry Potter? Said the muggle fumbling with a clipboard. Potter. Harry Potter, corrected Harry. Right-o, Mr. Potter. Could you sign for these? He said thrusting the clipboard into Harry's hands. Sure, but it's Potter. Do you have a key ink pen? Harry stumbled slightly with the word, not having to deal with muggle commonalities for quite some time. Oh bugger. I must have left it in the truck. The postman looking wistfully at the post truck parked far off from the lengthy walk up to the manor. That's all right, I've got one. I'll be right back, he said. Chloe watched Harry leave the room and then turned to make conversation with the postman. It's too bad you're a muggle, she commented to him as if it were a nonchalant thing to say. A what? What did you call me, dear? Asked the postman leaning to hear her. A muggle. You aren't magic, she said pointedly. Oh, you're a cute little thing. Tell me then, Cupcake, are you a muggle? He said thinking she was playing a game. Chloe gave him a silent stare for a moment. No, of course not. I'm a witch, she said sounding offended. The postman chuckled. Sure you are. Have you got a black cat too? No, but we've got Hedwig, our owl. She delivers post much faster than you, said Chloe leaning against the door. The muggle was beginning to bore her. Harry returned with the clipboard and a quill. The man stared at the quill as it wrote in ink. There you are, Harry said. Cute kid you got there, Mr. Potter, she's got quite an imagination. Talking on about me being a muggle and all. Even told me ya got an owl that delivers your post for you, he chuckled and grinned at Chloe. Harry gave a short fake laugh for him. Well, little Chloe is always thinking up new things. Clever little girl. Owls delivering post. Ha. Seems to me I'd be out of a job if that were true, said the postman plunking the packages in the entryway one by one. Ah, yes. Wouldn't that be a shame? Harry replied stepping into the other room for his wand. Interesting house ya got here Mr. Potter. How'd you build it so originally? Pot tear. Well, it's actually magic, he said bluntly coming back into the entry hall. Is that a new building company? No, said Harry. What do you mean no? Said the postman furrowing his brow. Look, I'm really sorry about this. Hal, said Harry leaning to read the name embroidered on his uniform. Sorry about what? Said Hal taking several steps back. Erasing your memory of this entire conversation, apologized Harry. What? Said Hal stepping back even further. Obliviate, said Harry pulling out his wand. Hal's face went blank and happy and he stared at them dreamily. Bye, said Chloe making Norbert wave a dragon wing. Have a nice day. What was your name again? He slurred turning to go to his truck. I wonder what's in these boxes, said Harry making a thin beam of light from his wand slice the top. An anteater maybe, said Chloe helping him pull off the top. Where do you come up with this stuff, Chloe? No, I doubt they'd send an anteater by Muggle post. That's Dudley's handwriting. Never mind. I doubt it's not even half as exciting as an anteater in a box. When they had yanked the top free, a shower of papers flew up and scattered in the entryway. Harry picked them up and riffled through them. What are those? Asked Chloe trying to read a few words. It looks like all of your medical records, your birth certificate, and a few other official things we'll need someday. How kind of your dad to shove them in here all out of order. He was always so thoughtful, said Harry reading a few things. He's not my dad, Chloe said loudly stomping her foot. Harry looked up and pushed his glasses up his nose. Biologically, he is Chloe. I don't care. You're my real daddy, she said with finality. He picked up Chloe and hugged her. Chloe key. Ed him on the cheek. Chloe, it would make me the happiest person on earth to be your daddy, Harry said speaking from his heart. I never ever have to go live at that house again, she said double checking. Never ever. Not even for a minute will you live there, he said. It's a deal, she said jubilantly, shaking his hand. Harry laughed and set her down. Deal, he said, shaking her hand in Norbert's wing. He opened another box. Pictures. Look, Chloe. They had baby pictures of you. He said, holding some pictures up. That's me, said Chloe, not believing him and squinting her bright green eyes at the photograph of an adorable baby girl. The very same. Harry was elated to receive the photographs. They must have taken these before they realized that Chloe was a witch. Well, he would certainly display them around the house proudly if they wouldn't. The next box had a few clothes, socks and shoes. Chloe wrinkled her nose at them. I don't have to wear those, do I? Harry picked up a hot pink polka-dotted pinafore with an orange shirt to go with it. Obviously Gardenia's taste. No, the clothes that we bought you shall do nicely, Harry said, shoving the box into the corner. Chloe was examining her baby photos. I didn't smile very much, she observed. That's understandable, said Harry, looking at the photos. I must have been a horrible baby, she said sadly. No, you were a beautiful baby even if you didn't smile. These are nice pictures. Chloe hung off his robes. I don't have to go see them anymore, do I? You don't have to, said Harry, keying the top of her head. She didn't respond, but continued to hang onto Harry's robes while he sorted through the papers. I tell you what, Harry said cheerfully, go put on something other than your pajamas and we'll take our first family portrait. They put the last picture out of the box on the mantel in the living room, right next to the Weasleys' family picture. The pictures they had taken together were still in the camera, yet to be developed. Can we play now? Chloe asked hopefully. Yes, but I have to ask you a question first. What? Would you like to have my last name or would like you to keep Dursley? I want to be a Potter too. Chloe shouted, jumping up and down. You know this means you'll be Chloe Grace Potter, right? He said, making sure. Yes. I don't like making letter D's anyway. Chloe said happily. Well, you'll have to write them no matter if it's your name or not. But, I'll have your name changed, Harry laughed. You can change names. Chloe was impressed. Of course. I'm magic, aren't I? Can we play now? Chloe was not to be swayed away from the idea of playing. Yes. What are we playing? Harry asked, crawling into the fort. Christmas ball, she said, handing him a doll. Oh, how exciting, Harry chuckled. Did you dance at the ball? Asked Chloe. Yes, I did. With Ms. Ginny, in fact. Really? Yes, for most of the evening actually. Look what Megan gave me yesterday. Chloe said excitedly. She produced a figurine from under a pile of dolls and thrust it into Harry's hands. It's you. Harry shook his head and laughed. It just looks like me, but it isn't me. Wait. He looked at the doll a little closer. It did look like him. It's you, insisted Chloe. It came with a storybook they have about you. Megan's got two, so she gave me that one. Harry examined the doll. It was him, complete with aura robes. When had he become a doll? Wait a minute, where's my arm? Harry exclaimed, noticing that the doll was missing its left arm. That's why Megan's got two, explained Chloe. Hunter broke the other one. Oh, said Harry, still feeling a bit weird about seeing himself in doll form. Why was Percy purchasing Harry toys for his children? It's okay, consoled Chloe, you can just pretend that a dragon chomped it off or something exciting. That makes it more fun. You be him, okay. I am him, laughed Harry. Happiness is walking hand in hand. Would you just look at this? Ron slammed his coffee cup down and slapped Daily Prophet on the table. Good morning to you too, Ron. Hermione smiled as she leaned over and kissed his cheek. Trash. I can't believe they can get away with publishing stuff like that. Ron sat in his chair fuming and watched the smile fade from Hermione's face as she skimmed the article. Potter and Weasley Longbottom. Wedding bells before the week is over, Hermione yawned and she tossed the paper on the floor. Ignore it, it's rubbish. I bet Harry hasn't seen that one yet. Hermione shrugged and handed him a plate of pancakes. Harry is pretty laid back when dealing with the press. I don't know how he'll react about Ginny. If I were him, I'd be furious, muttered Ron, stabbing a pancake with his fork. Harry's used to it by now. Let's just not bring it up when we talk to him. The same goes with Ginny, okay. She's my sister. I think I should be down at the newspaper office right now screaming for grounds of validity. Harumphed Ron, his brow still furrowed. My friend and sister-in-law, remember. And you'll do no such thing. It would only make things worse. I can just see the next story. Hothead older brother attacks Daily Prophet employees. Dysfunction is suspected in Weasley family. Ron made a sulky face at his coffee. I just hope this doesn't upset Ginny to the point of going back to the way she was. Ginny was pleased. She set down the article and laughed out loud. Ha, we've got the town abuzz, don't we, Webster? She patted her owl and broke off a bit of English muffin for him. Listen to this. Friend of family takes on a new meaning in this latest pursuit by Harry Potter. Ginny Weasley Longbottom is apparently the newest dame to be wooed by the hero. Other bachelorettes are green with envy with the sight of Potter being snatched up from the courting game. Quote. Ginny stretched her arms, still smirking. Ginny, you are a latest pursuit, Ginny said to herself with a giggle. This will certainly make Christmas interesting. Maybe Fred and George will call me Harry's dame, in front of Mum. Chloe patiently waited downstairs. She couldn't wait to go Christmas shopping. She wished her daddy would hurry up. Grown-ups were so slow sometimes. She sat on the couch, her feet dangling off the edge. Chloe couldn't wait until her feet would touch the floor. It was unfair being so little sometimes. She slouched down in the couch and tried to get her feet to touch. If she reached really far, she could almost. What are you doing, Chloe? Harry asked as he hurried into the room. Practicing being tall, she said, slipping down to the floor. Oh, okay. He looked confused, but still smiled at her. Harry tickled her foot and then handed her the slippers that matched her favorite robes. Pale pink with ribbon trimming. Chloe pulled them over her tights. Harry pulled her up from the floor and awkwardly managed two low pigtails tied off with ribbon. Chloe squirmed as he covered her in a heavy white cloak and mittens. It's hot, she said, gasping for air. Not for long, said Harry, pulling the hood over her head. He then put on his winter cloak and gloves. He took her hand and they apparated right into the heart of Hogsmeade. Chloe was grateful for her heavy clothes now. She held out her hand as a few snowflakes dotted her mitten. The street was bustling with holiday shoppers. She clung to her daddy's hand as they made their way to one side of the street. She tried to read the shop sign as they entered, but they walked by it too fast for her to get a good look. Harry pushed back her hood and she felt the warm air of the shop burn on her icy cheeks and nose. Chloe looked round and round for a moment. The shop looked just like the pictures of forests that Chloe had seen in her storybooks, although this one was slightly more unusual. Flowers poked proudly out of walls and the more daring ones dangled from the ceiling. Potted plates were lined on shelves made out of tree stumps and flat, bright toadstools. Mind the floor, Harry warned, narrowly avoiding tripping over a moss-covered rock. Chloe liked the floor very much. It was covered in the prettiest green grass she had ever seen. Hello and Merry Christmas, said a raspy voice. A gnarled hand brushed aside long strands of Spanish moss and a wobbly-looking old lady appeared from what Harry assumed was a very cleverly concealed back room. Merry Christmas. Harry nodded towards her politely. Merry Christmas, chimed in Chloe. What can I do for you, Mr. Potter? She stopped wobbling toward them to yank a dandelion growing on the floor. I'd like to send a bouquet of flowers. Good bunch or bad bunch? The woman blew her nose with a green and pink polka-dotted handkerchief. Chloe thought she sounded like a goose honking. Oh, good, of course, Harry said quickly. The little old woman sneezed loudly. Pardon. My allergies again. God bless you, said Harry. Chloe tugged slightly on Harry's robes. What's a bad bunch? The woman gave a noisy hacking cough and answered her. People send flowers that bite, or cause hives or something outwardly horrible to people they want revenge on. It's a blooming business, believe it or not. The old woman blew her nose again loudly. I'll believe it, said Harry, shaking his head. What sort of flower do you want to send? She sneezed and the polka-dotted handkerchief appeared once again. God bless you, said Harry absent-mindedly as he looked around. Something nice. Roses, my boy. That would be splendid, thank you. 2 dozen. The lady sneezed loudly. God bless you, said Chloe, looking up from her pursuit of an orange ladybug that she had spotted on a rock. Pick your color along that far wall, she said, waving her handkerchief. I'd like those delivered in that vase over there. Could you wrap up one of those pink roses? Harry signed the card to go along with the roses and then gave the flower shop lady an address. He handed the pink rose to Chloe. Chloe held the flower to her nose and was rewarded with its sweet fragrance. Thank you, Daddy, she said. Ginny opened her front door an hour later and a vase full of roses was thrust into her arms. Avenue a good day, miss, said the deliveryman, tipping his hat. Ginny set the roses on her table and felt a flush creep up her cheeks. The roses were grand. She had never seen any of this color before. She touched a cool petal and inhaled the scent deeply. The outer sides of the petals were a golden buttery color and the inside of the petals were a perfect red. They were very antique looking and quite exquisite. She knew whom they were from, but her hands still shook as she opened the envelope. There were only a few sentences. After the air cleared. I did some serious thinking last night. Why shouldn't we give it a try? Harry. Ginny carefully replaced the card after affectionately reading and rereading the words. She briefly allowed herself to daydream about Harry while she went to the front closet and got her winter cloak. She shouldn't be sitting at home. She had a million things to do this weekend. She scolded herself as she thought of how much Christmas shopping she had to do. She might as well get most of that done first, since Christmas was right around the corner. Harry saved a large stack of books from tumbling onto Chloe. He shakily put them back in line and took her mittened hand. She looked up at him with her bright eyes, unaware of what had nearly happened to her. Careful, Chloe, the middle book is hard to get to. Ask me next time, he said, magically lifting half the stack of books. He handed the book she had been tugging at. The books thudded back into place with a second wave of Harry's hand. Chloe sat at his feet with all the other parcels they had been shopping for. Harry ran a finger slowly across the titles, searching for a good Christmas gift. Chloe opened the book he had handed her and tossed it up in surprise when loud applause came from its pages. Harry cleared his throat to mask his chuckle. Chloe stared warily at the book and decided against opening it again. She turned to the same stack it had came from and waved her hand hopefully. She glared at the stack of books and gave a violent wave of her hand. Still nothing. Harry couldn't remember which books Hermione had asked for this year. He was seriously considering giving her a copy of. He didn't get to finish his thought. A stack of books toppled on him, knocking him flat off his feet. Chloe's green eyes widened and she put her hand to her mouth. So that was what happened if you pulled too hard on the middle book. Harry groaned as he pushed a book or two off his face and saw Chloe looking very astonished. Planning to learn by osmosis, Potter, said an ugly voice. Harry's gaze shifted from Chloe to the face of Draco Malfoy. It was a sickening change of scenery. The books flew off of him and stacked themselves neatly in the corner. The megalomaniac help section along with the evil villain autobiographies are at the opposite end of the store. Harry got up, brushed off his robes and pulled Chloe behind him protectively. Draco raised an eyebrow. Was that an attempt to be clever I heard? No, it was a polite way of saying, get out of my sight. Oh, really? What would happen if I didn't? Asked Draco, crossing his arms. Who's that man, Daddy? Asked Chloe, tugging on Harry's robes. Only the most wealthy wizard in the world. That's Draco Malfoy, interrupted Harry. Oh, said Chloe. Yes, she remembers now. She's heard of me, said Draco smugly. Chloe nodded and gave Draco a friendly smile. You're the ferret. Harry made a noise that sounded something between a laugh and a cough. Chloe hadn't intended to be rude. She was just rehashing a story that Harry had told her. Of course, that didn't make it any less funny. That's right, Chloe. You better teach your filthy mudblood child some manners, hissed Malfoy. Don't call my daughter that, Harry said harshly. He couldn't lose his temper. It was too dangerous with Chloe with him. Draco might hit her with a spell. Malfoy looked pleased. Did I hit a soft spot, Potter? I wouldn't threaten me. Threatening an innocent man would look horrible for your validity as an Auror, Draco sighed airily. That is, if I dare call you an Auror. If I also dare to call you an innocent man. It would be wise not to provoke me, Potter. I am a powerful man, and things tend to happen to people who provoke me. Was that a threat coming from the divinely innocent Draco Malfoy? Said Harry icily. Seems to me that there are serious punishments for attempted murder of an Auror. Last I heard, it was punishable by death. Isn't that interesting? Your little confederation of Aurors, sneered Draco, is a flagrant joke of underqualified morons, who can't do anything but tramp around with a handful of worthless spells and a glorified name. Harry kept a firm hand on Chloe's shoulder. And I believe your pack of cowardly terrorists seem to be going out of their way to run from my Aurors. Dregs of society do tend to go straight to the bottom, don't they? Watch yourself, Potter, spat Draco. Likewise, Harry took a step closer to Malfoy. It really was so smashing to see you again, but I'm afraid you should leave before I decide to arrest you on grounds of suspicious activity. Harry raised his wand at Malfoy and waited. Malfoy turned sharply on his heel and glared at Harry. Have a nice evening, Potter, try not to get yourself killed. As Ginny was browsing around Flourish and Blots, trying to remember what books Hermione had asked for this year, she thought she heard a familiar voice. It sounded an awful lot like Harry. She thought for a moment that she was just hearing things, especially because she really did want to hear Harry's voice, but then she heard another familiar voice. That was without a doubt Draco Malfoy's voice. Ginny peeked around the corner and saw them in the middle of an argument. She silently cheered to herself when Harry threatened to arrest him. Ginny waited until Malfoy had stalked off until she made herself seen. What on earth was that about? Ginny. Harry turned around and his face smoothed into an expression of happiness. Ms. Ginny. Chloe jumped up and down. Nothing, said Harry, just the usual idle threats between Malfoy and myself. Ginny looked concerned. You should be careful. Chloe tugged on Ginny's robes. Ms. Ginny. Yes, said Ginny bending to Chloe's level. My daddy says you danced with him, is that true? Completely true, Ginny smiled. Quote exclamation mark. You and my daddy are going to get married now. Chloe. Harry didn't know where Chloe had gotten that one. That was most definitely not his fault. Well, you did dance with her. Now you have to get married, said Chloe as if it was supposed to be clear as day to them. People don't get married because they dance together, Ginny explained gently. They don't. No, said Harry playfully tugging on one of her pigtails. Wherever did you get that idea? But Cinderella. And the prince. Chloe looked quite confused now. That's just a fairy story, Chloe, it isn't real, said Ginny. But fairies are real. Why aren't there stories? Chloe didn't look like she was going to believe either of them now. Harry was stumped over this one. Ah well, let's go get some lunch, shall we? Would you care to join us, Ginny? Chloe gave him an exasperated look that was entirely too old for a 5-year-old. You're changing the subject, Daddy. That's absolutely right, I am changing the subject. I can't think on an empty stomach, he said, tickling Chloe's side. I'd love to join you two for lunch. The conversation about the fairy tales has me intrigued, Ginny smiled. Harry smiled at her fondly. Right then, let's go. Put your cloak back on, Chloe. Can dragons sneeze? Harry was certain this was the 100th question today. Yes, confirmed Ginny, fastening Chloe's cloak. Do they sneeze fire? Chloe's voice was slightly more muffled because of the cloak. Ginny pulled the cloak down so Chloe was free to talk normally. I'll ask my brother Charlie. We'll write a letter to him during our free time on Monday. Really? Could we write it in all capital letters? I like those best. On your part, you can write all the capital letters you like, said Ginny, nudging Harry and giving him a merry look. Harry smiled and shook his head. Chloe seemed to have an opinion about everything. As they walked down the chilly alley, Ginny walked on his left and Chloe skipped ahead on the right. Thank you for the roses, said Ginny. You're very welcome, Harry said, giving her a small smile and adjusting the bags on his arm. She had liked them. Harry felt very happy about this. They're the most beautiful I think I've seen. I have more beautiful things to compare to those flowers. Harry removed his gaze from the street and looked directly at her. Ginny didn't notice the cold wind after that little comment. She had to tear her eyes away from Harry in order to continue walking without falling over something. You should have made your life as a poet. It would have been less dangerous than this whole hero bit you've got, Ginny teased. Dangerous. Have you been looking at my insurance bill? They seem to think the same thing. Very odd. Harry quipped, clearly amused at her comment. You don't have insurance. Ginny scoffed playfully. Not even the Gringotts goblins would be crazy enough to insure you. Harry grinned at her, but it was soon replaced with concern when he saw Chloe take a spill on the road. He immediately started to go to her, but Ginny held him back. Sure enough, Chloe wrinkled her nose in annoyance and got to her feet. Are you okay, Chloe? Called Harry. Chloe nodded, obviously unscathed. I'm okay, Daddy. She took to skipping again, the fall the least of her concern. You were right, she wasn't hurt. How did you know? Ginny shrugged. 5-year-olds bounce like you wouldn't believe. And if something does get scraped or bumped, a key and a hug usually fixes it. Harry raised an eyebrow. So, if I just happen to bump my head or something, you'll give me a key. And the wheels begin to turn, laughed Ginny. Harry grinned at her. Actually, I've got somewhat of a question. Yes. Well, I'm not very good at this stuff. It actually makes for rather unpleasant morning papers for me. I really didn't test the waters much. Harry examined the pavement, his cheeks red from cold and shyness. What I wanted to know is, Harry trailed off with an embarrassed smile. What? She laughed. May I hold your hand? Yes, you may, Mr. Potter, Ginny said, reaching for his hand. Harry was very sweet. Harry wanted to freeze this moment in time. Walking down the street, hand in hand with Ginny as Chloe scampered ahead and played in the snowdrifts. It was picture perfect, and for once in his life he could admit that he was doing the right thing. Picture perfect, that is, until the picture was actually taken. They had just walked into the restaurant when half a dozen flashbulbs exploded in their faces. Hey, cut it out. Harry brusquely pushed a camera that was waggling too close to Chloe's face. Bloody photographers. Chloe, who wasn't sure what to make of all the noise, lights, and purple puffs of smoke, pressed her face into Harry's robes. Make them stop, Daddy. The maitre d', an always well-composed Frenchman, appeared immediately and stepped between them and the photographers. Monsieur Potter wishes you to leave. Go out of my restaurant. Give us a couple of snaps with the new kid and the new girl, Harry. Persisted a photographer, stretching his camera around the maitre d'. The maitre d' shook a white linen napkin fiercely at them. I say go. You are upsetting ma clientele. The photographers glanced at each other and collectively decided that the Frenchman was too much of a hassle for a few more pictures of Harry. Thanks, Jean, said Harry, taking Ginny and Chloe's cloaks and handing them to the valet. At your service, Monsieur Potter. You are our favorite invité. Harry was a regular customer of the restaurant and he was well acquainted with Jean. I do appreciate it, he said. And who is this petite princess you bring to us? Jean said, smiling at Chloe. Chloe Grace Potter, said Chloe proudly. My daughter, said Harry with just as much pride in his voice. Your daughter. She is a petite princess, indeed, said Jean, admiring Chloe. Mademoiselle. Jean bowed politely to Ginny. Do you have hamburgers here? Piped up Chloe. Hamburger. Jean drew a hand to his chest in horror. Never. No, no, Jean shall get something much more satisfying for une princess stomach. Okay. Just make sure it doesn't have Brussels sprouts, said Chloe, wrinkling her nose. The usual table for you, Monsieur Potter. Harry nodded. Yes, thank you. Lunch was more than enjoyable. Being with Harry and Chloe was delightful, and the afternoon couldn't possibly be spoiled while Chloe was chattering away. Ginny found herself imagining what Chloe would be like when she was older. She only had to look at Harry once to know that he was cherishing these moments of Chloe's childhood as he should. It was simply amazing how wonderful a father he had become. As Jean had promised, Chloe had not been disappointed in her meal. The cook had concocted a sort of fish with almonds for them. It was delicious. Harry would glance up periodically to make sure Ginny was enjoying herself. She seemed to be. There was scarcely time to eat, for Chloe kept them on their toes, asking questions and telling them all sorts of things she thought about. For example, Chloe selected a strawberry off of her dessert platter and continued talking at full speed. I love to sing. It's sad that everyone doesn't know how to sing. Some people know how to sing, but they can't. That's sad. But, I think that's why we can laugh. Everyone can laugh really well. I don't know anyone that is bad at laughing. Do you know anyone that is bad at laughing, Daddy? No, I don't think I know anyone, Harry smiled. Except Professor Snape. Who's Professor Snape, Daddy? After lunch, they continued Christmas shopping and got a good portion of it done. It was starting to get late, and Ginny did have a few things she needed to do for the school. They stood on a sloppy street corner with melting snow and dripping icicles and said their goodbyes. Bye, Ms. Ginny, said Chloe, waving. Bye, Chloe, smiled Ginny, waving back. It was wonderful spending the afternoon with you, Harry said, squeezing her hand. Yes, thank you very much for lunch. Ginny was now feeling quite reluctant to go write out her lesson plans. I was hoping I would have the opportunity to do it again. Harry looked straight in her eyes with a hopeful expression. Ginny wondered how she was supposed to say no to a look like that. The messy black hair wasn't helping either. It made him look so harmless and well, so sincere. Of course, she said with a nod. We have dinner every day, added Chloe in the silence. You can come to that too. The adults glanced down at her quickly, looking suddenly embarrassed, as if they had forgotten she was there. Yes, Harry nodded awkwardly at Chloe. Dinner too. Chloe nodded, very pleased with herself. Harry cleared his throat and ran his hand through his hair. Now how was he supposed to do this with his daughter standing there? This may come across as juvenile, Gin, but, blurted Harry. You may, said Ginny before Harry could finish his sentence. Harry gave her a key on the cheek. Enjoy your evening. Chloe's eyes widened. Her daddy had key. Ms. Ginny. They were going to get married now. Sleeping Beauty did. Right after that, Prince woke her up with a key. She wondered if Ms. Ginny had to be asleep for that to work. Before she could comment to either of them about this, her daddy swung her up in the air and put her on his shoulders. She shrieked with laughter and forgot all about her question. Ginny turned around to watch them run off together. Their laughter rang out musically in the winter air until Harry performed an apparition spell. Ginny laughed a bit herself and apparated home. Later at the manor, Chloe came downstairs in her pajamas and leaned on the couch, resting her chin on the arm. It's late, Chloe, you should be in bed, Harry said, letting her crawl in his lap anyway. Chloe set Norbert in the crook of Harry's arm and turned to talk to him. I've decided something. She nodded to let him know she was absolutely sure of herself. Oh really? What have you decided? Harry said, letting her lay sleepily on his shoulder. It's really quite serious, Daddy, she yawned. Harry yawned also. Really? Quite serious? Let's hear it then. I've decided that you should make Ms. Ginny love you so you can get married, Chloe said, rubbing her eyes. You've decided this? Harry almost laughed. His 5-year-old had this figured out better than he had. Positively sure, Daddy. You did dance with her after all. Chloe yawned again and closed her eyes. Harry propped his legs on the coffee table and patted her on the back while he thought of the proper thing to say. First of all, Chloe, you can't make people fall in love with you. It's not something a person can just make happen. Secondly, even if Ms. Ginny and I ever do get married, it's going to be a long time from now. Getting married is a lot of change. Ms. Ginny would come and live here with us, we'd have new relatives, and all sorts of things. Do you understand, Chloe? No answer. Chloe. He looked down and she was fast asleep. She hadn't heard a word. Oh well, they would probably discuss it in the morning. Chloe wasn't one to forget things. Make Ginny fall in love with him. Harry gave a short laugh. If it were only that easy. The Daily Prophet was going to have a field day with this. He tucked Chloe in her bed and settled down with the Daily Prophet. He glanced at an article on the front page, gave a great sigh. He sharply ripped the front page off, balled it up and tossed it in the fireplace. Harry then continued to read the paper as if that had been a perfectly normal thing to do. Today is going to be a happy day, Ginny announced to the children on Monday morning. The nursery schoolers looked hopeful. They sat around the rug watching Ginny intently. A little boy with a mop of blonde curls and brown eyes raised his hand. Ginny nodded to him. Is that because it's Animal Cracker Day at snack time? He asked with genuine interest. Yes, Isaiah, it is Animal Cracker Day, but that is not the only reason it's a happy day, smiled Ginny. The class murmured among themselves about Animal Cracker Day. After we have our first 30-minute playtime, we'll change the date on the calendar and then we'll have our special announcement. And show and tell, shouted Megan happily. Yes, show and tell. Now, class, which number will the big hand on the clock be on after 30 minutes? On the. Ginny pointed at the big clock and waited. 6. Shouted the class in unison. They all scattered and went to their favorite centers. Chloe approached Ginny with a sheet of parchment and a quill. Ready to write the letter. Yes, please, said Chloe, setting the parchment on the table. How about I write my part, then you can add yours in right by mine? Asked Ginny, taking the quill. Chloe nodded. I'll make sure you put the dots underneath your question marks. Good deal. Dear Charlie, I hope this letter finds you well. It was really too bad you had to miss the Christmas ball. It was wonderful. You and Bill certainly are avoiding coming home quite a bit lately. I'm just kidding. I've been keeping busy with the nursery school and a number of other things. Harry's little girl, Chloe Potter, would like to add a small question. She's terribly interested in the answer. Dear Mr. Charlie, do dragons sneeze fire? I would like to know. Could you tell me about dragons? Chloe Grace Potter. Well, Charlie, that's all for now and I'll see you at Christmas. Love, Ginny. I like the purple, exclaimed Chloe as she examined the letter. Are you really sure that's how you spell sneeze? Ginny nodded and folded the letter. You did very well, you didn't even need to ask how to spell fire. I hope he sends his answer soon, Chloe said. He will. Ginny tied the letter to one of the school owls and they watched him take off out the windows. Chloe ran off to find Megan to play before playtime was up. Megan was playing in the dress-up trunk with a boy named Sullivan. Can I play too? Chloe asked eagerly. Playing pretend was her favorite game. Megan lifted her head out of the trunk and she was wearing a safari hat. Yup. I'm a zoo lady, Chloe. Neat. Chloe excitedly rummaged through the trunk. She produced a beekeeper hat and plunked it on her head. You're the elephant, Megan informed Sullivan. Sullivan shook his head. I'm an orer. My daddy is an orer, said Chloe proudly. He's the best one. Wow. What does he do? He has lots of books, Chloe said thoughtfully, and he has to look at them before he goes to put the bad people in jail. He also knows a whole bunch of spells. He doesn't do the bad ones though. What does he eat? Asked Sullivan. Chloe peeked out of the netting of her hat. Anything except stewed cabbage. He told me it's the yuckiest thing invented. Maybe, Megan said suddenly, it's poison to orers. Chloe's eyes widened. I'm never eating it. Me neither, exclaimed Megan. Orers are boring, complained Sullivan. I thought they blowed up the bad guys. Chloe exchanged her hat for a flowery one and shook her head quickly. Oh no, my daddy wouldn't blow anyone up. I don't think he'd want to. Then I'm going to be a broom racer, said Sullivan. The children jumped when the door banged open. Who are they? Chloe whispered, backing against the wall. Bad guys, Megan whimpered, grabbing Chloe's hand as two fully cloaked figures swooped into the room. Ginny felt her heart come to a screeching halt when she turned around and witnessed the hooded wizards tramp into her room. Death Eaters. Children, come here, said Ginny loudly. She sounded braver than she felt. Luckily the children all obeyed and huddled together behind her. Get out of my classroom. Ginny brandished her wand at them and stood her ground. One of the Death Eaters muttered an unintelligible curse and Ginny felt pain travel down her spine and spread to every last nerve. It was all she could do to keep from screaming. The other one swooped over the nursery schoolers, hands dangerously close to them. Ginny managed to fight off the spell in her fury. Get away from those children, she screamed. They didn't resort to magic this time. One of them slapped her sharply across the face, shoving her to the ground. Ginny tasted the blood on the inside of her cheek and struggled to get up. Several of her students had begun sobbing at the sight of their beloved teacher being slapped. The Death Eaters' backs were turned. This was her chance. She mustered all her strength and pulled herself up and shouted a curse at them. She managed to get one bound tightly with ropes, but the one she missed lunged toward her. Ginny got one good smack to his head before he threw her to the ground again. From there she saw what they were doing. Chloe felt her hand yanked away from Megan's and she was lifted violently from the group. Chloe kicked and screamed, but he threw her over his shoulder and started running for the door. The other Death Eater had freed himself from the ropes with and followed suit. The door slammed shut. There was no sound except the shocked whimpers from the children. Ginny wiped the blood from her face and shakily tried to speak to her class from the floor. "You will all be safe at home soon, I promise." Ginny winced and gingerly felt one of her ribs. Harry and a handful of oars apparated into the room. He ran over to the children and frantically searched among their faces. "Ginny, where is she?" Harry kneeled at her side, took her hand and panic accented every line of his face. "Oh God, Ginny, you're hurt. Say something." "They took her," Ginny said, closing her eyes painfully. "I tried, Harry, I tried." Harry quickly keyed at the top of her hand and stood up. "Could you see who they were?" "How could I, Harry? They were wearing masks." Harry gritted his teeth. He knew perfectly well who was behind this. Chloe groggily opened her eyes and there was nothing but blackness in front of her. An ice-cold draft was blowing across her face. A few tears leaked from her eyes as she imagined an enormous monster on the other side of the room breathing cold air on her and making the low whistling sound. She felt very frightened. A thick cloth was stuffed into her mouth and tied around her head. Chloe tried to squirm but found that she couldn't move anything except her head. She couldn't even scream for help. A vivid memory of the bad people who had run into Ms. Guinea's classroom came hurtling back. More tears slid down Chloe's cheeks when she remembered the last image of her teacher. The bad people had hit her. Chloe sniffled loudly and tried to think of what her daddy would do if he were tied up like her and very scared. He had been in trouble lots of times, and he had been brave. Chloe squeezed her eyes shut and tried to stop crying. Her daddy would want her to be brave too. Her eyes were beginning to adjust to the low light of the room and she could now see a few things around her. There were big and ugly candle holders standing in all the corners. Chloe felt very frightened of them. They were very and had something twisted around and around them that looked sharp and scary. Ugly candle stubs on the top of each one were unlighted and the wax had dripped down all around the candle holders and dried into pools on the floor. Next she saw where the draft was coming from. A lifeless fireplace. It had a grate in front of, made out of the same scary stuff as the candle holders. Chloe supposed the fireplace wouldn't look so awful if there was a warm fire in it. Chloe felt an ache in her chest for her living room. It always had a comfortable fireplace and a hearthrug for playing on, as well as a pretty Christmas tree. But, best of all, her daddy would be there too. Be brave, Chloe thought to herself as she choked back tears and examined a bookstand to her right. Not surprisingly, it was just as ugly as everything else in the room and had monster-like clawed feet. She could barely see the book resting on it, and she had glimpses of yellowed pages being riffled up by the draft. Chloe didn't know how someone could read the book, as it had deep red splotches all over the pages. She could now also see a varnished door with a long row of ugly locks. She sniffled again and looked down at her clothes. There was a big gaping hole in her tights and her favorite blue robes were smudged and dirty with a huge rip along the bottom. Chloe could feel stray pieces of hair creeping down her forehead, since one of her braids was almost completely undone. "Daddy," Chloe whimpered softly as hot tears cascaded down her face. "I'm trying to be a Gryffindor." The glass front doors of the Daily Prophet shuddered as Harry burst through them. Candy, the front receptionist, nearly put a spoonful of yogurt into her hair. "May I help you, Mr. P?" She didn't get to finish her salutation before Harry halted her. "Yes. I need to buy the entire front page of the paper," he said hurriedly, gesturing for her to stand up. "Take me to your writers, photographers, or, for God's sake, someone important." Candy replaced her spoon in her yogurt cup and stared at him. "Do you have an appointment?" she asked coolly, remembering protocol. Just who did he think he was? She was a bit surprised when the boy who lived swore loudly and threw his hands up towards the ceiling. "For what it counts," he said, gritting his teeth. "Do you know who I am?" Candy nodded. And Petty told her that her job was unimportant and uninteresting. Well, she would certainly be able to tell him a thing or two at dinner tonight. The Harry Potter had been pacing in front of her desk like an angry What if I just go out into the street and do something idiotic? Harry said angrily. Will your photographers and bloody writers see me then? Candy pursed her candy apple-colored lips. No need to be rude, Mr. Potter. What business shall I tell them you have with them? The Harry Potter turned an unhealthy shade of red before growling at her. You won't tell them anything. Excuse me, I'm making an appointment. Candy squeaked when he strode past her desk and threw his arm out violently towards the second set of glass doors, which miraculously stayed intact after nearly shaking off their hinges. She scurried out from her desk, having to run very quickly in her high heels to catch up with him. She couldn't miss this. Harry glanced at the nameplates on each door as he breezed by it. Where was it? Where was her office? The one time he wanted to be found. Suddenly Harry halted in his tracks. Typewriters. Where was all that noise coming from? He reached for the handle and heard Candace clip-clopping speed up. Wait, Mr. Potter, she said, sounding quite out of breath. This had to be it then. Harry shoved the door ajar and stepped in, beeping in his breath as he looked up straight into an entire room of journalists. Wonderful. He had only wanted a handful and had obviously hit the jackpot by at least 45. The typewriter clacking came to a very gradual stop and was replaced by low murmurs and chairs creaking as they all faced him. One of them even went as far as to take his feet down off the top of his desk so he could turn his chair around. Mr. Potter would like you to write about him, Candy announced, stepping in front of him, smiling widely. The murmuring stopped and the water cooler burbled. When the laughter started, Harry glared at them. I don't have time for this. I want the entire front page of the paper about my daughter. She's been kidnapped. I have everything you need, information, pictures that can be developed out of my camera and money. I want this printed in tonight's paper. Yes or no? Let me handle this little proposition, said one of the reporters, standing up. Harry nearly groaned. Rita gestured toward a cubicle, her claw-like fingernails gleamed turquoise from across the room. Step into my office, Harry. When Harry sat down, all the reporters flocked around the cubicle, all staring in. Harry had the distinct feeling of being trapped. Rita unsnapped her alligator skin bag and pulled out a packet of cigarettes in a long purple cigarette holder. Cigarette, she offered, shaking the pack under his nose. I don't smoke, Harry replied tonelessly. Of course, you wouldn't, would you? Rita's comment evoked more laughter from the other journalists. She lit her cigarette and took a long drag, obviously relishing it. That's quite right. Could we get on with this, please? Harry snapped. Oh, yes, the missing little girl. You must be so concerned. Rita leaned back and exhaled a stream of smoke. It drifted towards the ceiling to join the haze already present from the past cigarettes. Even you couldn't think of a word to express my concern, Harry growled. This was ridiculous. He should have sent someone from work to do this. Let me get this straight. Harry, you want us to write something about you? Harry sighed. Had he not just said this? I want you to write a few stories about my daughter's disappearance. If you mention me, it'll help. Harry stopped and tried to think of the appropriate words. Rita blew a smoke ring and then grinned. Draw attention. That's what you mean. Fame is a fickle friend, isn't it, Harry? Some days you'd give anything to be normal, but in this case your fame could save your daughter's life. Yes or no? Asked Harry, his eyes starting to water from the smoke. Rita scribbled a long number on a sheet of paper and shoved it across the desk at Harry. That's what the front page is going to cost you, taking in account the short notice. She smiled smugly at the other journalists. Harry plucked the quill from her fingers, crossed out the figure and wrote another number below it. I'll pay this if the story is decent. Rita gave a small gasp, followed by several violent smoke-filled coughs which sent her purple lipstick-stained cigarette flying several feet. Double the price. The other writers began to mutter excitedly to each other. Yes, said Harry, drumming his fingers. Rita mashed out her cigarette and pumped his hand up and down. Pleasure doing business with you, Harry. Do drop by any time. Harry pulled his hand away, disgusted. Here's the information. He dropped the packet of information on her desk and left. It was 9 o'clock. Harry had a splitting headache and felt nauseated with worry. He stood up and surveyed the chaos before him. Potter Hall had been temporarily set up as a sort of headquarters for the search for Chloe. Word had spread like wildfire, and within the short time that had gone by, search parties had been organized, volunteers had hurried in to see if they could do anything, and the evening edition of the Daily Prophet that Harry had paid for was breaking sales records. Announcements had been made on the WWN, and Percy himself had made most of the announcements, explaining directly to the kidnappers that if anything were to happen to Chloe, that the most serious of charges would not be pardoned by the ministry. Harry put his head in his hands and gave a great sigh. The knots in his stomach weren't going to go away. He now knew why parents used the phrase, worried sick, where their children were concerned. It was killing him to sit down and relax for a few seconds, with the horrible realization that no new news was coming in. Eat this, said Sirius, sitting down beside him. He set down a bowl of chicken noodle soup for Harry. Harry held up his hand to reject the soup and didn't bother to look up at Sirius. No thanks. I didn't say, please. I said eat it. Sirius sounded slightly ticked. Really? No thanks. I'm not feeling too well. Sirius was unabashed. I'm going to pour it down your throat. Someone has to get through that thick skull of yours that you haven't eaten anything today. Now eat this before I get mad. Sirius forced a spoon in Harry's hand. Harry gave Sirius an indignant glare as he took a spoonful of soup and swallowed it. Are you happy now? No, I want you to eat all of it. This is for your own good, Harry James Potter, Sirius ordered. How old am I again? Asked Harry, taking another spoonful. He had to admit it tasted pretty good and he was hungrier than he had originally thought. You're not as old as me, therefore I know better, said Sirius with finality. Hermione came over clutching a stack of parchment and books. Oh, thank goodness you got him to eat something. He was looking just horrible, she said to Sirius. Well, someone's got to force him to do things, it may as well be me, replied Sirius. I'm eating, Harry said irritably, eating his soup. Well, we're concerned, she said, investigating the contents of the soup bowl. I'm not the one who needs worrying about, said Harry as the knots in his stomach contracted. We've almost exhausted these law books, Hermione said quickly. Can you think of any other place where we can find some? Not if you've gotten all the ones out of my library and the Auror library. Harry shook his head. Did some of my Aurors take you through it? Hermione nodded. But we'll look again, Harry. Hermione patted his back reassuringly before apparating out of the room. Ginny walked over carrying a huge map. She had adamantly refused healing charms, claiming her bruises gave her all the more reason to want to get the kidnappers. But Harry knew the injuries probably hurt more than she would admit. The dark purple bruise over her left eyebrow looked horrendous, and she was wearing several small bandages on her face for the cuts. Harry thought her incredibly brave for standing up to fight the Death Eaters even when she knew she didn't have much of a chance. Here are the latest areas searched. She unfolded the map and made it hover in front of them. Ginny had also insisted upon taking charge of search party operations. Harry didn't doubt there was a very sour Auror lieutenant moping over a law book because Ginny took over his job. She drew a thin line with her wand on the map. From here to here is where Hagrid's group has searched. Then from there downwards is the area where Ron's search group has been. Finally, right in that section over there is Remus and his search party. Harry studied the map. That's nearly 3/4 of the Forbidden Forest. It's pitch black outside. Can they even see? Ginny nodded. They've got lanterns. They aren't going to find her, said Harry, shaking his head. Don't say that. Ginny's eyes widened. They won't find her because they are searching the wrong place, Harry exclaimed in frustration. Harry, Sirius began. She's in Malfoy Manor. There isn't a doubt in my mind. If I don't go search that house now, he's going to kill her. Harry almost upset his soup bowl. You don't know that. It could have been anyone. There were 2 people, Sirius reminded. Come on, Sirius, snapped Harry. You know as bloody well as I do that she's in that manor. I've got every scrap of reason and the validity to do it legally, but. Yes, I do know. You cannot search the Malfoy Manor until. Sirius trailed off, leaving Harry to finish his sentence. A person must be missing for exactly 24 hours before any searches of private property may occur. We have no legal reason to search his property since he was just on trial. That was the excuse we had last time to bring him to court. The Malfoys looked to be impeccably innocent, not even a damn tax evasion to place on their heads. And, Harry looked at them with tired eyes. By the way, that is the stupidest law to date. Fred held up one of the enormous law books he had been skimming through quite readily. Actually, I've come across a few dumber ones. Along with the ones we happen to know offhand, added George with a tiny grin. Would you two go back to looking for a loophole? You're not helping, said Percy, pushing his glasses up his nose and turning the page of his book. Harry picked up a book from the unread stack and began to read along with them, looking for the slightest glimmer of hope that somehow they could get around the law and search the house sooner than they hoped. We've got to keep looking. This is the only thing we can do right now, said Harry, giving the book his undivided attention again. Chloe heard the echoing clicks and sliding of locks. She quickly closed her eyes and tried her best to look convincingly asleep. The door creaked again and a soft thud told her that it had closed. Her heart fluttered to her throat as she heard a pair of boots walking toward her. Fabric brushed across her face and then she felt a chilly hand against her cheek. Chloe almost opened her eyes in terror, but concentrated very hard on looking asleep. The icy hand rested on her face for a few seconds more and then it was gone. Draco took his hand from her face. He looked down at her sleeping figure and almost felt a pang of guilt. Almost. It was nearly a shame he had to kill her. She would be a pretty little thing if she weren't a dirty mudblood. With that mulled over, he gently laid the palm of his hand on her cheek and smacked her sharply across the face. Chloe's eyes flew open as she felt the horrible pain begin to throb on her face. In billowing black robes stood Draco Malfoy, sneering at her. His pale face in the low candlelight contrasted so sharply with his black robes that he looked like a ghost. Chloe didn't know what to do. She wanted to cry, but she wouldn't. Then she found that she could move again. She shakily got to her feet feeling like a foal just learning how to walk. I didn't tell you to get up. Draco knocked her against the wall and Chloe felt tears trickle down her cheeks. I want to go home now, she demanded with a sob. I'm afraid that's not going to happen. You're never going to see your home again. My daddy is going to get you, Chloe said, wiping her eyes. Oh my, what an intimidating thought. Harry Potter is after me, how frightening. For starters, let's clear this little misunderstanding. Harry Potter is not, nor will he ever be, your father, Draco said, casually turning the pages of the book. As so, Chloe retorted. No one wants you. That means you're just an orphan, said Draco, arching his eyebrow. You're not his daughter. Yes, I am, she shouted loudly, her cheeks flushed with anger. Are you talking back to me? Draco raised his hand threateningly. Chloe bit her tongue and glared at him. Did you ever wonder why he adopted you? Asked Draco with an evil smile. Chloe had never thought about that. He doesn't love you, Chloe. He adopted you because it made him look good. Harry Potter adopts orphan brat from cruel Muggle relatives. Doesn't that make an enchanting headline? He's going to pretend to do a search for you for a few days. Then slowly, everyone is going to forget that you ever existed. Draco grinned to himself. This was beginning to sound convincing even to him. No one really wants to have a little mudblood. Your parents dropped you as soon as they figured out you were a witch, and Potter doesn't want you because you're a reminder of his life in the Muggle world, finished Draco. He shrugged and gave her a sigh as if to say it was a lost cause. You're lying, shouted Chloe. Draco laughed as he shook his head and looked at her with his fierce blue stare. Lie. Mudblood, I am one of the few people in this world that can tell you the truth about this person you call your father. I don't believe you, she said, turning her head away. Fine. I didn't say you had to listen. Because you're a liar, Chloe said firmly. No, I have the good morals to tell you the truth. I think it's only fitting for you know why you are going to die. The truth is the reason I am going to kill you, Draco said nonchalantly. My daddy is going to come get me. You won't hurt me, he won't let you. Chloe was now trembling with fear. Blissful ignorance. A childhood gift we all take for granted, contemplated Draco. The truth about Harry Potter is that he is nothing a coward. He barely escapes a weakened enemy a few times and is instantly proclaimed a hero. In reality, he's dishonored his family by using his name as a passport to get him anywhere in life. I almost don't blame him. who wouldn't want a free ride to wealth and popularity? Chloe stared at him, with huge eyes, very confused. Draco continued on grandly. He's led the entire wizarding world into his little ruse and they think that he saved them all from the Dark Lord. So it's, all hail the great Harry Potter. His life is a lie, Mudblood, he's a fake. He lives from news story to news story and, frankly, I plan to ruin it for him. No you won't, Chloe said stomping her foot. I don't like you. Draco towered over her and shoved her sharply to the ground. Chloe felt more tears fall from her face. Everything hurt. She clenched her little fists and lifted her head. She would get up just to annoy him. Potter didn't kill Lord Voldemort. He cowered before him. He couldn't have even killed him if he wanted to. He was too busy begging for his life. When Dumbledore showed up to save his heroic hide, Voldemort led them both to believe that Dumbledore defeated him. Then Dumbledore decided to give Potter all the credit for the sake of putting some honor back into his name. Dumbledore didn't want Potter to be written in history books as the failure he really is. I don't want to talk to you, Chloe said with a sniffle. I want to go home. Draco didn't hear her. He continued his speech, getting louder and louder with every word. In reality, Lord Voldemort lives. The Dark Lord chose the most loyal of his servants to entrust with his life. He chose me, he called me his son. He took me as his own after Dumbledore killed my father. He confided his worldly knowledge to me, he told me all I needed to know to help him finish off the Mudbloods. But it was all done in secret. Draco was no longer talking to a little girl, he was telling the story to himself. Chloe wanted to clamp her hands over her ears and close her eyes. Why couldn't he go away? She didn't want to hear this. We watched together as things in the magical world calmed down, people became trusting again and felt they were safe. We watched as the faithful Death Eaters gave us honor as admitted their service to the great Dark Lord. We watched as the sniveling weaklings among us sobbed for mercy before the ministry and claimed they never wanted anything to do with the Dark Lord. We watched as the faithful died honorable deaths, the ministry showing them no compassion, just as they had accused our kind of never showing compassion. We watched the disloyal die, branded with the permanent mark of cowardice on their souls. Draco was now gesturing wildly at her. Chloe was very frightened now. She slowly backed into the corner, moving as far away from him as she possibly could. He told me he had powerful plans for me. He told me to claim innocence at my trial so that I could remain alive to serve him. Then, as promised, I was given the greatest gift I could ever receive, he said with a low trembling voice. You see, Mudblood, I took the final step in loyalty. I sold my soul to my master, and he gave me everything. Everything I could ever want. Chloe shivered and hugged her arms to her chest. I am Lord Voldemort. Draco bellowed, his voice echoing off the walls. Chloe saw the maniacal gleam in his eyes and whimpered. I want to go home. I'm afraid there's been a slight hitch in getting the search warrant. Dewey sized Harry up nervously, certainly not displaying her usual confident air. Harry looked up sharply from the blueprints of the Malfoy Manor that he was discussing with another Auror. But you were still able to get the warrant, correct? Yes, Mr. Potter. There are just a few items that you should have been brought to your attention. If my associates and I could speak with you for a moment. Harry nodded and followed her to his other two lawyers. Ms. Finch and Ms. Howe and myself had quite a time unraveling several items that have come up, quite unexpectedly. You have my attention, frowned Harry, crossing his arms. Just give it to me straight. Draco Malfoy is suing you, Cindy Finch said flatly. So sue him back, Harry replied without hesitation. Isn't that what I pay you for? His lawyers shook their heads, their mouths pressed in identical firm lines. The suit is for accusations of defamation. He claims that you're using your station as head of Aurors to harass him for personal reasons. Lizzie Howe pushed her glasses up the bridge of her nose. But that's not all. He's had a restraining order placed on you, added Caitlin. That means you can't search his property. Harry looked infuriated, but he drummed his fingers on the table and answered in the calmest of tones. But my Aurors can. Yes, nodded Ms. Dewey. The nearest you can get is the grounds of his property. It's a slap in the face, growled Harry, the lines around his eyes deepening as he thought about the situation. He's mocking me, that's exactly what he's doing. Harry drew his attention back to his lawyers quickly. How can we revoke this? Aren't restraining orders supposed to take time? He filed this before the kidnapping, said Ms. Finch, therefore we can't prove a connection between the two. Our hands are tied, Mr. Potter. But we do have a search warrant. Harry pressed. And it's valid. Yes, sir. You just can't assist your Aurors in the search of his property. Something is better than nothing, Harry replied, striding away. Draco Malfoy's smile stretched across his face like a skull. He drew his hand back and let the curtains fall back into place. His lawn was coated with Confederation blue, and the agents had yet to even knock on the door. They just kept filing onto the grounds, the brainless insects that they were. Finally, the knock came. Draco opened the door and faced the 5 Aurors standing stiffly on the porch. Good evening, Mr. Malfoy. We have a warrant to search your premises, please step aside. Draco put on a face of mock surprise. Search my premises. May I please see the warrant? An Auror held up the parchment for him to see. Any Auror of the peace may search your property for the next 48 hours. Draco glanced up at his grounds. By all means. Search everything. I have nothing to hide. I never do, actually. Yet you insist on coming here. Draco sighed, opened the door wider and gestured for them to come inside. Take care you don't frighten my son. He should be up in his room playing. The searches always upset him, his toys get misplaced. The Aurors glanced at one another. They seemed surprised that Draco had agreed so readily. One brought a thin silver whistle to his lips and blew it twice. Move in. The clusters of blue on the snow-covered lawn began jogging towards the door, and Draco moved outside to allow them easy passage. Then the lawn was clear. Except for one person. Nice evening for a raid, isn't it, Potter? Draco called, crossing his arms and smirking at him. So sorry to hear about your daughter on the news this evening. Harry walked across the lawn, Auror robes flapping in gusts of wind. You coward, he spat, narrowing his eyes at Draco. Why don't you dare let me in your house? Draco held up his hand just before Harry reached the brick walkway of his house. Stop. I do not permit you to go any further. Coward, shouted Harry. Don't take another step, Potter, or your Weasleys will be having to find you in jail rather than looking for your little brat. The restraining order doesn't keep me from killing you, said Harry coldly. Idle threats, Potter. They always are. Draco crossed his arms. Your Aurors won't find anything of worth. Fat raindrops splattered on the walk and another gust of wind exposed Harry's scar. Go straight to hell, Malfoy. Draco sneered at Harry and then laughed briefly. You've got to do a lot more than wishing. Do try not to get wet, Potter. It's going to rain. Why don't you save yourself the time and confess now? Harry shouted at Draco's retreating figure. We both know you're guilty. The raindrops quickened and began sliding down Harry's face, but he could still see Draco's expression when he turned again. Who are you? Draco glared at Harry and fumbled for his wand. How dare you show up on my property? I've had enough ministry filth peddling their redemptions. Harry paused. Had he heard that correctly? Who was he? The door slammed, challenging the thunderclap that followed, and Harry stared a long while at it. What had just happened? You've been standing out here for 4 hours. The voice definitely sounded a bit angry with him, so Harry simply shrugged his shoulders and didn't turn to face it. And even if you did cast a waterproofing charm, your cloak isn't warm enough for this kind of weather. You're going to make yourself sick, and that isn't going to help anything, Harry. You really sound like your mum sometimes. Did you know that? He answered. A small figure in a brown hooded cloak came into his line of vision, and Harry noticed that the brown eyes were still pretty even when glaring at him. Ginny pulled her own scarf off and put it around his shoulders, perhaps a little more roughly than necessary. My mum would be dragging you home and force-feeding you hot pots and clucking at the state of your woolen socks. I'm going to stand here and keep you company, probably catching a cold in the process. Harry was amused. You must like me then. It's possible. But I don't like hot pots. Ginny lifted her head and smiled at him. Harry put his arm around her, grateful for the extra warmth. They haven't come out here to tell me anything. I'd guessed as much. I'm sure they're just being thorough. Ginny, what am I going to do if they don't find her? I won't be able to prove anything. He had to fight to keep his face expressionless. But they will, she insisted. You can't think like that. But I have to. Chloe's probably by herself, scared to death, freezing. Harry, don't. Please, don't do that to yourself. He pulled off his glasses and rubbed his eyes, exhausted. And today, Draco did the oddest thing. Of course he did, Ginny said, wincing at burst of chilly wind. He's nervous about them searching his house. No, I think he's crazy. When have we not thought that? Asked Ginny. He's a Death Eater. No, Harry shook his head vigorously. No, I mean insane, Ginny. I'm serious. Ginny was silent for a long time, and Harry waited for her to ask him to explain, but when she opened her mouth, she answered quite differently than he'd expected her to. We've got to find Chloe. The front door of Malfoy Manor opened, and Harry stiffened when his oars began filing out. Ginny held her breath when an officer hurried up to Harry. And what did you find? Harry asked flatly. The officer swallowed. Nothing, sir. Your precious daddy came, said Draco, pulling Chloe up by her hair. Did he save you? No. He was too stupid to even to know how to find you. He roughly yanked the gag out of her mouth and laughed at her. His oars barely tried. I hate you, sobbed Chloe. My daddy will get you. Shut up, you ugly mudblood. Draco slapped Chloe across the face again, and this time a bright spot of blood appeared on her smudged cheek. Chloe backed against the wall and turned her face away from him. Her shoulders shook with sobs. There was a knock at the door. Enter, said Draco, magically releasing all the locks. The door opened and a very annoyed-looking child appeared. He had to be about Chloe's age, and he looked at Draco with big blue eyes. Father, you said we would go. There's been a slight change in plans, Aiden, Draco said, waving his hand to silence the boy. We'll go another day. However, you came at a perfect time. What is that thing? Aiden looked directly at Chloe and screwed up his face. It's dirty. That is a mudblood. A very valuable mudblood if you believe it, Draco laughed as he clapped a hand on Aiden's shoulder. Aiden narrowed his eyes as he squinted to get a better look at Chloe. She glared right back at him. How is a mudblood valuable, father? That doesn't make sense. All mudbloods are useless, right? Said Aiden, still keeping his disinterested sulking look. Yes, that is exactly right. Very good. But, this mudblood belongs to someone. By having her in my possession, I can use her to get what I want. Aiden yawned. What do you want, father? Harry Potter. Are you going to get him today? No, tomorrow he will come. Then he'll get what is coming to him, said Draco, smiling down at his son. Can the mudblood clean my room? I'm tired of making Binky do it. No, Aiden, I haven't decided when I'm going to kill her yet. Draco pulled out a long knife from the folds of his robes. Aiden didn't look remotely surprised. I don't want a mudblood in my house, he said, looking at the knife. Draco laid the flat side of the knife on Chloe's cheek. She felt herself trembling as she looked up right into his gleaming blue eyes. He raised the knife and grinned at her. He brought it down with a swish, and Chloe felt a rush of air. She closed her eyes and cried out in fear. It didn't happen. The knife blade scraped against the stone wall with a sickening screech, and Draco laughed. Not tonight, mudblood. We have tomorrow, or maybe I'll just come in the middle of the night. Come, Aiden. You may help me decide what we shall do to her. Draco stabbed the knife into the book on the bookstand, and they turned and walked toward the door. Draco waved his wand and the candles snuffed out. They stood in the light of the door leering at her. Chloe felt all her muscles seize up again as she fell to the floor from another binding curse. The room was pitch black again. There was more clicking of locks. Then it was quiet. This is absurd, thought Harry. He glanced at his watch. Here it was, nearly 2 in the morning, and he still hadn't done anything to help Chloe. He was to the point where he didn't care if it was against the law, he was going to break into the Malfoy Manor and get her back. He wouldn't be put in prison unless he killed Malfoy. Yes, that sounded like an agreeable plan. Enter house, strangle Malfoy, get Chloe, and make it home in time for a good week of sleep. Harry yawned and blinked fiercely. Most of his oars were still working, some taking shifts and letting others sleep. The family, on the other hand. Fred had conked out face first on an open law book. Sirius had assumed dog form and curled up in the corner. Hermione was snoozing with her head on a table, and Dumbledore was asleep by the fireplace, his hat covering his face. Harry decided to take a walk around the building to keep himself awake. The sound of his footsteps magnified in the empty ballroom. Harry looked at the white marble floor. It seemed so long ago that he and Ginny had danced here. The chandeliers were casting long shadows on the floor, and Harry lit them one at a time with his wand. The stained glass wall felt cool through his robes as he leaned against it. He closed his eyes and his mind drifted to thoughts of the Christmas ball. Before he even realized it, Harry fell asleep. Chloe closed her eyes and imagined a dinner table with heaps of good things to eat. Roasted chicken, rice, fresh bread, pudding, and she would even eat a Brussels sprout. Chloe was hungry, but she was stuck lying on her stomach on the bumpy, cold stone floor. She lay with her cheek pressed on the damp floor and imagined her room with the plump pillows and thick down comforter. She wished Norbert were here to keep her company. She'd also really like it if she had her bauble with her. The pretty golden light would be nice right now. She held her breath as the locks clicked again. The door opened very quickly and shut. Chloe didn't hear the sound of boots, so she cautiously opened one eye. It was still pitch black. Then there was a sudden light, and a pale green face was brushing against her own. Chloe shrieked loudly. The thing staring at her gave a startled yell, leapt backwards and tumbled to the floor. It was a house elf. Chloe watched him tug nervously on one of his bad ears and shake like an off-balance washing machine. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scream," she whispered, hoping the creature would stay and keep her company. The elf looked slightly less panicked. "I is sorry I wake you," he said with another nervous tug on his ear. "I wasn't asleep. I'm glad you came. Are you nice?" "All of our house elves are nice." Chloe tried to get a better look at him even though she was helpless on the floor. "You don't belong to Binky's master. Binky has heard that you is the Harry Potter's daughter. Is true." Binky gulped and studied Chloe. "That's me. I'm Chloe Grace Potter," said Chloe proudly. To Chloe's astonishment, Binky bowed. "You is a great Potter then. Binky is honored to meet you." Chloe giggled. "I'm only 5. Chloe found she could move again. She sat up and smiled gratefully at Binky. "Thanks. You are nice." Binky's master must not know Binky is helping his prisoner. But Binky wants to help Chloe Grace Potter because he has heard the brave and great things that Chloe Grace Potter's father has done, said Binky, looking at her with admiration. Chloe was glad for this new company, and she smiled at him. A warm fire leapt up in the fireplace, and Chloe scooted towards it to warm her hands and feet. Binky looked pleased. He adjusted the ragged dish towel he was wearing and plopped down next to Chloe. "As hungry?" "Oh yes," exclaimed Chloe, clutching her stomach. Binky brightened. "Binky will be back in a very soon time." "Okay," said Chloe as she studied the frayed ends of her robes. About 5 minutes later the door creaked open again, and Binky poked his head in. He and 4 other house elves entered carrying trays. Each of them set their trays down and bowed to her before they scuffled quietly out of the room. Binky stayed with Chloe and handed her a mug of hot milk. He then revealed a plate filled with food from the trays in front of her. Chloe immediately felt better. "I hope my daddy comes soon," she said, taking a bite of chicken. "Harry Potter come here?" asked Binky curiously. "Of course he's coming. Harry Potter needs to be careful. Binky's master is not feeling well most lately," said Binky, wringing his little hands. "Oh, he's sick?" asked Chloe, not understanding what Binky was hinting at. "Binky cannot speak ill of his master. Please do not ask Binky." Binky tugged on his ear again and looked around nervously. "He wouldn't hurt you, would he?" "Oh, I do hope he's not mean to you also," she said, becoming concerned for her little friend. From the look that Binky gave her, Chloe got the idea that Binky wasn't treated like the Potter Manor house elves. Binky is glad Chloe Grace Potter understands. Chloe pushed her plate back to show she was finished. "I don't want that mean man to catch you. I hope I can see you again, Binky." Tears pooled in Chloe's eyes and she wiped her eyes. Binky looked as he might burst into tears also. Binky feels sorry for Chloe Grace Potter, and he is glad to help. He collected the trays and the fire went out. When my daddy comes, he'll save you too, promised Chloe, lying on the floor again. Binky put the binding curse on her, but he made it so she could at least move a little. Binky is sorry, he must leave. He be hoping Harry Potter comes tomorrow. He will. With that said, the room went black again and Binky was gone. Ginny was the first to wake up. She glanced at her watch. 6 o'clock. She rubbed her eyes, taking care not to bump her bruises and looked around. Where on earth was Harry? She put a hand on the crick in her neck and wandered around to see if by chance Harry had left a note. No one stirred, and Ginny didn't blame them. They had worked themselves to death yesterday. She decided to chance it and see if Harry was in another part of the building, having his morning coffee or something. Silently she cursed herself for not keeping better tabs on him. She owed it to him. For goodness sakes, it was partly her fault that Chloe was missing. If she had only fought a little harder. If, thought Ginny gloomily. She had to stop doing that. She walked into the ballroom and spotted Harry right away. Harry was fast asleep, slumped against the stained glass wall. The light from the window spilled across Harry's face in shards of red and blue. It reminded her of the Christmas ball. His tousled black hair had drifted across his forehead and his only movement was rising and falling of his chest with each breath. It was one of the few times she had seen his face completely relaxed. Not a trace of worry or concern. Ginny didn't want to wake him. If she did, he would have to face the morning. Ginny gave him a small key on the cheek and took his hand. Harry, wake up. Harry opened his eyes slowly and sat for a moment staring at her. Then the realization struck him and he jumped up. What time is it? Did something happen? Ginny sighed. The worry had come back to his face again. Calm down. Everyone else is still asleep and it's only 6 o'clock. Much to Ginny's surprise, Harry bolted past her. Harry, what are you doing? Ginny ran after him. What are you doing? She repeated in a loud whisper when she caught up with him in the other room. Harry pulled on his cloak, his eyes dark with fury. Ginny, I'm not going to sit around and play fairly when he isn't. That's my daughter. He's going to kill her. Ginny set her jaw. I'm coming with you, Harry. No, you aren't, Harry said, shaking his head. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm not letting you get involved with this. Ginny, they could put me in prison, but I don't care. I'm going after him. No, Harry, I'm coming. Accio cloak. Shish, said Harry urgently. He stepped in front of her and caught her cloak. Don't wake anyone. This is only between you and me. Harry, give me my cloak, Ginny demanded. No, said Harry flatly. I can't let you. Please, listen to me. Please. You don't know what's in his house, Ginny said, taking a firm hold on her cloak. He could have traps. Exactly. You're a nursery school teacher, Harry said, pulling back on her cloak. What if you got hurt? I would never forgive myself. Don't tell me what I can't do, Ginny said sharply, yanking her cloak free from his hands. I'm going. I want to do this. For Chloe. For Neville. Harry, you can't stop me. And what would Neville say about you going? Asked Harry in a harsh whisper. Ginny's expression wavered. That isn't fair. You can't throw that at me. Yes, I can, Harry said, taking her face in his hands. I care about you, Ginny. I want to protect you. Stay, please. Tears brimmed in Ginny's eyes as he smoothed a red strand off her cheek and then brushed his lips over hers. Then Harry was gone. Wake up, Ginny said loudly, wiping her eyes. Harry's gone. It was around 5 in the morning when Chloe was lovingly kicked awake by Aiden Malfoy. What are you doing? She cried with a pained yelp. Waking you up. Father says I can make you do whatever I want. And now you're going to go clean my room, grinned Aiden. No, I'm not, said Chloe, yawning at him. She was beginning to feel quite cranky. Aiden was surprised that she just refused to do something he ordered. That never happened. He always got his way. Yes, you are, I'll kick you, he said. Keeping his promise, he kicked her. Ow, that's not fair, Chloe shouted. I can't move. Aiden thought about this, and then he kicked her again. So what? You're still going to clean my room? I can't clean it. You can't take this magic off of me. You don't know enough, said Chloe in a mocking tone. Conso, said Aiden. No, you cannot, retorted Chloe. Conso, said Aiden, becoming more irritated. Cannot, smiled Chloe. Conso, screamed Aiden, jumping up and down in a rage. Then do it, said Chloe finally. Aiden pulled a wand out of his pocket. I have a wand, my dad gave me his old one, he bragged. You don't know how to work it. Chloe rolled her eyes. I don't believe you. Well, I can. Aloysos, shouted Aiden. Was something supposed to happen? Asked Chloe politely. You shut up, said Aiden, on the verge of hopping up and down in anger again. I think there's a spell for that too, informed Chloe. I hate you, said Aiden, sitting down to think. Are you going to kick me now? Asked Chloe. Because I don't like you, either. I think you're mean. I said shut up, you stupid mudblood. Aiden suddenly grinned evilly. Binky, he bellowed. The house elf appeared, looking petrified. Master Aiden, he asked in a tinny voice. Take the binding curse off the mudblood. Now. Aiden crossed his arms and looked impatient. Binky gave Chloe an apologetic look, and then Chloe could move again. She got up and faced Aiden, even though he was quite a bit taller than her. Go away, sneered Aiden to Binky. Chloe watched Binky scurry out of the room at once. It's polite to say please, she said, making a face at him. You are mean. Aiden gave her a put-out look. We don't ask servants to do things, we tell them, he corrected her. Well, it doesn't matter if you ask me or not. I'm not cleaning your room, said Chloe. Aiden looked as he had swallowed sour milk. I'm bigger than you, and you'll do what I say or I'll have father kill you right off, he threatened. Chloe was a well-read 5-year-old. Books had been her refuge in her cupboard. Although she couldn't always read every single word, or she had to rely on the pictures, her old sitter Mrs. Fig could be counted on for a snippet of a good story in between cat stories. She probably knew every last fairy tale and every single fable. She also knew that a person had to be clever to escape the evil villains, and one of her favorite stories gave her a very good idea of how to do it. I'll clean your room, she said with a disgruntled tone. Aiden almost looked surprised for a moment. He then acted as if he knew all along that he would be able to bully her into doing things. Then start walking. The door had been unlocked since Aiden had come in, and she followed him out of it. Chloe gazed down a passageway with flickering torches and a varnished spiral staircase at the end of the passage. As they reached the base of the staircase, Aiden glanced back at Chloe suspiciously. Aiden shoved her in front of him. Go ahead of me, so I can make sure you don't try anything stupid. Chloe began to climb the staircase that seemed to go on forever. Just to irritate Aiden on the way up, she would hop to step, or twirl around on every third step. Would you stop it? Screamed Aiden after another spectacular twirl from Chloe. Okay, shrugged Chloe. Inside she was nearly bursting to keep from giggling at him. He was so easy to make angry that it was almost like a game to see how long he could go without throwing a tantrum. Just for fun, she began to climb the stairs backward, facing him. Stop it, howled Aiden, making a grab for her hair. You're boring, she said, dodging him. You don't know anything, said Aiden, sounding somewhat offended as they began to climb the stairs again. And I am not. Or so, said Chloe, turning to face forward. I am not, said Aiden a little louder. Yes, you are, she sang. Am not. Then when do you have fun? She asked. All sorts of times, he said, defending himself. Do you play with your friends? I don't play, he mimicked. I do much more important things. So you are boring. You should have fun. Maybe you'd like to paint. My friend Meg. I don't need to have fun when I can be important, he interrupted. He sounded on the verge of a fit again. They finally reached the landing of the staircase and the conversation was halted. Aiden threw open the door and Chloe stepped into the armor room of Malfoy Manor. Then Aiden slammed the door shut and it vanished into the wall. Chloe shuddered. This room was lavishly decorated, and everything was a dark blood red down to the carpet. Knives, swords, and chains hung off of the walls as decoration, and torture objects were displayed in spotless glass cases. All of the items in the room were well oiled and shining like cherished sets of silver. Aiden was going around the room and showing her various things. She took this opportunity to put the first part of her plan in action. Chloe tugged at the hem of her robes, and a scrap of the fabric was carefully concealed in her hand. She glanced quickly around and set it right next to a glass case. Aiden didn't notice a thing. He was too busy bragging about the family heirlooms. It had worked for Hansel and Gretel, why not her? Draco stood in front of the full-length mirror in his bedroom, and admired himself. He straightened his collar and smoothed down a hair. He jumped. A rat scurried across the floor, and he kept his gaze on it. Draco narrowed his eyes. The audacity of a common rat, daring to show its face in the Dark Lord's home. Draco opened a dresser drawer and silently pulled out a long knife. The rat was in the corner, with its back turned and nibbling at something. Draco clutched the knife and smiled as he raised it to kill it. Rat, how dare you place yourself in the presence of Lord Voldemort? He screamed, bringing the knife down on the rat. He was about to turn away, satisfied with the end of the creature, when suddenly there were two. They were multiplying. Draco gave an enraged cry and began pursuing rats around the room. They were everywhere, twitching, gnawing, taunting him. Draco grabbed his wand. He would show them. Binky opened the door a crack and peeked in. His master was screaming and ripping the canopy on the bed with a knife. Binky trembled a little. His master was screaming very loudly about rats, but Binky couldn't see any rats in the room. His master was now holding a hat in his hands and ripping it apart with his bare hands. There. The last one, shouted Draco to what he believed was a rat on the floor. Draco then went back to the mirror to admire himself again and smoothed a wrinkle on his robes. Suddenly Draco swung around and grabbed his knife again. The girl. Binky felt a tear roll down his cheek. His master remembered about the little girl in the armor room. Binky scuffled down the hall and sobbed noisily for the sake of his little friend. Binky wiped his face with his tea towel and sighed heavily. He would have continued crying for Chloe, but a loud noise startled him out of his misery. The noise was so loud that it was echoing all through the house. Binky could hardly believe it. This hadn't happened in a very long time. And that's the most expensive portrait that has ever been painted. It cost my great-grandfather over, said Aiden, pointing to yet another, most expensive thing ever, in Malfoy Manor, while Chloe tuned him out to hear a much more interesting sound. What is that noise? Chloe interrupted when he took a breath. What noise? Said Aiden, irritated at being cut off. That noise, said Chloe, pointing towards the location it was coming from. Aiden listened and looked puzzled for a moment. I don't know, I wonder what it is. He said, half to himself, and without realizing it, half to Chloe. It almost sounds like a. Aiden suddenly noticed he had been talking civilly and carrying on a conversation with Chloe for the last few seconds. He quickly changed his tone. Shut up, you dumb mudblood. You don't know what you're talking about. Chloe couldn't help feel the sting from the last comment. All during Aiden's boring tour of the manor, he had actually been nice to her. She wasn't sure about him now. Both children jumped as Draco burst into the room. Panicked, he grabbed Chloe and threw her over his shoulder. Chloe screamed and kicked. Let me go. Aiden, left alone in the room, spotted Chloe's slipper on the ground. He didn't think he wanted her to die today. She hadn't been all that bad. He had never really known a father had told him about this. Mudbloods were stupid, yet tricky. He clenched the slipper, furious at Chloe, and threw it out the window. He was glad she would die. He's gone to break into Malfoy's house. We can't let him go alone, Ginny said, taking out her wand. How long ago? Asked Ron, hurrying to put on his cloak. Just now, she said anxiously. Hurry. I don't want too many people to go, Sirius warned. If we don't find anything, then we'll probably be arrested. I'm coming along, said Remus. I do not condone this. Percy stood up and frowned at all of them. The proper authorities have searched Malfoy Manor in a perfectly legal manner. This simply cannot turn into a wild goose chase. I'm not chasing after any gooses, Hagrid interrupted, clipping Fang's leash. I'm chasing a Death Eater. And Harry needs me and Fang. Be reasonable, Percy said above the din. Listen to the orders. You're fully welcome to arrest me and your commanding officer after we perform a search on Malfoy Manor, said Sirius, shaking an Auror's hand. Got it. The Orr looked quite unsure of himself for a moment but then sat down. We don't know what you're talking about, sir, he said, turning to his compatriots. They nodded and began talking to each other quietly. Ginny, I think you should stay here and let Fred or George go in your place, Ron suggested. No, I will not, Ginny said, her voice coated with ice. This is a very unwise decision. Percy bellowed, trying to get someone to listen to him. Excuse me, said one of the Orrs, tapping Sirius on the shoulder. But I think there might be some portkeys left on that table to your right. Although I simply don't know where you might end up. Maybe they might inadvertently go to wherever you might want to go, but I don't have the slightest idea where that is. Sirius grinned. I hope you get promoted. They spotted Harry approaching the front door of the manor. Hagrid and Fang veered off to the right to make a full circle of the property in case Fang might catch scent of Chloe. What is he going to do? Ron said incredulously, watching Harry. Knock like a gentleman. Harry began pounding on the door with all his might. The noise was sending the birds in the trees into flight. Open the door, Malfoy, bellowed Harry. Catching up with Harry, the four were standing behind him, unnoticed, until Ron spoke up in between poundings. What exactly are you doing? Are you going to break down the door with your bare hands? Or are you going to blow it to bits, like a proper wizard? Harry blinked. Oh, right. Sorry, I guess I was just not thinking. We could just unlock it with magic, said Remus, trailing off. I don't think so, that seems too cordial, grinned Sirius. Yes, I do agree, blowing something up makes much more of a statement. I'd love to see Malfoy wet his trousers, Ron commented with his wand ready. Malfoy grit his teeth as he ran down a corridor. That blasted, incompetent house elf. He skidded to a halt in front of the proper wall in the armor room and hastily rapped on the wallpaper with his wand and muttered a few words. The door appeared out of the seams of the wallpaper, and Draco flung it open. He was about to dash down the stairs when he hesitated, foot poised over the doorway. The stairs would take more time than he had. Draco got a better grip on the mudblood and threw her from his shoulder. He then slammed the door shut and sealed it. Maybe if she were lucky, she'd fall down the entire 4 flights of stairs and break her neck. Potter could never break this charm. He didn't know enough dark magic. Draco quickened his strides. He would have to hurry now. Time was wasting, and he had several wizards to kill. Today was the day the world would know of his power. Harry peered into the foyer of the Malfoy home when the dust from the explosion cleared. Remus was coughing and swatting the dust away from his face. The house was still as death, and even with the sunlight coming in from the doorway, they could hardly see into the foyer. A prickle of unrest slinked up Harry's spine. Things were too calm, and altogether too quiet. The others had rested their gazes on him, waiting for him to make the next move. Lum, began Ron, with intentions of lighting his wand for a better look into the house. Harry turned sharply and shook his head no. Ron closed his mouth mid-spell and gave Harry an imploring, why not, look. Harry took a step into the entryway. His boots crunched on a bit of splintered door. Don't move another step, growled Draco Malfoy coming out of the shadows. He surveyed his doorway with an ugly sneer. Give me back my daughter and turn yourself in, and I won't move another step, said Harry flatly. I don't have your daughter. You are breaking and entering. I order you to leave this moment. The sound of Harry's step forward echoed in the hall. I've stopped playing fairly. Your restraining order isn't going to protect you from me. I said, leave, said Draco, jerking his neck sharply. I said, give me my daughter. Now, if you don't mind moving, I plan on conducting a thorough search of your premises, said Harry coolly, as he stepped forward again. I don't have your daughter. For one reason, that should be obvious. No Potter is, or ever will be, welcome across the threshold of my home, said Draco as he clutched his wand with an even tighter grip. He took a sharp intake of breath, his gaze darting around the floor. Harry was watching Draco very carefully. Harry looked out of the corner of his eye in the direction of where Draco was staring. There wasn't anything there. I didn't ask to be welcomed, I asked you to move. I have rights, and 4-to-1 barging into my house to attack me is not legal, said Draco, taking a step away from the rat. He chewed his tongue and started muttering to himself in a low, shaky voice. Tapping, tapping, scratching, running across my floor. 2 Death Eaters barging into a nursery school doesn't seem to be legal either, Ginny said sharply. Get out of the way before I hex you myself. Stay back, screamed Draco. He pounced on a spot on the floor and shook his wand at it. Remus, Sirius, Ron, and Ginny immediately flanked Harry's side and waited for him to make the first move. Harry didn't move, watching Draco curse at the floor. You were right, Harry, Ginny whispered softly. What in God's name is he doing? Sirius gaped. Take his worthless hideout first, ask questions later, said Ron as he watched Draco howl in agony. This could be a trick, said Remus wisely. He could be stalling, Harry. Harry turned to them and spoke quickly and very low. No, not this time. Listen to me, you have to find Chloe. You can search the house together. You don't know if this is a trick, like Remus said, Ginny protested immediately. We can't leave you alone with him, crazy or not. I'm staying with you, Ron added quickly. Ginny's right, you can't be left alone with him. Anything could happen. Harry's green eyes narrowed. Believe me, I will take care of it. Either way, we need to do this now. We can slip through that doorway, Remus said, inclining his head. I don't think he'll notice, but Harry and Ron can distract him. Be careful, Ron said, looking concernedly at Ginny. Who knows what he has in this house? No, Ginny said, glaring at Draco. You two be careful. With him. Don't turn your backs. Die. How dare you show yourselves to Lord Voldemort, screamed Draco at the floor. Draco. Harry shouted. There was a sudden silence. Draco looked up slowly from the floor, and an evil grin was played across his lips. Potter. I didn't see you come in. How lovely of you to remember my old name from the days when we were school chums, he said, standing up from the floor. Come to finish that little duel we started in second year. School chums. I'll show you school chums, Ron said, raising his wand at Draco. You low-life slither. Old name, said Harry, interrupting Ron. Draco Malfoy. Honorable surname, distinguished family, but I wanted more. My loyalty had to be unquestionable. What in God's name are you ranting about? Loyalties. It's no secret who you associated yourself with. In case you didn't notice, the fight is over, scoffed Ron with an impatient snort. The fight never ended, replied Draco, sounding as if he were merely discussing the weather. And yet it can and will end here today. With Potter. I am not going to duel you, Harry said flatly. Consider your fight a stalemate. I refuse to fight you, Malfoy. There is nothing to fight for. Your war is over. Only to those who refuse to see what is really there. Voldemort is dead, Harry spat. You can't change that. I am Lord Voldemort, fool, shouted Draco, flinging his arms out. Harry and Ron stared at him silently. Draco looked halfway disappointed, as if he was hoping for at least one gasp of horror. Harry looked at Draco as if he hadn't heard the last statement. Give me my daughter. I killed her, whispered Draco, his blue eyes widening in their sockets, darting around the room. Horror immediately turned into wrath in Harry. His wand clattered to the floor and he lunged at Draco. He grabbed the collar of Draco's robes and his fury came roaring out. I'm going to kill you right here. He was so angry that Draco's resistance was no match for his adrenaline. There was a brief struggle, but Harry easily slammed Draco into the ground. Another fist smashing into Draco's face told Harry that Ron was in the fight now. Draco jammed his wand into Ron's side and shouted a disarming spell and full-body bind curse. Ron's wand flew across the room and clattered loudly on the floor and Ron himself fell to the ground, unconscious. Harry instinctively made a grab for his wand, but he realized he had dropped it on the floor just before he'd attacked Malfoy. Pointing his wand at Harry's chest, Malfoy cackled as he got to his feet. Looking for something, Potter? Other than your dead daughter, that is. Don't you dare, Harry said, staring at his wand in Draco's hands. Snap. Oh, my, Draco looked at Harry with a mock innocent face. However did that happen? Won't the wizarding world be in for a nasty shock when they wake up to the news this morning? Their blessed hero, barging into an innocent man's home, illegally even, and getting himself blown up. Pity. They did love you so. Harry stared into the face of the man who had murdered his daughter. Malfoy's frigid ice-blue gaze was clearly one of a madman. That was the last thing Chloe probably saw, his face. He killed her. She was just a baby. Draco Malfoy killed her. Harry felt his blood rumble in his ears as his anger swelled up to heights he had never known. I expect the funeral will be magnificent. Do you prefer white lilies, Potter? I may send an enormous bunch, courtesy of Lord Voldemort. Kill me, you coward. Fight me without a wand. Kill me, shouted Harry, standing his ground and throwing his arms out to expose his chest. Malfoy roared with laughter. Ava, murderer. Draco felt his body go lax and sheer pain spread throughout his body. This wasn't possible. How had Potter done it? He slumped on the floor. He gasped for air, and attempted to fight the curse off. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a rat appear. He gave an unearthly scream, and then saw nothing. Aiden gave Sirius a sharp kick in the shins. Sirius winced and tightened his grip on the boy. Remus was holding fast to the boy's other arm, and narrowly avoided being bitten on the hand. Please tell us where she is, Ginny persuaded. I promise you won't get into trouble. Let me go, howled Aiden miserably. He sunk his teeth into Sirius' wrist. Sirius gave a yelp of pain, and shook the boy off. He grabbed Aiden's arm again and leaned very close to his face. Listen up, you little monster. I wouldn't do that again. See my friend over there. He's a werewolf. He'll bite you back. Aiden pursed his lips in a pout. I don't care. Snotty little brat, Sirius grumbled. We should just shake it out of you. Sirius. The nursery school teacher was coming out in Ginny, and she gave Sirius an annoyed look. He's 5 years old. He can't help who his parents are. I'll deal with this, thank you. Be my guest, Mary Poppins, Sirius snorted. It's going to take you more than a spoonful of sugar, but if you think you know best. You're ugly, Aiden said to Sirius, sticking out his tongue. And you're a Malfoy. We all have our flaws, don't we? Sirius shot back. Aiden, everything will be okay if you tell us where your daddy hid Chloe, Ginny said calmly. You can't make me, snorted Aiden. Lupin sighed, and he pulled a vial out of his robes. I think I have a different approach. He shook it in front of Aiden's nose. Do you know what this is? No, said Aiden, clamping his mouth closed. It's a truth serum. I can give this to you, and then you'll have to tell us everything you know about Chloe. You can open your mouth, or I can give it to you through the air. Either you tell us now, or I give you this. Naya, 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 sang Sirius, with a huge grin. Sirius Black. Ginny glared at him. You're as bad as he is. Aiden glanced from Remus, hand to Sirius. Did you ever hear of the wizard who couldn't tell a lie for the rest of his life after he was given too much? I do hope we give you the right dosage, added Sirius. Aiden snatched his hand from Sirius. I'm not showing you, said Aiden with a mutinous look in Sirius' direction. He turned to Remus and Ginny. Okay, he muttered. Show the way, said Sirius briskly, pulling him out of the room. Harry stood over Malfoy's body. He was still breathing, but definitely knocked out. He could kill him here, just like this, but he wouldn't. It wouldn't be right to do the same thing he'd done to Chloe. He deserved much worse. Wake up, mate, Harry said, bending down and nudging Ron gently. Finite incantatem. Ron groaned and stirred. Come on, Ron, Harry persisted. You're all right. Open your eyes. Bloody hell, Ron said, lifting a hand to his head, squinting at Harry. What happened? We're in Malfoy Manor, remember? Ron sat up slowly, still holding his head. When he saw Malfoy, he seemed to recall everything. Is he dead? Ron asked slowly. Unfortunately not, said Harry, glaring at Malfoy's still form. I'm going to go search the rest of the manor. I just can't give up until I find Chloe. Let's go then. I know she's going to be happy to see you, Ron said, giving Harry an assuring look. No, you stay here and keep watch just in case. Take it easy. You've got a bump on your head the size of a boulder. Besides, if he starts to wake up, you've got a wand, I haven't. Seems to me you were doing just fine without a wand. But, if that's what you want me to do, I'll be happy to have this scumbag as a footrest while I wait. Ron conjured a chair and dug the heels of his boots on Malfoy's face. The house elves huddled in a corner of the kitchen, whimpering. Another shelf of dishes came crashing down as Harry pushed it over. He then ran his hand along the wall, murmuring spells. Wincing, they watched as he threw open the pantry door. There was a loud thunk, and then a cloud of flour exploded from the pantry opening. An onslaught of cans came rolling out of the pantry and tears pooled in their eyes as they witnessed their beloved kitchen being ripped apart. Wiping away tears, one of the house elves looked up, and promptly fainted. A huge human and a dog stood in the doorway. When the rest of the elves noticed, they bolted from the dog, squealing with fright. Fang pursued, snuffling them with interest. "Harry!" shouted Hagrid. Potatoes rolled out of the pantry, and Harry's voice could be heard, muffled. "What? Ba-ro!" howled Fang, announcing their presence. "Fang found something ya might want to see," shouted Hagrid joyfully. Harry appeared out of the pantry with flour splotches decorating his robes. "What is it?" Hagrid held up Chloe's tiny blue slipper and grinned. "Ba-ro!" howled Fang again. Harry's eyes widened and he snatched it from Hagrid's hand for a closer inspection. "This is Chloe's," Harry exclaimed excitedly. "And the first piece of hard evidence we have." "Ah, I told you, we would be needing old Fang here," said Hagrid, patting Fang's head. "He's a good old dog." Fang's tail whopped happily on a pile of flour. "He's getting steaks for the rest of his life," said Harry, handing the slipper to Hagrid and beaming at Fang. "I'll keep this until we need it again," said Hagrid, putting it in his huge overcoat. "Find Chloe, Fang." "Ba-ar!" barked Fang at the house elves, as he and Hagrid went in the opposite direction from Harry. Malfoy Manor was one of the most dreary houses Harry had ever set foot in. The house didn't lack beauty, it had many expensive and nice things, but it lacked the one thing that made a home: signs that a family lived there. It resembled more of a museum than anything. He surveyed the hallway with 3 branches leading from the kitchen door. Harry hesitated, then took his best guess on which way to go first. Harry took a long sweeping look at the room when he entered it. This had to be a weaponry room or some sort of armor room. Whatever it was dreadful. As he glanced around, something caught his eye, a tiny sliver of cool blue, contrasting the blood red around him. Harry's heart began beating faster as he snatched up the familiar shaded scrap of fabric, and his hands shook as he recognized it. "Chloe!" he cried, listening desperately for her. "Chloe Grace, answer me!" He could hear nothing but the excited sound of his breathing. Fighting to calm himself, he tried to examine the room. A trapdoor, perhaps. Slowly, Harry checked the carpet, not wanting to miss an inch. He stood up in frustration, and something else caught his eye. The other walls had elaborate weapons or banners practically dripping off of them. Except one. There was no other reason why. Harry placed a hand on it and closed his eyes. "Please, please, be this wall," he prayed silently, before casting the most powerful unlocking charm he could think of. Click. A door appeared on the red wallpaper. Harry clamored for the handle and flung the door open. There she was. He threw himself at her side and took her in his arms. She was warm. She was alive, unconscious, but alive. "Chloe," sobbed Harry, holding her to him, unable to move. "Chloe, I found you." Harry fumbled for the knob on Chloe's bedroom door and panicked as the screaming became louder. He made a dash for her bedside and nearly killed himself as he stomped on something that squeaked. "Mama!" bumped into the table with the tea set, and very nearly put his foot through 2 stories of a dollhouse. "Chloe! Chloe! Please wake up!" He reached her bed and wrapped his arms around her. Chloe's face was wrenched in agony. Tears coursed down her cheeks, and her breathing was short and desperate. She struggled frantically against Harry's grasp and shrieked. "Help me!" Harry couldn't bear this. The first time it had happened, he had been so concerned he'd called the doctor to come in the dead of night. The doctor had reassured Harry that nightmares were common in children Chloe's age, and she would probably outgrow them. He also reminded Harry that the psychological impact of the kidnapping could have been much worse, so he should feel thankful that it was just a set of reoccurring night terrors. Harry had wanted to kick the doctor through the window. He obviously didn't know what he was talking about. Why should he be thankful that this was all Chloe had to go through? Why should she have to go through anything? These weren't regular nightmares. These were all the horrible things she had lived through at Malfoy Manor, coming back to haunt her. Chloe. Harry was hoping to shake her out of her sleep. Wake up. Chloe. Chloe's eyes fluttered open and she continued to cry. Don't leave me, Daddy. Don't leave me, she wailed, burying her face in his pajamas. Harry smoothed her damp hair from her face and rocked her. Shush, it's okay, Angel. I'm not leaving. Daddy, the man, he's coming to get me. She choked. Harry was beginning to feel sick. It wasn't fair. His daughter shouldn't have to go through this. Chloe, I'm right here. I'm not going to let anything happen. Don't think about it, it's going to be okay. Here, hold Norbert. Chloe closed her eyes, tears streaming out of their corners. Sleep here, Daddy, so he won't come. I'm scared. Harry had expected that. Chloe hadn't slept alone since the kidnapping. Shush. I'll sleep here. Don't cry, Chloe, it was only a dream. Promise? She asked, clutching his pajamas so tightly that Harry hoped the buttons would hold. I promise. Close your eyes and think of nice things. He's coming, Daddy, sobbed Chloe, scrunching even closer to him. Quiet now, you're safe here with me. Harry rocked her in his arms and murmured the words to a lullaby. Good night, my angel, time to close your eyes, and save these questions for another day. I think I know what you've been asking me, I think you know what I've been trying to say. I promised I would never leave you, and you should always know. Wherever you may go, no matter where you are, I never will be far away. Good night, my angel, now it's time to sleep, and still so many things I want to say. Remember all the songs you sang for me, when we went sailing on an emerald bay. And like a boat out on the ocean, I'm rocking you to sleep. Eventually she fell back to sleep and Harry laid her back down on her pillow. He brushed the tears off her cheeks and kissed her forehead. She gave a little sigh in her sleep and drew Norbert more tightly towards her. Harry gave a sigh of relief. It was over until tomorrow night. He lay down beside her and held her little hand in his. I'm sorry, Chloe, he whispered. I'll never let anything happen to you ever again. Ginny sat at the table in the breakfast room, and worried over her muffin. Chloe and Megan looked at her with interest as they had waffles and cranberry juice. What are you thinking, Aunt Ginny? Asked Megan, taking a gulp of juice. Well, I'm wondering where on earth Chloe's daddy could have been off to this morning for so long. Probably picking berries, Chloe commented. Picking berries, Ginny repeated, amused at the mental image of Harry with a basket, frolicking in the morning snow, picking berries. Chloe poured more syrup on her waffle and nodded her head seriously. Oh, yes, I like winterberries an awful lot. I bet Daddy thought the same thing. Ginny glanced at her watch. It was just after 8:30, and Harry had told her and Megan to come by for breakfast. But, he said breakfast would be served at 8. Harry wasn't one to be late. The house elves said that he had merely told them he was going out for a bit and to please keep an eye on Chloe. Megan nodded to Chloe's berry comment. It's so pretty and sparkling, like diamonds. She pointed out the bay window in the breakfast room. Ginny wondered where Chloe had got the berry idea. She doubted Chloe had ever gone berry picking, for Ginny certainly never had, although it did sound fun. James Frost, said Chloe, putting down her juice. He's that little man that puts all the winter things out, right, Miss Ginny? I think Mrs. Fig told me a story about him once. Ginny smiled. Yes, but it's Jack Frost, not James. Are you very certain it's Jack? Not James? Asked Chloe. Yes, replied Ginny. Megan piped up. I think that James Frost sounds so much better than Jack Frost. Don't you think so, Chloe? She asked. Chloe nodded. It does. Let's call him James Frost. We'll know what his name really should be, she suggested. Megan swallowed the rest of her waffle. We'll be the only ones who know his real name. Well, except for Aunt Ginny, but she won't tell, she never tells secrets. With a rush of cold air and a door slam, Harry stood in the breakfast room looking disheveled but happy. What happened? Ginny stood up and hurried over to him. You have scratches on your face. Are you okay? Were you in a fight, Uncle Harry? Megan was staring at him with wide eyes. Did you happen to find any winterberry bushes? Asked Chloe, not to be distracted from her first theory on where Harry had been. A fight. Harry stamped his feet on the floor to warm them. No, no fights. And I didn't find any winterberry bushes, although I might have landed in one. Landed in one, repeated Ginny faintly. Harry pulled more twigs off of his clothes, at least it could have been one. Whatever it was, it had lots of thorns. Ouch, Daddy, said Chloe, wincing for him. Uncle Harry, how come you landed in a bush? Asked Megan. Harry grinned boyishly. This morning, the weather was very nice. So, I got my firebolt. The broom, squealed Chloe. She set down her fork and listened eagerly. A Quidditch broom? Asked Megan, becoming equally excited. Well, yes. Anyhow, it was a fantastic morning to go flying. I'll take you next time, Chloe. You'll love it. How did you land in the bush? Prodded Ginny. Harry selected a Danish off the silver platter and took a seat in a chair as he began to explain. I was remembering some of my favorite moves, and I tried to do a Wronski feint. And wouldn't you know? Ginny beeped in her breath. Harry, you haven't been flying in over 8 years, and you go and try that again. Chloe was beyond impressed. Did you land in a bush, Daddy? Yes, but I'm okay, he said, winking at Ginny, who now had her arms crossed. Megan giggled. I want to see a Wronski feint. Chloe bolted from her seat. Oh, I remember. I have a book called Quidditch. It's my favorite book. It's got pictures in it. Let's go look and see if the Wronski feint is in it. Did you know my daddy is in the book too? A picture of him at Hogwarts. It's my favorite part. The two girls stampeded out of the kitchen. There was total silence after a second, as the French doors slammed shut. Moments later, one of the doors opened and Megan's curly head poked in. May we be excused? She asked politely, sounding quite rehearsed. Carry on, said Ginny. The door slammed again with a shudder and running footsteps were heard, along with giggles. Harry took a bite of his Danish thoughtfully. I'm in that book. Enough from you, Mr. Setting bad examples for your daughter. Look at you, dripping wet and practically frozen. You're going to catch a cold. But, obviously you know better gallivanting off like that without telling a soul. What if you had got hurt? Ginny crossed her arms and looked sorely at him. Yes, I thought about the getting hurt portion when I was plummeting towards the ground, he replied mischievously. Harry, you have to think of Chloe now. Ginny scolded. Oh, I did. I thought about how much fun she would have had with me. You know very well that is not what I meant, she said, trying not to smile at him. Harry's grin sobered a little, and he halfway agreed that what he had done had been a tad irresponsible. I can't take care of myself. Is that what you are implying? Your powers of picking out context clues are utterly astounding, Harry, Ginny said dryly. Why, thank you, Harry grinned. And you're so remarkably subtle about everything. Ginny burst out laughing. Liar. He looked her up and down mischievously. I know. I can't really find 1 inch of you that I find subtle. It's quite enjoyable. I'll bet, Ginny remarked sarcastically, but blushing. I'm taking that as a context clue, Harry said, pulling her towards him by her hands. Meaning, I'm taking it as an excuse to key you. Chloe pulled the book down and she and Megan plopped on the floor to flip through the pictures. There, said Chloe proudly when they got to a specific page. Wow, your daddy looks older now. I know. Megan nodded. Will you read it, Chloe? I don't want to work out the words, I'd rather draw pictures. Chloe nodded. When we grow up, I'll write a book and you can draw the pictures. I'm awfully thirsty, Meggie, I'm going to go get my juice. Okay, said Megan, returning back to the book. Chloe and Norbert hopped down the stairs on the way to the breakfast room. She opened the door and halted. Chloe's mouth made a small "oh" when she saw her daddy and Ms. Ginny Key dotting each other. She stared for a moment, then looked down at Norbert, then looked back up at them for a few moments. Chloe blinked, and then spotted her juice on the kitchen table and went after it, unnoticed. She set Norbert in her lap as she drank her juice and watched them quietly, with interest. Ginny and Harry pulled apart after several minutes, and Ginny laid her head on Harry's shoulder and opened her eyes. He stroked her hair and sighed softly. She gazed at the beautiful sight out the bay windows. It was such a lovely morning. She admired the trees, beautiful snow, and even little Chloe looked part of the picture. Chloe. Ginny let out a startled scream and bolted from Harry's arms. Chloe had been so intent in her study of all this, that when Ginny screamed had been quite startled, so she screamed also. Her juice glass went flying into the air along with poor Norbert. Harry had been basking in the utter perfection of the moment when he was thrown from his thoughts and Ginny's arms. Ginny had shoved him away with a scream and there was a shattering of glass and more screaming. Harry swung around and saw Chloe sitting at the kitchen table looking quite shocked. Chloe's was looking from the juice to Harry and Ginny, tears brimming. Harry and Ginny both rushed over to her. It's okay. Don't cry. Harry scooped her up. Ginny worried over her too. Are you hurt, Chloe? Here's Norbert. Chloe didn't cry, but her lower lip quivered as she looked back and forth between the two embarrassed adults. I just wanted some juice, she sighed. Harry smoothed some hair from her face. I know, and I'm sorry if we startled you, Angel. He cleaned the juice up with a quick spell. What were you doing, Ms. Ginny? Chloe demanded now that the juice tragedy was behind her. All of the blushing that Ginny had done up to this point was nothing compared to the way she was blushing now. Harry actually attempted a straight face. Well, I was, I mean we were. Well, you see, Chloe, I was dotting your father, she finally got out. Chloe nodded at her. I know that, Ms. Ginny. But, why? Harry interrupted and cleared his throat, hoping his voice came out in a calm fatherly tone. I was dotting Ms. Ginny because I care for her very much. Do you care for my daddy very much, Ms. Ginny? Chloe interrogated, immediately turning back to Ginny. Yes, I do, she said without hesitation. Chloe gave an overly dramatic sigh. Don't you know? That means you love each other, she said as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Harry was quick to answer that one. Chloe, now let's not go overboard here. That's not always true. Chloe gave Harry a disbelieving look. If you say so, Daddy. But, do you love me, Daddy? Harry smiled. More than anything, Angel. I love you too, Daddy, she said, dotting his cheek. Thank you, Chloe, he said, squeezing her in a hug. Harry set Chloe down and she smiled coyly at them and skipped out of the room. I'll be in my room if you want to care about each other very much more. Ginny slapped a hand over her mouth, having to turn away, so she wouldn't laugh at Chloe. Phew, sighed Harry, sinking into a chair clutching his chest. You handled that splendidly, smiled Ginny sitting down next to him. He picked up her hand and laced his fingers through hers. Thank you. I thought for a second that she would be scarred for life from that one. Apparently not, since she practically told us to do it again. Ginny shook her head and grinned. I can't decide if she's plotting this whole thing or if she's really just that funny. Gifted, Harry corrected. She's gifted. Ginny shrugged. Either way, I think we should follow orders. Oh, really? Harry smiled. Dotting her forehead, cheeks, and finally her lips. I think I agree. The cell door rattled open and the guard cleared his throat impatiently. Draco looked over at him leisurely as if the guard had announced his afternoon tea. Who is it? The guard gave a noisy snort. It's the Queen, who do you think? Now get up off your ass. Draco swung his feet down from the bed and smirked at the guard. That was quite comedic of you. Do you have any more jokes? Do you want to get out of this cell or not? Growled the guard. I can just leave you in here to talk to the little voices in your head if you'd like. When they got to the visitation room, Draco saw Pansy sitting primly behind one of the windows, dressed completely in black. I would prefer to go back to my cell and rot, please, Draco said sardonically to the guard. Sit down, said the guard, shoving him into the chair. Pansy studied Draco in exactly the same way she might have examined a spot of mold on a loaf of bread. Orange doesn't suit you, Draco. And you're in mourning, I see, Draco replied with a sneer. As much as you might wish it, I'm not dead. Quote. You may as well be, Pansy said coldly. Your life is as good as over. Potter will more than make sure of that. Potter won't kill me, snorted Draco. Nor will he allow a judge to do so. You won't get your hands on my money that easily. You know Aiden is the heir. And have you taken your potion like a good boy? Said Pansy, tapping on the glass with a plump finger. Her fingernail was manicured in lavender. We wouldn't want you to hear all those voices in your head during that little trial Potter's letting you have. Draco swelled like a violated puffer fish and gritted his teeth. Pansy's tone darkened, and she narrowed her eyes at Draco. You're ruined, she hissed. I told you to not meddle in that idiot's life, and what do you go and do? You ring up an old Death Eater pal and merrily go on your way. No one can catch the great Draco Malfoy. No one can challenge the great Draco Malfoy. No one can bring down the great Draco Malfoy. No one, except Harry Potter, that is. Pansy spit the last word and a flush had crept up her plump and pasty profile. And now Potter has free run over anything he wants. The Malfoy fortune. The manor. Your life. Is that in order of importance? Asked Draco, raising an indifferent eyebrow, because I fail to see how any of this involves you, Pansy. You're crazier than I thought, Pansy snorted. If you think I'm going to get a divorce and settle for measly child support payments while waiting for your son to come of, they got something else coming to you. I haven't put up with you for 6 years to get nothing in return. Your snot-faced little son is hardly the beginning of the reparations you owe me. That fortune belongs to me. You have just finished telling me that Harry Potter has free run over everything, Pansy. Not if we do this correctly, snapped Pansy. It's about time someone intelligent does the planning. You're going to listen to me and do as you're told, because I'm not going to let you drag me down in the process. Oh, I feel so much better now that you have a plan, Draco said dryly. You're going to plead guilty and renounce your behavior. I will not. Oh yes you will, or Harry Potter and his mudblood brat will get every last canute of your fortune. I said, I will not. Potter can have every last bit, but he won't get so much as a word of an apology from me. Hell has a better chance of freezing over. Why am I not surprised? You and your moronic Malfoy honor. You have a duty as my wife to honor my wishes. Unless you want to talk about a divorce again. Pansy slammed a fist on the counter. You listen to me, Draco. I have custody of your son. If you want the little idiot to grow up with even a glimmer of likeness to a Malfoy, you'd better start reconsidering my plan. Let me talk to him, Draco said immediately. Agree to my plan, Pansy said, crossing her arms and smiling at him with self-assured smirk. You don't seem to realize that I've seen through your little plan. You think you're being cunning and clever, working it out so that it does nothing but benefit you. That's the last thing I ever want to do. I don't owe you anything, Draco responded. Pansy's face lost the smirk. Oh yes you do. Quote, even though you conveniently went on vacation during this entire ordeal, I believe that you might take care to remember that I know every delightful, sunny detail of your past. I could simply start talking, and you might just end up right here next to me. Pansy's laugh was forced and high. You forget, Draco. They think you're absolutely crazy, which you are, she added scornfully. But what if they were to launch an investigation just for general interest in the accusations? That could certainly rattle the skeletons in your closets, said Draco, smiling in his normal fashion now, extremely pleased with himself. Don't threaten me, you bah. Do tread softly, Pansy. Draco leaned back in his chair and laughed softly. Why don't you go fetch Aiden? Chloe selected a crayon from behind Harry's heel and gave an enormous sigh. Daddy. Chloe heard another page turn and waited for her father to respond with a, yes. Daddy. She repeated, a bit louder. What is it, Chloe? Daddy. She poked him in the top of the foot with the green crayon. Daddy. The book thudded shut, and Harry sounded slightly irritated. Chloe. Must you color under my desk? What is it? Chloe crawled out from under his desk and glared at him. I must color under your desk. Harry's face suddenly turned a bit apologetic when he realized he was being mocked rather splendidly. Why are you doing it then? Because, Chloe said huffily, I just might have a question, and I want to be by you. There's a perfectly nice table over there that you can color on, and you'll still be by me, Harry said, shaking his head. Daddy, don't be silly. That isn't as nice as my cave. Harry took a deep breath and then patiently continued. You are only allowed to reside in your cave when you don't leave your crayons under my fae. The hairy monsters, Chloe interrupted. There was a short pause in which Harry took the time to glance down at his feet. They most certainly are not, he said defensively. Yes, they are, Chloe said, pointing. But they're very friendly monsters, Daddy. That happens to be my ankle, Harry said, smiling slightly. It's supposed to be that way. Why? Chloe asked curiously. Because Harry looked down at his ankle. Because, for heaven's sake, Chloe Grace, I don't know. Are you mad at me? Chloe questioned in the soft, hurt voice that absolutely made Harry's stomach drop with guilt. No, Angel, I'm just very busy. Do you still have a question? She nodded and played with the shiny green ribbon in one of her pigtails. Go on, I'm listening. The man. Her voice dropped off and she sidled closer to him, putting her hands on his knee. Mr. Malfoy, Harry said, placing a comforting hand on her back. He's in prison. Harry nodded. Yes. Forever. Harry sighed. I don't know, Chloe. That's why we have trials. A judge has to decide how long Mr. Malfoy has to stay in jail, or in a hospital, so he can get better. What about that boy? She asked, after digesting his comments. Chloe, you know his name. What about Aiden? He doesn't have to go to jail too, does he? Can they put kids in jail, Daddy? Harry pulled Chloe into his lap and hugged her tightly. No, Aiden doesn't have to go to jail. But he won't have a daddy anymore if they put him in jail, Chloe said worriedly. Shouldn't he have a daddy? Aiden has a mum too, Harry said, readying the green ribbon. Are you worried about him? Chloe screwed up her face. No, he doesn't like me at all. But I hope his daddy is nice to him after he gets better. Chloe, sometimes children can't be with their real parents. You know that, Harry stroked her pigtail and sighed. Like how you live with me now, instead of with your muggle parents. But Aiden's mum and dad aren't muggles. It's very complicated, Harry said, hugging her. I'll tell you when you're older. Aiden swallowed hard and squirmed in the plastic chair. Draco watched him a moment longer and spoke. If you have a question, Aiden, ask it. Aiden had a million questions. Each more puzzling than the next, but he couldn't ask any of them. Not to that man. Whoever that man was behind the glass was certainly not his father. He had never seen the man behind the glass in his entire life. His father would never wear orange, and his father would certainly not allow the man behind him to stare at him so rudely. What? Aiden began slowly. What are those things on your wrists? Draco glanced down at the brass bands clamped firmly around his wrists. They're blocking bands, he said simply. What do they do? Aiden asked, glancing back at his mother. She had crossed her arms over her stomach and was glaring at the both of them. They keep me from doing magic, Draco said after a pause. Aiden didn't want to look at him again. This was not his father. His father would never allow anyone to take away his magic. Why? Look at me when addressing me. Draco snapped. Aiden jerked his head up. Now that sounded more like his father. But he was still faced. Why did they take away your magic? Because Harry Potter wanted them to, Draco said shortly. Anything else? Aiden nodded. Are they going to kill you, father? No. Draco barked. Where did you get an idiotic idea, such as that? Mother. Your mother is nothing more than a foolish drunk. You are a Malfoy and it is your duty to behave as one while I'm gone. How long will you be gone, father? Aiden glanced back at his mother, who didn't seem to hear his father talk about her. That is not of importance. What did I tell you? Aiden drew a deep breath and kept his blue eyes on his father. That I am a Malfoy. Harry. Sirius entered the room cautiously. What? Harry's voice was strained and he didn't turn to greet Sirius. Do you want something to eat? Why do you feel obligated to feed me? Don't be argumentative, Harry James. Sirius set his hands on the back of the couch and looked down at Harry, who was lying perfectly still, staring at the ceiling. Harry's Auror robes were unclasped at the collar and he had managed to kick off one of his boots. Sorry. You look a wreck. I'm dead tired, Sirius, Harry said, finally letting his gaze rest on Sirius. I just got home. Want to talk about it? It's awfully late to get into it. 9 o'clock. said Sirius, not falling for it. Don't you dare make me read about the results in the Daily Prophet. Fine, sighed Harry, sitting up. Can I get you something to drink? No thank you. Just give it to me straight. Well, of course you know we won, Harry said flatly. That's all over the news already. Of course. Harry sighed. At least the judge had the sense to make it a non-public trial. What happened? Sirius prodded. I was pardoned for breaking the restraining order. Percy took care of it. Good, good, Sirius said approvingly. I knew there wouldn't be a problem. Harry shrugged apathetically. Sirius crossed his arms. Harry, what's bothering you? Do you know how long I've known Malfoy? Harry said suddenly with definite anger in his voice. 14 years. And did you know that in every moment in those 14 years I wanted him to pay for all the foul things he's done? Once, I knew I had the absolute advantage, and there wasn't any question of me winning or not. Sirius didn't comment, but waited for Harry to continue. And now it's finally happened, Harry said bitterly. I've destroyed the rest of his life and it seems that I'm not any better than he is. Harry, I understand you feel a bit guilty, but did Draco really have a fulfilling life? What exactly was he going to do? Change mankind for the better? Kill off more muggles? Go kidnap a few of Percy's kids next time? What he'd murdered one of us, would that convince you of his guilt? No. Harry lifted his eyes from the carpet. I know he deserves everything. Everything. To tell you the truth, later on I'll probably think it isn't harsh enough for what he did to Chloe. He's a monster, but it's not just him I'm hurting. Sirius' dark eyes showed compassion, but his mouth remained in a thin hard line. Harry, I didn't attend the trial. You're going to have to tell me. Harry strode over to his desk and snatched a folder off of it. He handed it to Sirius like it was a particularly slimy thing he never wanted to touch again. It's all in here. Whether you judge it just or not, it's over. Harry, I don't question your judgment, Sirius argued. That got a small half-smile from Harry. Yes you do. Oh, smiled Sirius, you think it's so easy being me. These conversations get harder as you get older. It was easier when you were 13 or 14. Now the only response I get is that I'm the old geezer that questions your judgment. Quote. Come on, Sirius, you're not an old geezer. Just read it, Harry said taking his seat again. Sirius squinted at the papers, snorted, and disobligingly took out a pair of reading glasses. Old geezer, he muttered half to himself, half to Harry. Harry rolled his eyes behind his own glasses and pointed to the title of a paper. I have complete ownership of Malfoy Manor, he said simply. The judge wanted me to compose my own list of compensation, and I must say, my lawyers are nothing short of frightening geniuses. Sirius raised his eyebrows in an expression of surprise. What are you going to do with that property? I'll get into that in a moment. I'm sure you're much more interested to find out what is going to happen to Draco. Very much so. He's been diagnosed as legally insane. He's under a heavy regimen of potions and medicines right now, and that helps him function almost normally, but the doctors don't know what will happen if he ever builds up an immunity to the medicine. So whether he was found guilty or not, he would have been locked up. Yes, Harry said, nodding his head. This only moved it on a bit sooner. He, of course, thinks he's perfectly normal. Where is he going? Raveenu Mental Institution. In solitary confinement until he stops this, I am Lord Voldemort, rubbish. He's also had his right to do magic completely abolished. Raveenu, said Sirius thoughtfully, that's not exactly Azkaban, but I think it's fitting. Jail with padded walls. What's this here with elves? Have you been talking to Hermione? Sirius held up a piece of paper and skimmed it over with a smile. All house elves have been released from the Malfoy's supervision. They are welcome to go to other houses. However, I would imagine that a few will stay due to the renovation of Malfoy Manor. Go on. I'm not taking away Pansy and Aidan's home because of something Draco did. Technically, they can live there under my conditions, said Harry. Pansy isn't going to take very kindly to your charity, Sirius said with a smile. I'm not doing this for Pansy. I'm doing this for the little boy. He lost his father, and everything in his world is going to be turned upside down, said Harry quietly. Malfoy Manor will be changed into a free boarding house for all witches and wizards that are muggle-born and don't have anyone to turn to in time of need. Also, any Hogwarts students can stay there for holidays if they live in a bad environment outside of school. Sirius looked utterly delighted. Pansy Parkinson using her own home to cater to the muggle-born. You're right, Harry. Your lawyers are frightening geniuses. Pansy won't be in charge of it all, but she'll work there. The Malfoy fortune will pay for everything. Only the best bedding, best food, and anything else will be provided for the residents. Pity it wasn't around when I had to live with the Dursleys. What goes around comes around, Sirius said wisely. But I have to tell you, if it were left up to me, I would have just kicked the Malfoys out on their asses and made it into a playhouse for Chloe. The Daily Prophet is going to love this, though. Harry groaned. Don't remind me. Daddy. Chloe padded into the room, rubbing her eyes. Are you finished with the trial now? I am, said Harry, picking her up. Did we wake you? Chloe shook her head no and sleepily laid her head on Harry's shoulder. I forgot, she said simply. You forgot what? Asked Harry. I forgot to ask Mr. Charlie about the letter Ms. Ginny and I wrote him. Sirius chuckled. About the dragon sneezing, or something like that. Chloe yawned. Ms. Ginny said he wrote back and added a little note on the bottom saying he would tell me when he came and visited next. Then I forgot to ask him. That woke you up, laughed Harry. My head thought it was important that I remembered, explained Chloe, closing her eyes. We'll remember next time. Okay, said Harry. Okay, sighed Chloe, already half asleep again. I'll go take her back to her bed, whispered Sirius, taking Chloe from Harry and leaving the room. Harry settled back down onto the couch and sighed. He wondered if Ginny had heard anything about the trial yet. Surely she would have stopped by to see him. Did you talk to Ginny today? Harry asked when he heard Sirius' footsteps enter the study again. I didn't. Did you? Responded a very clear, articulate voice. Harry bolted up. Remus. Don't do that. Don't answer your questions. Remus asked, warming up by the fire. I thought you were. If I'd turned into Sirius, Remus said with a mischievous smile, I'd be very concerned for the welfare of myself. I'm guessing you heard about the trial, then, Harry said. I did. I came by to see how you were. You know, you and Sirius should start a psychiatric office. You seem to be awfully interested in my well-being as of late. As of late? Oh, that's right. You two have always listened to my griping about everything since I was, in fourth year. Third, corrected Remus automatically, and I also don't think it's griping. I'm fine. And don't get me wrong, I'm very grateful for the pair of mother hens that I've had the good fortune to be landed with. I resent that comment. Sirius smiled good-naturedly at Harry as he walked back into the room. I am not a mother hen. He sounds cranky. Don't you think so, Sirius? I agree, Remus. Maybe he's not getting enough iron in his diet. Or maybe a lack of Ginny Weasley, suggested Remus. Okay, enough, Harry said moodily. And no, I haven't seen Ginny this week. So, why don't you go to Ginny's house, and you two go do something together? Said Remus. It's very simple. You know, Sirius said wickedly. Like a date. The Potter men never seem to catch on how these things work, said Remus. Took James years. Wasn't my father married? Harry began. Which is more than either of you ca. That's different, Sirius said, waving his hand distractedly. How? We were discussing how you were going to go take Ginny somewhere this evening, Remus interrupted succinctly. I would, but I need a responsible babysitter, retorted Harry. Ouch, said Sirius. I think that both of us can handle a sleeping little girl, reassured Remus, especially a really sweet one like Chloe. Is that the theory that two half-responsible people make one whole responsible person? Would you just go? Sirius shoved Harry's cloak into his arms. You'll get in touch with me if Chloe has another night terror? Asked Harry anxiously. Yes. Leave already. We're going to call up our lady friends and have wild party in your house. Explained Sirius. Oh, I wasn't aware the nursing home's visiting hours were this late, grinned Harry. Watch it. Go have fun, ordered Lupin. We've got everything under control. Go profess your undying love to Ginny. Harry shook his head and laughed just before he apparated out of the room. Nursing home, grumbled Sirius. If I didn't know better, I'd say Harry called us a pair of old coots. Your hair is grayer than mine. That's wisdom, dear Moony, not gray hair. Ginny opened her front door and gave a muffled noise of surprise. Harry, I'm in my pajamas. They're very nice pajamas, commented Harry with a grin. I mean, sorry to wake you. It's okay, I wasn't asleep. Is everything okay? May I come in? Ginny let him in. Sorry. Where are my manners? Same place mine are, for coming to your house late at night, grinned Harry. Well, I'm always looking for someone to show off my favorite pair of Chudley Cannon's pajamas. Since Ron is such a thoughtful gift buyer, it's only fair I show them to everyone that doesn't have the good fortune to own a pair. Would you like a cup of tea? Harry laughed. No thanks. I think Hermione is really trying to wean him off that horrible orange. I doubt it's working though. Well, we all know, Ron's best color is really maroon, they said together and laughed. So what brings you to my humble abode? Ginny asked. I have some shapes you can help me cut out for the shape unit after Christmas break. I was kicked out of my own house, said Harry, shaking his head sadly. What? Laughed Ginny. Have you not been paying for it? Sirius and Remus barged into my house and ordered me to go have fun. They told you to go have fun, and you came here. You don't listen well, Harry, said Ginny, cutting out a purple diamond. Unless you're really interested in an enchanted game of Scrabble that Hermione decided I needed. He grinned. How about you go get changed, and I'll take you for a night out on the town? He suggested. Sold, Ginny said, setting down her shapes. You're 10 times more fun than yellow squares anyway. Ginny threw open her wardrobe hastily and shoved robe after robe aside. No, these wouldn't do at all. Why did everything look so nursery school teacher, suddenly? Because you are a nursery school teacher, Ginny, she reminded herself out loud with a groan. Harry paced around downstairs in Ginny's living room. Sure, that had sounded really great. A night on the town, but now that he had said it, he had no idea where he was going to take her. That was a really stupid thing to say, Harry, he told himself aloud. Now you're going to look like an idiot because you don't know what you're going to do. London. No. Too many muggles. A romantic walk by Hogwarts Lake. No. Too hokey. He had specifically said, night on the town. I am such an idiot, Harry said, racking his brain for any ideas. There was a crash as Ginny knocked over a few bottles on her vanity table. She was trying to brush her hair and apply makeup at the same time. You okay, Gin? Came Harry's voice from downstairs. Yes. Thank you, she yelled as she pointed her wand at the mess and did a quick cleaning spell. Harry looked at his watch. Why did girls take so long to get ready? No matter, he thought to himself, I'm still the one who doesn't know where we're going. He ran a hand through his hair and rested his elbows on his knees as he waited on the couch and tried to think of something. Just before he was about to admit his situation to her when she came downstairs, his gaze fell on a book resting on Ginny's coffee table. Harry grinned. Now that was a good place, regardless of the muggles. Ginny glanced at her clock. 15 minutes. That was a new record for her. She probably shouldn't let Harry think that it only took her that small amount of time to get ready. She slipped on her shoes and took a deep breath to calm herself before she went downstairs. Harry turned around. Wow. You look lovely, he said. Thank you, said Ginny, smoothing her robes, deep midnight blue with silver trim on the hems. We're going to Paris, he announced. A smile traced Ginny's lips. That sounds wonderful, she said. Of course it sounded wonderful. Harry could have well said South Pole, and she would have been perfectly content to go. He buttoned up his cloak and helped her with hers. We're not exactly in muggle clothing, but I think we can get by. Don't you think? Ginny took his offered arm. I think so. We're being stared at again, Ginny said, spooning up a bit more ice cream. She and Harry had decided to have dessert in a small, warm cafe. They got seats by the window so they could watch the passers-by on the street. Well, Harry rested his elbows on the table and smiled fondly at her. I wonder how many of these muggles have seen robes. We're also decidedly not French. But this is Paris, Ginny pointed out. Aren't they used to foreigners? Not really stunning ones. Harry plucked his cherry off the top of his ice cream and deposited it in Ginny's bowl. You're barely touching your ice cream, Harry. Guilt. Florine would be mad at us for getting ice cream anywhere but his shop. Can we ask them if they have owl pellet crunch? Ginny asked innocently. Or maybe some leapfrog lime for Chloe. And here you were just commenting on how people were staring at us, Harry said, reaching across the table and taking her hand. You're just a troublemaker at heart. Typical Weasley. Speaking of Weasleys, I hear you're going to have a whole lot of them at your house. Oh, I'd say around December 25th. Yes, Christmas is at Havenwood, Harry confirmed. I can finally have you all at my house for a change. Chloe is going to have a ball. Her very first Christmas with the new family. I'm sure you're just as excited. Harry fished through his robes, sickles and nuts falling out before pulling out a few Muggle notes. The waiter came over and investigated the notes with a frown. No, he said, shaking his head. Ginny was puzzled. Isn't that Muggle money? She whispered. Harry seemed to remember what the problem was and whispered back. Muggles insist on having different types of money for their countries. The waiter watched this conversation with the utmost suspicion and glared at Harry. Watch, Harry said, holding up a 20-pound note. He folded it twice and then opened his fist to reveal the money in the correct currency. Tada, Harry said playfully. The waiter applauded. Un-magician, he exclaimed, quite delighted. Ginny was biting her lower lip to hold in the laughter. Harry nodded at the waiter indulgently. Yes, a magician. You just don't know how correct you are. Are you ready, Gin? She nodded and waited until the waiter was out of earshot. And here you were commenting how I was the troublemaker. I'm sure your little magic trick isn't exactly legal. Transfiguration right in front of a Muggle. I only break the law to entertain, Harry said, defending himself with a smile. He draped her cloak over her shoulders and kissed her cheek. You're lucky he didn't want me to saw you in half. Quote. Saw me in half. Ginny was horrified. What are you talking about? It's a Muggle thing, Harry said, drawing her into an embrace when they were outside. I don't think I could do it anyway. Why? Asked Ginny as she lavished his lips with small light kisses. Because I love you, of course, Harry said simply. Isn't it obvious? Yes, Ginny said, hugging him tightly. It is obvious. And I love you too, Harry. Harry upset his coffee cup and it quickly flooded the table. Ron leapt from his seat before the coffee could spill over on him. Clumsy git, Ron laughed. Harry, who was really hoping to avoid coffee-scented robes for the rest of the day, had scrambled up also. He furtively tried to clean up the mess by waving a quick hand over it. A waitress bustled over and smiled brightly at him. Don't worry about it, Mr. Potter, she said cheerfully, pulling out her wand. I'm sorry, said Harry, still trying to help her. No problem, Mr. Potter, she said, finishing up and indicating them to sit down again. I'll be right back with a new cup of coffee. So, how come I have to help you Christmas shop? Asked Ron. Because you don't like to shop, and I don't like to shop, therefore we'll get done twice as fast. You never did well in mathematics, did you? Sighed Ron. I was too busy saving the world, replied Harry sardonically. Very time-consuming. Smart Alec. I want to get Ginny something really special, Harry said thoughtfully. Any ideas? I just can't think of anything. Well, you spend enough time with her, you should know. She's always at Havenwood, Ron said, shrugging. Harry noticed Ron's tone sounded a bit tetchy. What's wrong with her spending time at my house? Weren't you worried about her just a few weeks ago? I don't think she's in any condition for a fling, Ron said crossly. I don't know if you noticed, but the latest woman to throw herself at your feet actually car. Taken aback, Harry wasn't quite sure what to say. What? You heard me, said Ron, crumbling his biscuit. Loud and clear, Harry said irritably. Apparently you're just a little bothered by this. Just a teeny bit, Harry. Ron's voice was surprisingly controlled for the look he was giving Harry. I'm drawing the line at my family. I haven't done anything to your sister to hurt her. Harry exclaimed, not believing his own ears. Was Ron his best friend or not? You mean anything besides getting her into bed, spat Ron. What? Harry fought to keep his voice down. This was definitely wavering on the verge of becoming an enormous scene. You just crossed your own line there. You think that the entire family doesn't see it. See what? See that I care about her. I thought someone like you would have consideration enough to realize what he was getting into. You parade on back into Ginny's life, sweep her off her feet, make her fall in love with you, and you think you'll be able to make a clean break for it now. Planning to toss my sister to the curb. I'm not going to sit around and watch this happen. Make Ginny fall in love with me, said Harry sarcastically. Oh yes, I had it all planned out. Why don't we just count all the people's hearts I've broken? Come on, Ron, get real. That's right. We all saw right through that, with the flowers, the ball, using your fortune to win her over. Ron slammed his hand on the table angrily. People were beginning to look over at them, murmuring and pointing. That's not true, shouted Harry. Ron drew himself up from the table. You know, I thought the family meant more to you than this, Harry. He had done it. He had played his last card. The insult that he knew would infuriate Harry. You don't understand. The hell if I don't. Ron shouted back. If you would shut up for 5 bloody seconds, I could explain. There's nothing to explain. I haven't slept with your sister. Not that it's any of your business. I was under the assumption I was dating Ginny, not Ginny and you haven't slept with her yet. Would you grow up? Come on, Harry, this charade isn't fooling me. Fine, Harry shouted. That's fine. But how's this little piece of information? You prat, I love her. Ron threw some money on the table and stalked out of the coffee shop. Coble's Cove Sirius House. I have a lunch meeting, Percy said impatiently, glancing at his watch. Can we kindly get on with whatever we came here to discuss? We were about to discuss what to do about Harry and Ron, and you've got 20 minutes to spare, said Bill, narrowing his eyes. Sit down. Family first. Hermione is really upset about this. If they don't get this resolved by Christmas, Mum is going to be in fits, Charlie said, shaking his head. Let's review. For my sake anyway, Sirius said, taking a seat. Harry is mad at Ron because Ron overreacted and made a complete public spectacle of themselves, Percy interrupted. Ron's mad at Harry because, well, I guess he's not really used to the idea of Harry and Ginny, Sirius continued, not listening to Percy's comment. I don't think they're really all that angry with each other, just being stubborn gits, Charlie said, playing with the hole worn in the knee of his trousers. I agree with Charlie, Bill nodded, and we aren't going to let them spoil Christmas. Especially for the kids. Well, we'd better do something, George said huffily. I'm sick of Ron moping around. It's like someone's died. He came in the joke shop for some Christmas gifts and he didn't even flinch when Fred and I dropped the new Acromantula model on him from the ceiling. Fred looked very put out. Talk about a disappointing reaction. We put it up especially for him. I don't think dropping a giant spider on your brother is going to help things, Sirius replied with a grin. They weren't trying to help. They were trying to knock some sense into that thick skull of his, Charlie said helpfully. We didn't even get a flinch, a twitch, or girlish scream. George did look quite dejected. I just don't see what the big deal is, said Bill. I, for one, like the idea that Harry and Ginny are a couple. It's about time, actually. Not to mention how happy Harry has been. He's finally able to have a somewhat normal life. Besides, Harry is probably the best brother-in-law we could get. Neville was a great bloke. Don't get me wrong, he was very, what's the word? Said Fred. Timid, laughed Charlie. I'll never forget the time we talked him into playing the annual Weasley Quidditch match. Poor fellow. Screamed like a banshee when that bludger hit him, and he fell off his broom, said George. Had to pull him out of the creeping tendril bush, didn't you, Bill? Aye, screamed Fred in imitation. The boys roared with laughter. Righto, said George, Harry's a great chap. Good at Quidditch too. I think he and Ginny are great. They all grunted in agreement. So how are you going to convince his best friend of this? Asked Sirius. Beat it into him, said Charlie with a smile, looking up from under strands of hair that had flopped into his blue eyes. Please tell me you're joking. For a moment, Sirius had a very mischievous gleam to his eye, but then he remembered to chide Charlie. Now, Dad and Mum wouldn't approve of us ganging up on Ron, said Percy, waving his hands like a referee. That's why we aren't going to tell them, Percy, said George with a snort, and unlike you, we don't tell Mum every little thing we do. Enough, interrupted Bill with the usual authority of oldest brother. Percy's right. We just want him to see that it isn't so bad that Harry and Ginny are an item. So we'll chat with him for a bit. And when that doesn't work? Asked Fred, crossing his arms. Bill gave them a smooth look. Then we'll smack him. The genuine 1871 sketch of an early quaffle fell from the wall in Ron's office, and he heard the glass break in the frame with a loud crack. Ginny seemed rather peeved about something, as she saw fit to slam his door in such a fashion. You, she growled, pointing right at Ron. Her cheeks were so red that Ron was suspicious that she might start breathing fire. Hi, Gin, Ron said, testing the waters with a nice reply. Got a little vigorous with the door, How dare you? Ron was thankful most of the office had gone out for lunch today. If she kept that volume, she'd cause a banshee to go deaf. Gin. She strode across the room, her eyes narrowing into slits. Don't you gin me. You better start explaining right now, Ronald Weasley, or I'm going to curse you through the window. Oh, he bet Harry had gone crying to her, and she was here to defend his honor. Probably best to play dumb. What in the world are you going on about? He exclaimed. Ginny slammed a Daily Prophet on his desk. Don't you dare play dumb with me. Ron glanced down at the paper. What? Ginny made a frightening lunge for the letter opener on his desk, and Ron slammed it in the drawer just in time. Ginny, simmer down. Have you lost it? You just can't come in here and destroy my office. Oh, really? Ginny screeched. But you can just come on in and destroy my relationship with Harry. Ron glanced over the article. Fist fight. What fist fight? I don't care what they exaggerated. Ginny exclaimed. You'd better apologize to Harry or all. I have nothing to say to Harry. Ron crossed his arms. What is wrong with you? Ginny shouted. He's your best friend. It's none of your business to tell him who he can and cannot date. And you really have no business telling me who I can see. I'm looking out for your best interests. Your interests, definitely, not mine and Harry's. Ginny shouted. Ginny, I just have a bad feeling about the whole. If you two would just slow down and look things over. Ron, would you grow up? I can take care of myself. I'm not apologizing to Harry. What I said needed to be said. Ginny turned bright red and clenched her fists. Fine. I'll say what I need to say then. She shouted. Get your nose out of my business. It is none of your concern what Harry Potter and I do. You're my sister. I have plenty of say, Ron bellowed. You're only doing this to get over Neville. Oh, that had been the wrong thing to say because Ginny fell dangerously silent. Ron, she said in a very flat, controlled voice, if you ever say such a thing to me again, I will never speak to you as long as I live. You're getting too worked up over this, Ginny. Would you please get a clear head about things? I need a clear head. Ginny shrieked, pointing at the article on the table. I speak for Harry and myself when I say, sod off. She snatched his Chudley Cannon's paperweight and launched it at the wall, shoved off all his papers and work and even managed to kick the desk, before storming out of the office and slamming the door yet again. Ron grit his teeth as his paperweight shattered against the wall. One thing was for sure, Ginny hadn't been that explosive since before Neville died. What about the reindeer? Asked Chloe, as she arranged the cookies on the plate. What about them? Asked Harry, placing a glass of milk next to the plate. Won't they be hungry? Father Christmas feeds them before they leave, he explained. Chloe looked horrified and gave Harry a disdained look. That is not fair, Daddy. What? He said, a little shocked at her outburst. They have to fly with all those presents around the world. Father Christmas gets treats at the houses and they get stuck waiting outside in the snow. Exclaimed Chloe, sincerely concerned for the mistreated reindeer. Harry was faintly reminded of Hermione's attempt to fight for the house. Elves. Not another one. Chloe should have a chat with her about starting a reindeer liberation front. He grinned as he ran a few prospective acronyms for the organization in his mind. RALF. Reindeer Awareness Liberation Front. Harry almost laughed out loud. An acronym sounding like Ralph was almost as funny sounding as SPEW. Daddy. Why are you smiling? The poor reindeer. Sorry, Angel, said Harry, coming back down to earth and working on a sympathetic look. It wasn't working. Do reindeer like peanut butter? I've heard they especially like peanut butter. Chloe looked satisfied with that response. We can leave peanut butter on apples for them. And a pail of milk. A pail of milk. Wouldn't they prefer water? He asked, hoping to sway her opinion. Don't be silly, Daddy. You never have water with peanut butter. She laughed and tugged on his robe sleeve. Who is going to make these apple peanut butter things? We are. Chloe cried, elated. Harry imagined the reaction from the house elves when they strolled into the kitchen again. He and Chloe had made the cookies themselves earlier today, and he was quite sure he would be taking another bath today if this was anything like the cookie incident. Tell me again, Daddy, said Chloe pleaded. You must like this story an awful lot, said Harry, stretching his legs out onto the coffee table. Please, begged Chloe, making big eyes at Harry. Pretty please. Another voice chimed into the conversation. Ms. Ginny, cried Chloe, jumping off the couch to greet her. Hi, Gin, said Harry, standing up also. This is a very pleasant surprise. Ginny looked up and smiled at him after she had hugged Chloe. May I take your coat? Sure, said Ginny, unwrapping her bright blue scarf and letting him help her out of her matching coat, spotted with snowflakes. Harry keyed her cheek lightly and walked off with the coat. So, ahem. What have you and your daddy been doing today? Said Ginny, hoping to cease the giggles coming from Chloe. We baked cookies. We also made reindeer treats, informed Chloe, pointing to the plates on the table. Yes, the house elves were a little surprised to see us in a Christmas baking spirit. They were a little taken aback with our version of holiday baking, added Harry, shouting from the coat closet. Ginny laughed. You two made cookies. I'm sure Father Christmas will really appreciate it. That's what I said, cried Chloe. Why don't you have a seat, Ginny? Offered Harry, as he sat back down on the couch. Well, I just stopped by for a short visit, smiled Ginny, but, sit down and hear the rest of the story with us, finished Harry. What's the story about? Asked Ginny as she sat on the other side of Harry. The beginning, Chloe said promptly, crawling into his lap. All right then, one last time. You have to go to sleep after this one, okay? If I go to bed earlier, will Christmas be here sooner? Yes, said Ginny. Are you going to bed early today too? Asked Chloe curiously. Ginny saw Harry grin for a fraction of a second. She flushed slightly under his gaze. Yes, I have to go home and make sure the Christmas tree lights work. Harry cleared his throat and concealed another broad grin. Now, where do we begin, Chloe? The part that says Father Christmas is really a wizard, Chloe said with glee. She then immediately fell quiet, eager to hear the next part. Right, laughed Harry. He is really a wizard. The Muggles believe that he is a little magical, but they don't really know what he is. That's why he can visit the Muggle children too. Quote. Tell the best part, Daddy. Piped up Chloe again. Best part. I'm afraid I don't remember which part you like best. The chimney, said Ginny, unconsciously correcting her. Harry squinted for a moment, remembering. When he climbs out of his sleigh onto the roof, he takes out two things. Remember what they are. The toys are in one bag, said Chloe, and flow powder in the other. Right, Harry stopped. I don't remember. What's the next part, Ginny? Chloe looked quickly at Ginny. Do you remember, Ms. Ginny? Ginny couldn't say no to Chloe's pleading eyes. Then he takes a big pinch of flow powder and tosses it down the chimney to cool the fire, like any respectable wizard. Why doesn't he get taken somewhere else by the flow powder like we do? Asked Chloe. Because most of the houses he visits are Muggle houses and they aren't connected to the flow network. Plus, for him to go anywhere, he would have to yell out a destination. Father Christmas is always very quiet, so he just uses the flow powder to cool the flames, explained Ginny. Said Chloe. She looked over at their fireplace for maybe a glimpse of some boots hanging out of it. Then what? Then he takes out his wand and puts a shrinking spell on himself and hops right down the chimney. Then what happens, Harry? He goes back to his normal size and says another spell, which is Lumos, cried Chloe. Harry nodded. Yes. He lights his wand so he can see in the dark houses. Then he creeps over to the Christmas tree, and he leaves presents. Chloe cheered. Then what? Asked Harry. He finds the most comfy chair and has milk and cookies. Right, said Chloe. Absolutely right. Then after he's full from all those cookies, he waddles back to the fireplace. But he's too fat to climb back up, and he can't climb up a chimney if he makes himself small again. So what does he do? Apparates to the roof. Do you remember why he doesn't just apparate into the house? Wouldn't that be easier than going down the chimney? Chloe giggled. Because the Muggles made up that silly story about the chimney. They don't know about apparating, so he has to fool them when he comes down in their house. They don't know that Father Christmas really is a wizard. Perfect, praised Harry. Very nice story, added Ginny. Harry stood up and stretched. Now it's time for bed for all the little girls and stuffed dragons who are wanting Father Christmas to pay a visit tonight. Good night, Ms. Ginny, said Chloe, hugging her and holding Norbert out for Ginny to pat. Can we really get up as early as I like tomorrow? Said Chloe, following Harry up the stairs to tuck her in. Within reasonable hours, yes, commented Harry, rumpling her hair. What's reasonable hours, Daddy? Interrogated Chloe as they turned at the first landing on the stairs, and continued up. Ginny didn't get to hear the rest of the conversation because they had headed up the stairs and out of earshot. She casually flipped through a photo album, and about 10 minutes later Harry jogged back down the stairs. Ginny set the album back down. Is she asleep? Are you kidding? Would you be if you were 5 and it was Christmas Eve? Laughed Harry. Probably not, she admitted. So, where did you hear the wizard version of Father Christmas? I read it somewhere. I reckoned it would be a good thing to tell, since the Dursleys never seemed to tell me anything along the lines of him bringing things for me. I'm sorry. That must have really been awful as a kid growing up with them. Well, I did like Christmas. I could usually play with whatever Dudley would break and forget about. Ginny shook her head sadly. Well, you have all sorts of Christmas left to make up for all of that. He sat down next to her and took her hand. This one is already making up for half of them, he said. It is nice, she commented, laying her head on his shoulder. This one seems happier for everyone. Harry put his arm around her and dimmed the lights, all except for the Christmas tree. Less than 2 months ago, he had seen her standing in his foyer practically running back home, and now the same place but different time, she was here with him. What would you like Father Christmas to bring you? He asked as he closed his eyes lazily. Ginny seemed to think this over for a while and was quiet. Finally she replied, I don't think I really know. No sled, said Harry in mock amazement. No, she laughed. You aren't going to get all philosophical on this question, are you, Gin? Fine. You tell me what you want for Christmas then. Harry looked down at her beautiful brown eyes, and felt his heart give a leap in his chest. I want a bigger Christmas tree than Dudley, he said, his face completely deadpan. Ginny looked over at the towering fir in the living room, then back at Harry, grinning. I think you got your Christmas wish then. Harry looked very proud of himself. Yes, that's the great part. Give Harry Potter a big tree and he's happy. Don't ever let anyone tell you that you aren't easy to shop for then. Seriously, he said, looking her straight on. What seriously? That you're easy to shop for? No, do you want to know what I really want for Christmas? He said quietly. What? Said Ginny softly, as he rested a hand on her face and leaned into key. Her. Knock, knock, knock. Ding dong. Ginny's eyes flew open and Harry drew away. Now who is that? He muttered, trying very hard not to look annoyed. Is it Father Christmas? Shrieked Chloe's voice from upstairs. Harry and Ginny glanced at each other and laughed. The lights in the room were pulled back up again. No, Chloe, it isn't yet, Harry called back. Chloe's face peeped out between the banister and her pajamas with feet swung between the rails. May I come down and check? Please, Daddy. Harry shrugged. What the heck, it was Christmas Eve. Yes, you can come down, Chloe. Knock, knock, knock. Ding dong. Percy, Penelope, and all 8 of their children were standing in the doorway. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were with them also. But that wasn't the shocking part. All of them were sporting Victorian clothing from head to toe. The men all had top hats on with their knee breeches and matching coats. All the girls had on very old-fashioned dresses with bonnets on and had muffs to go with their cloaks. Hello, said Harry, not exactly sure of what to say to them. Deck the halls with boughs of holly. Chloe looked up at Harry in amazement. They're carolers, he explained with a smile. Harry looked from one matching caroler to the next. Mr. Weasley was positively elated with the whole scene. Harry assumed this was his idea to begin with, since they were all dressed in old-fashioned Muggle clothing. Mrs. Weasley was holding baby Henri, who also matched everyone except for the absence of a top hat. She seemed to be mildly enjoying herself also. Penelope was being perfectly neutral as usual, and smiled pleasantly at her children as she sang along. Percy looked rather cross in his top hat as he sang with the group. He kept glancing around to see if anyone could see them causing a scene. Mortimer, the eldest of Percy's children, stood to his father's right and was an exact replica, same attitude and air of distinction. Mortimer was the only child that Harry had ever met that was 7 years old going on 30. Catherine, the next oldest, stood by her mother and daintily sang every word. Meghan was singing, but she seemed to be trying to untie her bonnet without her parents noticing, much less Catherine. 4-year-old Kyle was having his own glorious time as he danced a little jig as he sang. Kyle always seemed to be in his own dreamy little world, happy and agreeable about everything. Little Hunter was trying desperately to keep his top hat on, as it kept slipping down over his eyes. Poor little blighter, thought Harry, he was always trying to make up for the fact that he was small for his age. Then the 2-year-old twins, Madeline and Alexandria, were singing for all they were worth, but couldn't seem to remember any of the words except for the fa la 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 parts. But they screamed that part enthusiastically when it came around. After they'd finished, Harry, Ginny, and Chloe clapped politely. Very nice, laughed Harry. Mr. Weasley beamed. Isn't it wonderful? I read a Muggle Christmas book, and Muggles do this door to door. Mrs. Weasley adjusted her bonnet. Ahem, well, Arthur wanted to spread some Christmas cheer with the grandchildren, and he went all out, to say the least. I think it's a great idea, Dad, Ginny said. Percy sighed. I don't mind taking part in some Muggle traditions, and in fact it rather gives people a good impression of us. But is it really necessary to go traipsing about in these Muggle costumes? Imagine what the public eye will think, seeing the Minister of Magic running amok on Christmas Eve performing a side show. Mummy, Meghan has her bonnet off, screeched Catherine out of the blue. Meghan, darling, put your bonnet back on, said Penelope calmly. Harry nearly spoiled their little scene of Christmas joy by laughing at Meghan's face. She had all the proper attire, as the others, her curly red hair was even tied neatly a bow, but the scowl on her face that she had for Catherine certainly didn't have the intent of Christmas spirit. He choked back his laugh and invited them all in for hot chocolate. Hello, Chloe sweetheart. When are you going to come over and play at my house with the grandchildren? Asked Mrs. Weasley kindly. Your house looks very festive, commented Percy to Harry as he removed his top hat and looked around at the Christmas decorations. Thank you, said Harry. You should really give tours Havenwood during the holiday season. People would really love to see the inside of your home. It would go over well with the general public. Tours of my home, said Harry incredulously, doing a double take to see if Percy was really serious. Why, of course. All types of famous people do that sort of thing. I heard that one headmaster of Hogwarts was famous for his Christmas decorations. I know it wasn't Dumbledore, but I think it might have been. It's a first-rate idea, Percy, but I think I value my privacy a little too much for all that, said Harry, closing the subject the quickest way possible. Paying Harry and Chloe a visit, Ginny dear. asked Mr. Weasley, sipping his hot chocolate. Yes, Dad, I was. I had just popped in, too, for a short visit, said Ginny, blushing darkly, and busied herself with her hot chocolate. There came shrieks of laughter from the children as most of them had foregone the hot chocolate and went after the bowl of marshmallows which had been set out. Then they went to investigate some of the presents already set under the tree from the many shopping excursions that Harry had been on. "This one has my name on it," gleefully exclaimed Hunter, recognizing one of the handful of words he could read. "Children. Manners," chided Percy loudly. All of the children stood up guiltily and faced Percy. "I told you we wouldn't be allowed," Mortimer whispered loudly to his siblings. "It's okay. It is Christmas Eve after all, just as long as the presents stay wrapped. Besides, there will be more from Father Christmas, right?" said Harry quietly, siding with the children. Percy hesitated. "Well, if Uncle Harry says it's okay, and I do suppose it is Christmas." The children bolted off to go look at the tree again, and the laughter commenced. "Aren't you afraid they'll work out what some of them are, and ruin the surprise?" asked Penelope. "Well, that's only a fraction of the presents, and no, I don't think they'll be able to guess what they are. I've taken a few little do not open until Christmas precautions." "What do you mean, Prek?" There was a deafening noise from the living room. Roar. The children scattered away from the tree, screaming in fright. There was chaos for a good minute or so until Harry walked over and picked up the Christmas gift that sat abandoned in the middle of the living room floor. He turned and faced the wide-eyed children and grinned. "I told you not to try and open them yet. I've got a few spells on some of these," he said, patting it and setting it back under the tree. Megan was giggling uncontrollably along with Chloe. "Make it do it again," Megan cried with glee. The other children looked horrified at the mention of that idea, and 2-year-old Alexandria shook her head vigorously in a no sign. Hunter peeped out from his fingers over his eyes and gazed warily back at the tree. "I told you it wouldn't be allowed," voiced Mortimer again. Catherine leaned over from behind her grandmother's skirts and made a face. It was Madeline, Uncle Harry. "Enough, Catherine," said Mrs. Weasley. "It's quite all right. Lesson learned," said Harry shortly. "And no, Megan and Chloe, I don't think we need any more roaring boxes this evening." Ginny muttered something along the lines of evoking lasting psychological trauma, as she patted Kyle's head, who had run to her lap for refuge. "Fred and George will be sorry they missed that one," chuckled Mr. Weasley. "Speaking of which, Father, shouldn't we be going out again?" "It's going to get too late for the children," said Percy. "Why don't you, Ginny, and Chloe come along with us, Harry dear?" suggested Mrs. Weasley. Harry smiled. Well, it was bedtime for Chloe, but I think the rules can be bent a little for some caroling. "Chloe can have my bonnet," cheered Megan loudly, above the other children. "Chloe may have her own bonnet, Megan, but that was very generous of you to offer yours to her," said Percy, taking out his wand to conjure up some clothes for the three of them. Megan pouted slightly and retied her bonnet again. "What size top hat do you wear, Harry?" asked Percy. He still looked slightly annoyed about this whole ordeal. "To be honest, Perce, I don't buy too many top hats," laughed Harry. Chloe Potter opened her eyes slowly. She kicked her covers sleepily and yawned. Bright realization struck her immediately. "Wake up, Norbert. Wake up. It's Christmas," she said, snatching up her stuffed dragon and jumping up and down on the bed. Chloe ran down the hallway to her daddy's room, and dove onto his bed and snuggled next to him. Harry didn't wake up and put his arm around her and mumbled something incoherent. Chloe looked back and forth between Norbert and Harry, who was still sawing logs. "He's asleep," she explained to Norbert in a whisper. "We should really wake him up and tell him it's Christmas." Chloe wriggled from Harry's grasp and took a flying leap off the bed. She tiptoed to his side of the bed and poked him with Norbert's snout. "Wake up, Daddy," she screamed. Harry groaned and pulled a pillow over his head. "What the bloody hell are you doing, Ron? Leave me alone." Chloe's eyes widened. "Uncle Ron, leave him alone. Didn't her daddy know what day it was?" Not to be discouraged, Chloe slung Norbert over her head and hit her father over the head. "Wake up, Daddy. It's Christmas," she shrieked. Harry nearly fell out of bed. What's going on?" he yelled, panicking. Chloe smiled sweetly at him. Merry Christmas, Daddy. Harry stared at her for a second and then he finally got his bearings sorted out. Of course, putting his glasses on helped also. Merry Christmas, he yawned and rumpled her hair. Norbert too, she said. Merry Christmas, Norbert, said Harry methodically patting Norbert on the head as he glanced at his bedside clock. Do you two know what time it is? A reasonable hour, said Chloe hopefully. 6 in the morning is debatable, he commented swinging his feet over the edge of the bed. You weren't waking up, said Chloe. I wasn't. No, you were dreaming. You called me Uncle Ron and, Chloe lowered her voice dramatically. Daddy, you said a swear word. You said blue. Chloe Grace. Don't you dare, he said hastily. How about we go and see if Father Christmas has paid us a visit? Chloe's face lit up. Come on, Daddy, she said, pulling his hand as he stood up. Joyful chaos was the best description of Harry's living room that morning. The living room was bursting at the seams with presents and people all comfortably crammed together in a huge circle. The children could hardly contain themselves. Harry found much entertainment by watching all the kids squirming as they all waited for everyone to arrive. But, what kid wouldn't find the towering piles of presents exciting? It had been decided that Christmas morning was to be a casual affair, so everyone was told to come as they were. Which meant, show up in your pajamas and make yourself at home. Percy of course had taken this to mean that his family would sport matching red pajamas, with the first initial of the wearer's name monogrammed on the right side. This was much to Meghan's dismay. Chloe still had on her warm, fuzzy pajamas with feet, and Harry had finally managed 2 decent-looking braids. Fred and George, although they lived separately, had unintentionally managed to wear the exact same shirts. Harry figured it had to be some sort of twin thing, although he did own the same shirt, which read, Gryffindor House Team. Hermione wore a proper dressing gown and Ron shuffled in with, what else, maroon pajamas complete with matching slippers. Harry noted that he sat on the opposite side of the room from him, and had barely muttered a hello to him, although he was acting perfectly normal to the rest of the family. Harry also went the comfortable route and wore his dark green pajama bottoms and CIAT shirt, Confederation of Innovative Oars. Harry couldn't help but smile as Ginny sat down beside him in pastel lavender nightdress with tiny white flowers embroidered on the neckline. Now that they were all here, Harry spoke up. Happy Christmas, he yelled above the noise. A chorus of greetings answered him, and Harry couldn't stand to let the children wait any longer. Well, are we going to open presents? He said. The children squealed and dove into the presents. Harry leaned back on his hands and watched it all, completely enveloped in joy as he watched Chloe tear open a present. Her face was amazing, the belief of Christmas still shining in her eyes. I got paints, yelled Meghan, leaping up and down with a new art set. Even dainty Catherine couldn't restrain a shout of happiness as she opened a package filled with dress-up clothes. Fairy tales, cried Chloe, hugging a gilded book to her chest, with a picture of fluttering fairies on the cover. Look at them, laughed Ginny, poking Harry and grinning. Mortimer gave a yelp of surprise as he pulled the cover off a present revealing a gorgeous tawny owl. I got a real owl. The other children gave impressed OHHHS as they turned and saw Mortimer's present. They soon returned their attention back to their own presents. The little twins were perplexed over their present. What this? Demanded Alexandria, the more vocal of the two. Arthur beamed. They're tricycles. Muggle children play with them. Molly laughed, and set Madeline on the seat of her tricycle and showed her the bell. Madeline rung the bell, and her eyes opened wide with delight. Madeline's, she announced as she rang the bell on her trike. Mr. Weasley was elated. I told you they'd like them, he said to Molly. Chloe unwrapped a fish aquarium from Ron and Hermione and she was already reciting to them from one of her favorite books. 1 fish, 2 fish, red fish, blue fish, chanted Chloe and Hermione together. Ron looked on smiling, but utterly lost. Hunter and Kyle were having the time of their lives playing with the set of pretend dueling wands they had received. Ah, you got me, Hunter, said Kyle dramatically, pretending to collapse into a heap of wrapping paper. Since the children were busy playing with the toys they had just opened, even though there were still plenty more to unwrap, the adults took the opportunity to pass their presents out to each other. How lovely! Cried Hermione, holding up a set of robes Ginny had bought for her. Why, how amazing! Proclaimed Mr. Weasley upon opening his gift of an electric can opener. What does it do? Opens cans, laughed Hermione. How ingenious! Marveled Mr. Weasley, poking at it, already itching to take it apart. Thanks, Charlie, shouted Harry as he ripped open a new set of Quidditch balls. We're playing after dinner, grinned Charlie. Here, said the grown-up twins, hooting with anticipation of a Quidditch match. Why, Molly, this is exquisite, said Penelope, admiring a finely sewn quilt, and held it up for all to see. Molly flushed and smiled at Penelope. I knew you'd love the colors, dear. I just love pretty quilts myself. I had to make at least one this year. Oh, Mum, thank you, said Ginny, opening another quilt. It's beautiful. These are fantastic, Harry, said Bill, pulling on a pair of new calf-high black boots. My others have just about had it. Charlie looked at Bill's boots closely. I hope that isn't dragon hide. It's not, said Harry, working on opening another gift. It's charmed cow leather, made to be as strong as the dragon hide ones. More dragon friendly. Wow, gaped Ron, unwrapping his present. It was a large frame, with an original Chudley Cannon's robe, neatly tacked and displayed. Well, I decided if you're going to display all that ridiculous bright orange all over your study, I thought it should at least be displayed properly, smiled Hermione. You're the greatest, said Ron, dotting Hermione. Do my eyes deceive me, or did I really have the honor of receiving a famous Molly Weasley jumper? Said Sirius, holding a navy blue sweater up. Well, you are part of the family, smiled Mrs. Weasley. Your knitting needles must have caught fire this year, said Remus, doing a quick head count as he opened a sweater and admired it. Thank you, Molly. Molly sighed. My word, yes. I don't mind a bit, although if our family gets any bigger I might have to recruit an assistant. Then again, I won't be making 3 quilts at the same time again. 3. I thought there were only 2, said Ron. 3. Thank you, Molly, said Hermione, admiring hers that she just opened. Here's 2 more. This looks like it's to Harry. Sirius raised an eyebrow as he read the next portion, from Ron. What? Said Ron, looking up sharply. I didn't. Hush, dear, said Mrs. Weasley. Sirius read the other package and looked amused. This one is to Ron, from Harry. Hermione, snorted Ron. This is in your handwriting, he said, reading the tag. Harry noticed that the tag on his present was also in Hermione's handwriting, but he didn't say anything. The air was very tense as the whole family watched them carefully, as they opened their gifts. Socks, said Ron flatly, just what I wanted. Thanks, Harry. No, thank you, for my socks, responded Harry tonelessly. Really, thank you, Hermione, for meddling, snapped Ron. Hermione, who had been looking hopefully at both of them, started crying. You idiot, said Charlie. Ginny rushed over to comfort Hermione. Now, children, scolded Mr. Weasley loudly, there is no need for all of this on Christmas morning. Harry knew he was talking about them, rather than the real children, but then again, they would always be children to Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Catherine's lower lip quivered. Why is Aunt Hermione crying? And why are people calling Uncle Ron an idiot? Hermione was clutching yet another lace handkerchief that Ginny had provided, and was trying to act as nothing had happened. Oh, Catherine, I'm not really crying. I thought that Uncle Harry and Uncle Ron were fighting, and that makes me sad. But I was wrong, she said quickly, to avoid upsetting the other children. Uncle Ron and Daddy can't fight, said Chloe, they're best friends. Best friends don't fight. That's enough, Chloe, said Harry softly. Harry felt extremely guilty as she looked up at him with a confused expression. The silence in the room was deafening, as they all looked at each other, very uncomfortably. Ginny stood up and grabbed a present from under the tree. Harry, this is from me. Harry's face lit up as he unwrapped the canvas. Chloe, come here and look at this. Chloe, still clutching one of her new books, A Child's Encyclopedia of Dragons, from Charlie, came and leaned over on her tiptoes to look at the painting. Does it move? She asked suspiciously. No, laughed Ginny, not this one. Aren't the little girls in the painting pretty? asked Harry. Chloe looked thoughtful. Yes. But Ms. Ginny should have drawn her shoes. In. What? Laughed Ginny. Well, it would be more real, Ms. Ginny. Because that's what you do. When we all lay on the rugs, you walk around us and make sure we stay quiet. Your shoes aren't in the painting and no one will know that you do that now. Explained Chloe. Oh, well, maybe next painting I'll add my shoes in, said Ginny. I mean, we really want it to be realistic. She grinned at Harry and poked him in the ribs. Meghan nodded seriously, and was examining the painting also. I don't usually sleep on the blue rug, mine is almost always the purple one. Okay. You little critics, laughed Harry. I happen to love the painting, and with Ms. Ginny's shoes or not, it's going to hang in my study. It's your painting, Daddy, pointed out Chloe. Harry nodded. Yes, it is. Thank you, Ginny, it's a wonderful gift. Harry leaned over and kissed Ed Ginny's cheek, and most of the family members smiled or chuckled. With the exception of Ron, of course, who was still being uncharacteristically quiet. Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out a small velvet box and turned to Ginny. Half the adults leaned forward expectantly and Mrs. Weasley made a small squeaking sound. Oh Harry, it's beautiful, said Ginny lifting the box. What's beautiful? Said Ron craning his neck nervously. Hermione reached over and swiftly hit him in the arm, meaning to make him shut up. The bracelet Harry got me, you nut, said Ginny holding it up. A bracelet, said Mrs. Weasley a little disappointed. A bracelet, said Ron blankly. A bracelet. He repeated. It's a charm bracelet, explained Harry putting it on Ginny's wrist. What does that mean? Said Ginny admiring it. Do you see the little schoolhouse charm? Said Harry. Yes. Well, there's a spell on it. As long as you wear that bracelet, your nursery school will be safe. That's so wonderful, said Ginny, hugging Harry and dotting his cheek. You're so thoughtful. Harry blushed and the children tittered. Thanks. Christmas music swelled above the noise of talking and laughing in the parlor. It was much later in the evening and after an eventful day of using new Christmas gifts, the family was ready for dinner. They had all changed into their nicest Christmas attire and visited in Harry's parlor, waiting for dinner to be announced. The children sat in a circle playing with a bright red ball that they passed to each other, laughing with anticipation of receiving it. That Quidditch set is fantastic, said Charlie. That's a lucky set, we flattened your team. Laughed Harry. Unfair, protested Charlie, you had the twins on your team. They have loads of experience flying with you in a team. Over a decade ago, exclaimed Harry. We had Bill and Percy. Come on now, laughed Charlie. And me, said Ginny putting her hands on her hips. Yes, said Harry, putting his arm around her, you had an excellent keeper. You would have won by more except for Remus accidentally hitting Sirius with that bludger, pointed out Bill. Face it, Charlie, we were being flattened. That was no accident, Remus grinned. Remind me to put them on opposing teams next time, said Harry shaking his head. There was a loud cracking sound as the ball the children were playing with exploded and showered them with confetti and glitter, especially little Alexandria who had been holding it at the time. The children squealed with delight and put it back together to start the game again. Penelope shifted Henri on her hip and continued talking to Hermione and Mrs. Weasley. You've done so much work for that school already, Hermione, I can't imagine why Dumbledore just doesn't retire and appoint you headmistress. Well, it's not just his opinion. The ministry has to approve it, and the remainder of the teaching staff also, said Hermione knowledgeably. My dear, the Minister for Magic is your brother-in-law. I think he's going to put in a good word for you, smiled Mrs. Weasley. Oh, I would hate to be appointed just because of my connections with the ministry, said Hermione looking appalled. Oh no, said Penelope quickly, everyone knows you'd be perfect for the job. Besides, I doubt Percy would really appoint even his sister-in-law, if he thought that she wasn't qualified. You know how he is, she added with a fond smile. Who knows, in a few years, I might not even want to do that. Dumbledore isn't going to be retiring anytime soon anyway. He absolutely adores that school, and he'll stay there as long as he can. What about Professor McGonagall? Said Penelope curiously. Oh, Professor McGonagall has expressed more than a few times that she would never want to be anything besides a deputy headmistress. Harry looked down and one of his house elves bowed deeply. Dinner is ready, sir. Thank you, Ibis, he said smiling. You and the rest of the staff will find some packages in my main library. Merry Christmas. Ibis bowed again. Merry Christmas. Harry opened the doors leading to his dining room, and the table was filled with food. After they were all seated and staring fixedly at the Christmas dinner delicacies in front of them, Harry spoke up from the head of the table. Who would like to say grace? He said, very pleased at the sight of his dining room table packed with family. Percy cleared his throat and lifted a finger. Actually, Harry, the children and I have rehearsed something small for the blessing. Why am I not surprised? Whispered Ginny, leaning over from Harry's right side. Harry grinned. Let's hear it then. The family reached out and took the hand of the person next to them and they bowed their heads solemnly. Go ahead, Mortimer, prompted Percy. Dearest Heavenly Father, we take this moment to pause and thank you for everything you have bestowed upon us this lovely Christmas day, Mortimer recited importantly. Catherine added on. First of all, dear Father, we would like to thank you for this time we have been able to spend with our family, and we will cherish it always, she said perfectly. Percy looked up after the long pause. Megan, he whispered loudly. Megan jumped, a curl falling on her forehead. Thank you for this food, she said quickly. Megan, said Percy, thank you for the bountiful feast that you have laid before us, O exalted Lord, he corrected in a stage whisper. Megan gave him a look. Thank you for the food, she repeated. Harry heard a very indelicate snort come from Hermione as she fought to keep from laughing out loud. Ginny's shoulders were shaking from laughter and she bowed her head even more, to disguise the broad grin on her face. That will do, Megan, said Penelope quietly. Carry on, Kyle. Thank you, dear Jesus, for the people who so thoughtfully prepared this meal for our nourishment, said Percy. Okay, Hunter. Hunter furrowed his brow. Thank you for the greatest gift that we could ever. Thank you for the greatest gift that. And with that, 3-year-old Hunter burst into noisy tears. Good gracious, said Mrs. Weasley. Hunter, whatever is the matter? I forgot, wailed Hunter, huge tears plopping on his dinner plate, and now, we'll never get to eat, because I can't finish my PAAAARRRT. The table erupted into laughter. The poor thing, gasped Charlie, laughing heartily. He thought we'd never be able to eat. Oh Percy, they're just so young for all those big words, said Mr. Weasley wiping his eyes. I think we've been blessed enough, Harry finally managed to get out. Let's eat. Amen, shouted Sirius, still laughing. So, is it true that you and Ron are looking at houses in a different area? Asked Charlie. Hermione nodded. Yes, we've just accumulated so much stuff. Our house has just become so small, she smiled. That house. Small. Laughed Ginny. I think Hermione just wants a house with a library, grinned Ron. Do you want to live in a different area? Asked Harry, cutting up a piece of turkey for Chloe. We love this area over here, and all the property near Hogwarts is really beautiful also, said Hermione. How about a nice house in the country? Asked Mr. Weasley, like the Burrow. Dad, don't get me wrong, I love living by the chickens and everything. Ronald, warned Mrs. Weasley. Well, you all needn't worry for a good while. Believe me, Hermione will research an area for months before she even decides if it's a proper place to move into. Nothing happens with spontaneity around her, Ron sighed. Pardon me, Ron. I'll just have us buy the next shack we come across. When it falls down around our ears, you can spontaneously pay to have it repaired, snapped Hermione. Now dears, it's Christmas, said Mrs. Weasley softly. Are you saying I have bad taste? Said Ron, ignoring his mother. No, I'm saying you act too much on silly little whims of yours. One of these days you're going to be sorry you dove into something without looking. Said Hermione as she stabbed at some Brussels sprouts her plate. Don't you think that all your research gets old after a while? Yelled Ron. Ron, Hermione, said Harry coolly, as the children stared open-mouthed at them. Do you ever think that your leaping into things gets chaotic sometimes? said Hermione in a tone that was quickly crescendoing to ear-splitting volumes. They're tuning up, whispered George, poking Fred with a knowing grin. You need a little chaos in your life. I have never seen the day when you have just decided to do something at that split second, said Ron with a smirk. Chaos. You want chaos, said Hermione, slamming her fork down. Oh, whispered Charlie. Yes, I'd die laughing seeing you try, bellowed Ron to Hermione. Fine, said Hermione, standing up and pitching her napkin from her lap. Hermione, said Ginny, wringing her hands and glancing nervously at Harry. I'm pregnant, screamed Hermione right in Ron's face. How's that for spontaneity, you inconsiderate prat? Ron seemed to be trying to speak, much less breathe, as he stared wide-eyed at his wife, who was still boiling over with fury and on the verge of more tears. That's, he stuttered. That's wonderful, shrieked Mrs. Weasley. That's, said Ron again. You're going to be a dad, said Mr. Weasley, slapping Ron on the back. I'm what? Said Ron. A dad, Ron, laughed Charlie. Think of that, said Bill, gazing upward as if in the future. You might actually turn responsible. Fat chance, laughed Fred. A baby, muttered Ron, apparently still turning the idea over in his mind. Yes, a baby, said Hermione, now smiling at Ron. Our baby. Are you sure it is Ron's? Said George thoughtfully. 'Cause if not, we could really have a fighting chance for a Weasley with something besides red haw. George Amadeus Weasley, shrieked Mrs. Weasley. How dare you accuse Hermione of something like that? I don't know what to say, stuttered Ron. Excellent, cheered Fred. We should have more announcements like this, if they simply just shut you up. Actually, Ron doesn't have much of an argument with that spontaneous thing, because something was obviously happening spontaneously, said Charlie, chuckling into his wine glass. Percy wrinkled his nose in distaste. Now really, Charlie, mind the children. Hermione patted Ron's arm. Ron, I know you really didn't mean all that about the spontaneity. I was a silly argument. I forgive you. Ron was still in a daze. We're having a baby. Yes, smiled Hermione. This calls for a toast, cheered Bill. That's right. Give a toast, Harry, called Fred. Me, said Harry. It's your house, pointed out Lupin. Harry stood up and thought a moment, a little embarrassed, especially after all that had happened between him and Ron this week. Nevertheless, he thought, he should forgive him for a few moments, and congratulate his two best friends. To the newest Weasley, began Harry. May he or she be just as chaotic as both parents. Cheers, chorused the table, clinking glasses and laughing. Harry made his way over to give Hermione a hug. As he did so, Ron had turned too quickly to give his mother a hug, and his glass went sailing right onto Harry. Harry cleared his throat and attempted to calmly wipe the pumpkin juice that was dripping all over him. I hope this kid has Hermione's brains, said Bill to Ron, and handing a napkin to Harry, because we all know you don't have any. Thanks for the apology, said Harry shortly. Hermione hit him sharply. Ron, she hissed, apologize to him. I'll apologize the moment he apologizes to me, replied Ron shortly. I've had enough, sighed Harry. I'm going upstairs to change. I'll be back down after a while. Go ahead and start dessert without me. He tossed the white napkin splotched with orange onto his plate and turned to stalk upstairs. The family was very quiet. I'm going after him, said Ginny, pushing her chair back sharply. Good idea, said Penelope quietly. Upstairs. Alone. While he's changing, said Ron, glaring at her. Ginny turned slowly. Yes, Ron, alone. Why don't you tag along and see if you can rip the relationship apart with some more tacky comments, she said very calmly. Ron didn't reply. They all watched Ginny walk gracefully to the dining room door, and then most ungracefully slammed the door shut as hard as she could. Aunt Hermione, piped up little Hunter after it became silent. Yes, said Hermione. As the baby in your tummy, like Henri was in Mummy's. Yes, smiled Hermione. How did it get there? Asked Hunter curiously. Well, you see, it all starts when two people go upstairs, alone, muttered Ron a little too loudly. Hi, anyone? Called out Mrs. Weasley loudly, and hoping to silence Ron and Hunter both, she plopped 2 slices of pie down in front of them. Harry cleared his throat. I know this may seem sudden, but I'm only following my heart. I love you more than life itself, and I want to ask for the honor of your hand in marriage. Sirius wrinkled his nose. I don't like it. Harry threw up his arms in frustration. What now? Too rehearsed. I can't do this, sighed Harry. Take out the bloody, I love you more than life itself line. It's overused, suggested Sirius. I'm an author, not an author. Obviously, muttered Sirius. Okay, I'll try it again, groaned Harry. All right. Ginny, you are all I could ever hope for, all I could ever want, and more. Will you marry me? That was better. But I still don't like it, smiled Sirius. Harry raised his bright green eyes to the ceiling and sighed. Listen, you try it. It's not as easy as you would think. Don't get your karma all out of whack, responded Sirius. Now, try this, pretend I'm Ginny. Do the whole thing, the kneeling and everything. That's ridiculous, you look nothing like Ginny. Shut up and try it, said Sirius, batting his eyelashes in a feminine fashion. Harry resigned himself to getting on his knee and presenting the ring to Sirius. Ginny, you are my world. Please, give me the honor of your hand in marriage. Oh yes, Harry, squeaked Remus. Sirius and Harry swung around to see Remus standing in the doorway, clutching his stomach while laughing. Oh, Sirius, you look so lovely, hooted Remus, still in fits of laughter. Harry sighed. Hello. Shut up, Moony, replied Sirius. Harry here is having a bit of trouble. No kidding, said Remus. Especially when he's proposing to you, and not Ginny. Thank you so much, Remus, said Harry, plopping into a chair and resting his chin in his hands. I'm sorry, said Remus, resting a hand on Harry's shoulder. It's just that I started thinking about what James's reaction would be. Come on, you have to admit it's funny. Ha, said Harry blandly. Sirius chuckled. Chin up, Harry. She loves you. Remus nodded. And I know she'll say yes. Harry shrugged. But these things are supposed to be important. Stop worrying about it. It'll all snap together when the moment comes, said Lupin. Can I go wake up Chloe from her nap now? Asked Sirius. If you want to, although she will be up pretty late tonight because of New Year's, said Harry. Nonsense. She doesn't need naps, said Sirius proudly. Remus chuckled again as Sirius left the room. Chloe has him wrapped around her little finger. It wasn't difficult, laughed Harry. The moment she called him grandfather, he turned into a big puddle of goo. What time does this party start at Percy's? Asked Remus. I think I used the back of my invitation for a shopping list. Dinner is going to be promptly served at 8:30, said Harry, quoting the invitation while handing it to Remus. I'm still getting over the fact that Percy actually printed invitations for the family, Remus grinned. Go figure, sighed Harry. So if dinner is served at 8:30, we should show up when? 8:45, joked Harry. No, I think that's Fred and George's appearance time. How about 8:20? Sounds good to me. 8:15 p.m. Harry swallowed, and straightened his tie underneath his dress robes. Chloe cocked her head curiously, and she looked down at her own robes. Daddy, she began. Does this look crooked, Chloe? Asked Harry. It's got stripes, observed Chloe. Do you think the stripes are ugly? Asked Harry, beginning to loosen his tie. Chloe shrugged, and Harry saw her identical bright green eyes looking at him quizzically in the reflection of the mirror. I like polka dots, said Chloe. Polka dots, said Harry, fishing through a rack covered in ties. Purple polka dots, nodded Chloe. Purple, laughed Harry. I'm wearing green robes. You should be colorful, Daddy, suggested Chloe, dancing around behind him. How about this one? Asked Harry, holding up a black tie, with tiny dark green dots. Chloe stopped dancing long enough to wrinkle her nose. It hasn't got stripes, Daddy. You wanted polka dots. No, I didn't, said Chloe. I said I wanted stripes and polka dots. Chloe, I don't have a tie with both on them, explained Harry. Chloe giggled. So wear 2 ties, Daddy, she suggested. Now how exactly do I plan to do that? He laughed. How come you're dressing up a whole lot today? Asked Chloe. Because, said Harry, stalling for time to think of an appropriate answer, because it's the new year, and I want to start out right with new beginnings. Oh, are those new robes, Daddy? No, that's not what I mean, Chloe, laughed Harry as he kneeled down to talk to her. I mean, with the new year, we can start everything fresh. It's a time for change, and new things. Can we get a puppy then? Asked Chloe. No puppies yet, Harry grinned. Promptly. 8:35. Harry avoided Percy's stare as he and Chloe apparated into his living room. Sorry we're late, he said to Penelope, who greeted them warmly. Well, you're not the only ones, sniffed Percy, tapping his watch. The others have barely only begun to arrive. Harry glanced around quickly for Ginny, but she wasn't in the room. Looking sharp, Harry, said Charlie, pumping his arm. Thanks, said Harry, smiling. Does the tie look okay? Fantastic, nodded Charlie. Chloe had me on my toes. She wanted me to wear too, said Harry, squeezing Chloe's hand. She looked up at them and smiled. Harry knew she was itching to know where the rest of the children were. There was no sign on Percy's children anywhere. Hey, Chloe, said Charlie, tickling Chloe's ribs, 2 ties. Yes, said Chloe, nodding and giggling. Where's the other? Asked Charlie curiously. Chloe grinned and held up her stuffed dragon. Norbert is wearing it. Just to hold it for Daddy, she said, admiring her necktied companion. Snazzy, said Charlie, approving of Norbert's added attire. Where's Megan? Asked Chloe. Oh, they're all in the nursery, said Charlie. Chloe looked up hopefully at her father. Yes, go play, grinned Harry. Chloe, with Norbert in hand, skipped off. So, I heard about something you're going to try to do, grinned Charlie when he and Harry were standing by themselves. Yeah, said Harry, noting that his cheeks were growing warm. Today, is that why you're all dressed up? Persisted Charlie. So you're going to ask her? Asked Sirius, brightening. Today, confirmed Charlie. Shish, groaned Harry. No, I haven't decided. Harry, dear, cried Mrs. Weasley, coming over, you look so handsome. Thank you, said Harry, wanting to take the tie off and forego it altogether. Are you going to do the you-know-what, here tonight? Bubbled Mrs. Weasley, as she adjusted his tie. She was practically glowing. Yes, said Sirius and Charlie. Harry took a deep breath. Please, don't say a word. I haven't decided. Oh, don't worry, dear. Your secret is safe with us, said Mrs. Weasley, patting his cheek. Green is really your color. Why, Harry, I didn't realize you were going to do that this evening, smiled Penelope as she clasped her hands to her chest. The rear parlor has to be the prettiest room in the house. I could tell the house elves to light a fire in the fireplace for you. No, thank you, Penny. Now really, please don't make such a huge deal over this. I haven't decided if it's going to be this evening or not. Nonsense, Harry, said Percy. The quicker you ask her, the sooner you can start planning the wedding. Believe me, this sort of thing takes organization. The entire Weasley clan that was present crowded around Harry, prodding him with questions. Harry had never been so flustered in his entire life. There was a soft pop, and Harry prayed it wasn't Ginny. What's going on? Came Hermione's voice. Harry is going to propose to Ginny tonight, shouted Bill. The rest of the Weasleys began to applaud at this comment. Ron's head appeared in the crowd. Really, Harry? No, said Harry shortly. The family fell silent, and they all looked at Harry, with shocked expressions on their faces. I mean, no, I haven't decided yet, added Harry hastily. What's going on? Said another voice. Ginny, said Bill nervously. Charlie roughly shoved Harry down into a chair. Harry had to adjust his glasses, which had been knocked askew. Oof, he grunted. They all swung around and saw Ginny standing there, looking confused. What's wrong with Harry? She said, hurrying to his chair. Nothing, said Harry, quickly standing up. Then why is everyone standing around your chair? Asked Ginny slowly. Harry, sit down, ordered Sirius. It's okay, Ginny, Harry was just feeling a little faint. He, slyly, winked at Harry. Harry's eyes widened. What? Oh no, said Ginny, gently pushing down on Harry's shoulders and making him sit down again. What's happened to him? We were all talking, and Harry was looking a bit pale, added Mrs. Weasley, catching on to the ruse. Then he starts to wobble, and then I had to catch him, added Charlie with flourish. Harry really was beginning to feel faint after hearing all of this. They were making him sound like some sort of Nancy boy. The room must have been too crowded, suggested Bill. Oh, is he feeling better? Asked Ginny. Hello. I'm right here, said Harry, waving his hand. Oh, Harry. Don't exert yourself, said Penny, sounding horrified. Can we get you some tea? Said Ginny, touching Harry's cheek with her hand, and feeling his forehead. No tea. Please, don't make a big deal out of this, said Harry, shaking his head. Yes, both of you can have a cup of tea, and we'll all leave the room, so it's not so stuffy for Harry, said Molly, clasping her hands together. What a stupendous idea, Molly, said Remus. We'll be in the back, Pa. No tea, repeated Harry. The family looked disappointed. Ginny looked extremely confused. Daddy, said Chloe, with her lower lip quivering, are you sick? She was standing in the doorway, looking extremely alarmed, holding Megan's hand. It's okay, said Ginny calmly. Your daddy just felt sick for a little bit, but he's better now. Did you throw up, Uncle Harry? Like Hunter did that one time? Asked Megan cautiously, as she peered at Harry from behind Ginny. Chloe looked on the verge of tears again, so Sirius scooped her up. No, I did not throw up, sighed Harry. He almost fainted, explained Bill. Megan looked impressed. Wow, Uncle Harry, what's fainted? Asked Chloe, still upset. Megan was excited. Oh, Chloe, you know, like princesses faint when they get really scared, like this. Megan threw her hand dramatically to her forehead, and stumbled backwards, and swayed dangerously close to the coffee table. Ron caught her just in time. Uncle Ron, said Megan, opening her eyes, I'm supposed to have fainted. Oh, sorry, said Ron, lowering her to the floor. Megan lay on the floor, with her eyes screwed up tightly, and her hands clasped under her chin. You look dead, observed Chloe sadly. Megan, wailed Hunter from the same doorway. Megan opened one of her blue eyes. I'm not dead, she said, lifting her head a little. Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. There you are, gasped the nanny, skidding into the room, carrying Henri in one arm, pulling Alexandria along behind her with the other. Catherine and Mortimer trailed behind her, Catherine holding Madeline's hand, and Mortimer keeping a firm grip on Kyle. Megan, Chloe, and Hunter left the nursery, announced Catherine. I'm so sorry, gasped the nanny. They were there one moment, and then they just weren't there. You know I'm only used to taking care the 8 of them, then with little Chloe added. Quite all right, Isabella, said Percy, patting Kyle on the head. It's nearly supper time anyway. Happy New Year, Isabella, smiled Penelope, taking Henri from her. And to you, madam. My daddy fainted, announced Chloe loudly, from Sirius' arms. Megan, who had long since got up from the floor, began another show of dramatic fainting. Watch me, Nanny Isabella, she said excitedly. Oh, you poor little duck, gaped Isabella, staring at Harry. There was a loud snicker from Charlie, who tried to hide it by coughing. Fortunately, Ginny didn't seem to notice this, or the rough elbow in the ribs that Charlie received from Bill. Ron caught Megan again, who had added an ear-splitting, oh my, to her fainting act. Really, that's quite enough, Megan, said Percy, picking his daughter up, and setting her back on her feet. He straightened her headband in her bright red curls. I hope you get to feeling better, Mr. Potter, said Isabella, patting Harry's hand. Thank you, said Harry dully. He might as well play along now. They all waved politely to the nanny, who bustled quickly out of the room. I hope Fred and George get here soon. I hope nothing has happened to them, worried Penelope. Darling, there is nothing wrong with Fred and George, besides their blatant rudeness 30 minutes late. Why, I even put, promptly, on the invitations, and most of these people were here at a reasonable tea. Percy, interrupted Bill. What? Said Percy irritably. Shut up. It's a family function. The Bloody Queen isn't coming for dinner, said Bill. When is the Bloody Queen coming? Asked Hunter curiously. Hunter, said Catherine, covering her mouth in ladylike horror. That's a horrid thing to say. Megan rolled her eyes. Uncle Bill said it, she pointed out. Bill colored slightly as all his nieces and nephews stared at him, looking for an answer. Nice boys don't say words like that, said Hermione, saving the day. Uncle Bill accidentally said it. Oh, said Hunter. Dinner? Asked Harry hopefully, and also changing the subject. No, Fred and George, reminded Lupin. I'm starving, sighed Bill. Mum, did you bring some of your pie too? I mean, the house elves have great pie, but your chocolate pie is my favorite. I made a chocolate pie for you, Bill darling, and a rhubarb for Ron, and a peach for Ginny, smiled Molly, happily. It's a small wonder we don't look like whales around here, the way Molly cooks, said Hermione, looking down at her robes. A pie for each of us to take home. Honestly, Molly. Oh, I made you an apple cinnamon, Hermione darling. Interrupted Molly. You are, after all, eating for two. Hermione beamed. That's true, I can eat whatever I like, can't I? Ron's eyes widened. The, oh no, expression was plain. Yes, we want that little angel to be perfect. So you eat up, said Molly, patting Hermione's still flat belly. Did I get a pie? Asked Harry, already knowing the answer. Of course you did. I made you and Chloe a lovely winterberry pie. Pop. TAWOOT. Fred had apparated into the room. Happy New Year, he shouted, blowing the party horn in his mouth. The children squealed with delight as he staggered about the room in his party hat. Hello, Percy, drawled Fred, slapping Percy roughly on the shoulder. Percy stumbled backward and adjusted his glasses. Fred, for pity's sake. What's the matter? Can't take a friendly hello? Asked Fred loudly. Remus. TAWOOT. Fred blew the party horn at Remus, who winced and coughed. Fred, have you been drinking? Asked Remus, fanning the air with his hand. Frederick Johann Weasley, gasped Mrs. Weasley, turning bright red. Drinking? I'm just having a good time, said Fred, laughing, and adjusting his party hat over his nose. Not in front of the children, huffed Percy, grasping the tipsy Fred by the arm, hauling him toward the door. Percy, I'm fiend, protested Fred. Lemme walk. Fine, said Percy, releasing his grip on Fred. Whump. Fred fell flat on his face. Out like a light. Fred's fainted, said Harry cheerfully from his chair, glad to not be the only one with the stigma now. Grandmom? Asked Catherine, as the family stared at Fred, still too shocked to do anything. Should Uncle Fred be ashamed of himself? Yes, said Molly and Percy firmly, and at the exact same time. Oh, lighten up, laughed Ron. It's New Year's, Fred was probably partying. You can't slam him for having a bit of fun. But drunk, said Molly, still horrified. He's a bachelor, added Harry. Wonder why, said Hermione softly. Children, lectured Percy, as he and Bill lifted Fred to a couch. Uncle Fred is sick. Don't be frightened. Daddy, spoke up Megan, but Uncle Fred is soused, not sick. Megan Abigail Weasley, sputtered Percy. Where on earth did you learn a word like soused? Probably from Fred, snickered Charlie. Charlie, enough. My innocent 5-year-old daughter knows the word soused, said Percy, as if the world were coming to an end. Megan and I like learning new words, said Chloe happily. Okay, said Bill, now extremely amused. Girls, next week's word is boozer. Bill, chorused half the adults loudly. Please contain yourself, sighed Ginny, glaring at Bill. They're 5. They remember everything. Pop. George apparated into the room, looking panicked. He spotted Fred on the couch and looked relieved. Merlin's beard. He gasped. I thought I'd never find him alive. George, gasped Mr. Weasley. Don't say such things. We were at a party, began George, and they started playing muggle drinking games. Fred lost, observed Charlie. George nodded toward his drooling brother. He always loses those. I was trying to keep up with him, but after I won't tell you what he did to the swimming pool, but I lost him. He didn't destroy anything, did he? Worried Mrs. Weasley. No, Mum, but he's pretty Suze. Don't say it, said Percy, glancing at his wide-eyed children. Dinner, sighed Hermione wistfully. Yes, But what are we going to do with party animal here? Asked Ron, jerking his thumb toward Fred. Leave him there, yawned Bill. I'm starved. Fred, in his passed out state, was propped into a dining room chair in the corner. Mrs. Weasley insisted it was a family function, and Fred had to attend dinner. Since dinner was nearly an hour late, they were digging into the food. Little conversation was taking place. After a while, Hermione spoke first. What do you all think of the name Estella? She asked. What said Ron, raising his head sharply. Estella, said Hermione, smiling. It's a very strong name. Many great witches have had that name. Why, in fact, Estella McGee. I don't like it, said Ron. Why? Asked Hermione. Because it's coming out of book you've read, I just know it. It's historical. Exactly. Who wants to be named after someone in some dried up history book? Oh please, shut up, Ron, muttered Harry, so that only he and Ginny could hear him. Ginny's warm brown eyes showed much amusement at Harry's comment. Fine. You don't like Estella. I'm flexible, sighed Hermione. No, she's not, and neither is he, whispered Ginny in Harry's ear. Harry promptly spat out his pumpkin juice and tried to hide his laughter. I don't rightly like Estella either, said Charlie diplomatically. To Hermione's disappointment, the whole table nodded in agreement. How about Samuel? Suggested Ron. No, said Hermione, it's much too common. Fine, pouted Ron, I'm flexible. How about Harry? Suggested Mrs. Weasley. No, said Harry, Ron, and Hermione immediately. I always thought it was a nice name, said Mrs. Weasley, a little startled. How did you manage to name this lot? Asked Charlie, waving towards Percy's children. Very thoughtfully, said Percy. Penelope and I waited until we saw them after they were born to decide on a proper name. We would put together a small list, and then select from those names. How agreeable, approved Hermione. How stupid, said Ron. It does work though, said Penelope gently. Why, we had no idea what to call Megan when she was born. Megan looked indignant. But, when we saw her, we knew she was a Megan. It means strong-willed, explained Penelope. The table chuckled a bit, and they smiled at Megan. Appropriately named, said Percy, cutting up his steak calmly. Hunter drank his milk from his sippy cup, and his cornflower blue eyes widened suddenly. Aunt Hermione, he said timidly. Yes, said Hermione. I know what we can name the baby. What, Hunter? You have Kyle just above. I'm confused. Asked Ron. Baby Jesus, said Hunter proudly. Then Nanny Isabella will have someone come when she says, Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. Congratulations, Hermione, sputtered Ginny. You're giving birth to the Christ child. She and the rest of the family laughed appreciatively. Mum, said Catherine, pulling on Penelope's sleeve, can we have a baby named Mary? We'll see, Catherine darling, said Penelope. Megan spoke up. I want to name the baby. What would you name the baby, sweetheart? Asked Mr. Weasley. Boozer. Percy turned beet red. Megan. What, Daddy? Said Megan, not understanding. Ginny was poking Harry. See, I told you. They remember every little thing. Harry smiled at her and shrugged. I'm sure Harry is beginning to realize this with little Chloe around, smiled Sirius. Actually, Harry is a fantastic dad, Ginny admitted. He'd be a wonderful husband too, if he ever finds that special someone, said Mrs. Weasley, raising her eyebrows at Ginny. Ginny glared at her mother. Mum, stop it, she said clearly. Harry gulped. Was Ginny on to him? Look, Molly, you've embarrassed him, chuckled Remus. I'm not embarrassed, said Harry defiantly. Molly was just complimenting me. I am such a liar, Harry thought to himself. I would really like to have the floor swallow me up. Ah, leave the chap alone. He hasn't found himself the right woman yet, said George with his mouth full of parsnips. Ginny bristled. Harry cleared his throat and nervously pushed his glasses up his nose. Drink your milk, please, Chloe, he said, looking over at her plate. Andrew, said Hermione suddenly. Everyone looked around the table, and then stared back at Hermione. Andrew who? Said Bill. The baby, said Hermione. Andrew, repeated Ron. It's a nice name, said Mrs. Weasley. It can be shortened to Andy, added Charlie. I sort of like it, said Ron. You mean, you've both agreed on something this early? Said Remus slowly. Well, it's not permanent, shrugged Hermione. Andrew Ronald Weasley is a great name, said Ron happily. Hermione frowned. Who said we were naming him after you? I thought that we would use my dad's middle name, to remind him of his Muggle roots. But it's my son. You're always supposed to name the firstborn child after the father, said Ron, setting his fork down and turning to Hermione. But it's my son too, said Hermione. You were saying something about agreeing, Remus, muttered Sirius. Your father's first name is Lou. Andrew Lou Weasley is a horrible name, said Ron, screwing up his face. Then we'll change his first name, said Hermione shortly. I like Andrew, pouted Ron. Excuse me, said Harry. I don't care if you like Andrew. I like Lou as a middle name. It's my father. He's a very noble man, shouted Hermione. Then can we call the kid Mr.? Because he never lets me call him anything but Mr. Granger. It's always, Mr. Granger this, Mr. Granger that, yelled Ron. Because you very nearly blew up his office with that charm you were trying to show him. You know you can never do the cleaning charms properly. Excuse me, said Harry again. I did the cleaning charm properly, but your father just had to start complaining about magic and I got distracted. It's amazing he let you go to Hogwarts at all. Don't start talking about my family being odd, screamed Hermione. When your fam. Hermione turned bright red and looked down at her plate. Excuse me, you two, Harry was finally able to say in the quiet. You aren't even sure the baby will be a boy, right? Said Ron, turning red also. Yes. That's quite right. Got to love our family gatherings, muttered Bill. I'm buying a new house, announced Ginny suddenly. No one replied. Silverware clinked and there was a great deal of glancing over at Harry. Harry busied himself with his drink glass. Did everyone just hear what I said? Ginny frowned. Do you have a problem with me moving on? Mr. Weasley was the first to speak. Ginny, a new house is a long-time commitment. Dad, Ginny exclaimed. The whole lot of you have been preaching to me to move on with my life. You don't know where you're going to be 6 months from now, said Mr. Weasley calmly. I have no plans to close the nursery school. Ginny, it's a huge commitment. I mean, look at Harry. He waited a long time until he started building a new house, Bill added, with yet another meaningful glance at Harry. I have my life in the order I want it in, Ginny said confidently. Harry surely hoped it wasn't in the exact order she wanted it. That could pose a few problems. Can't we sit down and have a dinner without announcements? Birth announcements. House announcements. We really should talk about the weather. Like a proper family, Percy huffed. Shut up, Percy, said Charlie. Harry agrees with me, said Ginny, turning to Harry. Don't you think I should buy a new house, Harry? More silence and Harry squirmed. Do tell her what you think, Harry, Molly added lightly. Well, it is a bit sudden, isn't it? Harry felt his cheeks grow warm. His voice had actually quavered. Harry, said Ginny, horrified, you aren't agreeing with them. You of all people should understand what I'm going through. I thought this meant more to you. Here I was thinking that our relationship was moving to another level, and I was trying to compensate by changing my lifestyle. Ginny, don't get the wrong idea, begged Harry, taking her hand. Ginny snatched her hand away. What idea am I supposed to get? Ginny, I needed you every moment. For Chloe. Harry was trying to keep everything in his head together and it didn't seem to be working. So you were using me, Ginny said softly. For a mother replacement. Until you could find someone better. Harry glanced around at the family. Their eyes seemed to be saying the same thing. Do something, Harry. Excuse us, Harry said, standing up from the table. I have to clear some things up. You're right, you have some things to clear up, Ginny snapped when she and Harry had left the dining room. I don't understand what's come over you, but I could say the same for you, Harry replied coolly. Ginny gave a small noise of disbelief. Harry knew she was surprised and furious that he had said that to her. Listen, he said, by way of apology, just please come and hear me out. Oh, believe me, I can't wait to hear this, Ginny snapped, quickening her strides, her dress robes swishing. Ginny, don't. You have a lot of gall to think you have any say in what I do or do not do, Ginny interrupted and opened the library door. Harry saw the tears brimming in her eyes. He felt a cold sweat break out on his own forehead and he took a deep breath. Gin, sit down, please. Ginny's brave face definitely was commendable. No, thank you, I prefer to be insulted standing up. Some people are your equals, Harry. That stung. Harry took a calming breath. She was just being a Weasley, he reminded himself, and he knew how to deal with Weasleys. Ginny, I would prefer to tell you this while you're sitting down. And I would prefer. Sit down, for the love of God. Harry bellowed, putting his hands on his forehead in frustration. Please. Harry supposed the only reason Ginny sat was because he shocked her into doing it. He felt a little shocked himself. Before I tell you anything, I have to tell you that I love you. I love you, Ginny. I don't want to hurt you. Ginny definitely looked like she was about to start crying any moment now. You aren't making any sense. She shook her head at him when he took her hand. I don't understand what's wrong, Harry. We just seemed so right. Still holding her hand, Harry got down on one knee. Ginny, will you do me the honor of becoming my wife? Will you marry me? Ginny sat back slowly, her eyes very wide. Harry. She whispered. Harry swallowed, clutching her hand. Please. I wasn't expecting this, Ginny stuttered, tears spilling over. Harry, I'm so sorry. Harry's stomach dropped somewhere to the vicinity of his toes. Won't. Ginny threw her arms around his neck, crying. I'm so sorry I treated you so horribly. I love you and Chloe so much. Will. Harry got out. Yes. Cried Ginny. Of course I'll marry you. Then. Harry was still trying to work everything out. Then why are you still crying? Because I love you more than anything, Ginny said, laughing through her tears and dotting his forehead, cheeks, and lips. Harry suddenly sat back, gaping at her. You said yes. Yes, nodded Ginny. Harry grinned like an idiot and then ed her. You said yes, he repeated exuberantly. I'm glad you made me sit down, Ginny admitted. Bit of a shock for both of us, Harry smiled. You know, I've dreamed of this since I was 11, said Ginny as she tried to wipe her tears away and lighten the subject, and I'll tell you what, it never looked like this. Harry was floored. Since you were 11. Yes, she said, pulling him onto the couch with her. Girls love to think about proposals and weddings. I dreamt about Quidditch, pondered Harry, and you planned our wedding at 11. Well, yes, you were extremely handsome. Was she ed his cheek affectionately. Really, Harry? I don't have to answer that, do I? What exactly were these proposal dreams like? Ginny blushed. Oh, don't. Please. It's so stupid. Tell me, he persisted. Ginny shook her head. No, and no. Why won't you tell me? Because you don't need to know. They're so embarrassing. Harry snorted. You do realize that I was only embarrassed about 20 times this evening, and I did not faint. That was 100% Weasley falsehood. I can't believe you didn't hear your mother dropping hints like mad, and then, well, you yelled at me. Ginny put her finger to his lips, with a small giggle. Okay, you win. Harry was satisfied. You always had flowers with you, she remembered. A little brook, and big shady trees and flowers on the ground. Ginny jumped as an oak tree shot straight up next to the couch. Harry, Percy is going to kill you. Harry shrugged and pointed towards the highly polished bookshelves. More trees began to swell up around the bookshelves and acorns made soft plopping noises as they hit the carpet. A clear stream cut through the carpet, leaving a rivulet of flowing water. Percy's red and gold fleur-de-lis carpet started to germinate into a lush green grass. Ginny seemed impressed. Not bad. Harry admired his work. You're right though, I think Percy won't like this decor for his study. It's perfect, said Ginny, plucking a flower that had sprouted by the couch. Harry squinted at the ceiling. Daytime? He asked as the ceiling turned a lovely shade of blue and fluffy clouds skidded onto it. Night, said Ginny, leaning back into his arms. The ceiling faded black and stars began winking into view. Do you hear anything? Asked Charlie, watching George press his ear against the door. Quiet, whispered Mrs. Weasley, wringing her hands. Are we spying on Uncle Harry? Asked Meghan. Shish, said all the adults. We aren't spying, darling, said Penelope. We're trying to find out the news a bit sooner. We're spying, confirmed Sirius. Shish, I can't hear. Quiet, hissed George. Ron bumped heads with George. Ouch. Would you move out of the way? I thought I heard something. Really, boys, if you don't quiet down, we're going to be found. Warned Mr. Weasley. If you're going to spy on someone, sighed Hermione. Do it properly. Ron turned and rolled his eyes. Fine. See if you can hear anything. Specto subsentium, muttered Hermione, tapping once on the door with her wand. A small portion of the door disappeared, revealing Harry and Ginny in the study. Nice, said George, nodding his approval. I should have thought of that one. Well, after traipsing around with Harry, I don't know why Ron doesn't know it either, said Hermione, raising her eyebrows. My study, exclaimed Percy loudly, as he shoved Bill out of the way. What in the name of Merlin did Harry do to my study? Shish, I can't see, cried Kyle, standing on his tiptoes. What are they saying? Said Mr. Weasley, craning his neck. Ginny's crying, gasped Penelope. Alarmed grunts came from each of the Weasleys as they all tried to see through the door at once. Bam! Someone accidentally elbowed Ron, which resulted in smacking his forehead into the door. Bloody hell! Roared Ron, swinging around to see who the culprit was. Now you've done it, said Charlie dejectedly. We're going to be found for sure. Sure, Charlie. I wanted to be more closely acquainted with the door, shouted Ron, holding his forehead. Poor Ginny. I wonder what he is saying to her. Bill, kindly get off my foot. Catherine shrieked loudly. Meghan pinched me. I did not. It was Kyle, came Meghan's retort. Percy, choked Remus as he was kicked. Why on earth do you have such small hallways? Because I'm not used to spying on relatives outside my study, snapped Percy, patting the sobbing baby that someone had passed to him. Come off it, Percy. It was half your idea. Chloe, sweetheart, gasped Sirius, could you be a doll, and not put Norbert's snout into Grandfather Sirius' neck? What is going on? Harry said, opening the door suddenly. They all lurched back. Harry, said Mrs. Weasley, smiling sweetly, always composed. Ginny, how are you? We wanted to ask if you wanted pie. I believe you, Molly, said Harry, crossing his arms. As for the rest of you, my study. Percy pushed past Harry. There is a river in my study. Neat, shouted Hunter, running into the study. Uncle Harry, can you do this to my room? Children, cried Percy desperately as they ran forward to play at the edge of the brook. Cease immediately. This is not a forest. Stop splashing. He was turning bright red and Penelope cut in. Darlings, please don't splash your father's study. Wow, it looks great in here, grinned George. Percy's eyes were bugging out as he looked at the moss hanging from his bookshelves. Finite incantatum, said Harry clearly. The room shimmered a bit, and all the trees disappeared in golden bursts and the brook vanished in a crackling trail of blue. The grass began to shrink, and Percy's carpet grew in place. Percy still looked a little huffy, and he pushed his glasses up his nose as he peered around to make sure everything was still in order. Good as new, said Harry kindly. The children looked disappointed. In fact, Alexandria's lower lip was slightly out. I like the river, said Hunter, sitting on the floor. Harry grinned. He covered his mouth so Percy couldn't see, and whispered loudly to the children, come to my house. We'll make a jungle in the living room. The children giggled to each other. Well, dears, said Mrs. Weasley again, we were just wondering how things were going along. As that's so, said Ginny, crossing her arms. It is so, said Hunter, nodding his head, answering honestly. Ginny held out her left hand slightly, and Lily's ring glinted brilliantly on her hand. Harry and I are getting married, she said, her eyes shining. Does this mean I can be a flower girl? Screamed Meghan, hopping up and down. Does this mean my daddy and Ms. Ginny are getting married like Cinderella? Shrieked Chloe from Sirius' arms. She was so excited she was beating poor Sirius on the back with Norbert. Yes, yes, laughed Sirius. Charlie grabbed Harry and hugged him roughly. I knew it would be today. Bill grabbed him and shook him so joyously that Harry's glasses nearly fell off. Welcome to the family, Harry. It's about time. You have a new cousin, said Mr. Weasley, telling Madeline excitedly. We have so much to plan. I knew it. I knew since Hogwarts that you two were destined for each other, said Hermione, hugging Ginny and Harry. Used your inner eye, did you? Said Ron, innocently grinning at Hermione. Oh, shut up, Ron, laughed Ginny. Who wants to wake up Fred and tell him everything that's happened? Asked Bill, grinning. After pie, added Charlie, which I propose we break into right now. Sounds fantastic, said Hermione. Let's go back to the dining room. As they all left the room, Ginny gently nudged Harry and her eyes lifted briefly to the ceiling, still shining with lovely stars. Harry looked up and tried not to smile. Oops, he whispered to her. Leave it, she whispered back. Give him something to be shocked about later. April 15th. The cathedral was coated with bright yellow and white daisies. Harry's nose twitched and his eyes watered. Between the smell of the daises and the cheerful spring sunlight streaming into the church, he could hardly see. A honking sound behind him reminded Harry that the organist was still trudging through the entrance music as people were escorted into the church. The organist hit another bad note and there was soft snicker from Ron. Harry glanced at him and tried to glare as best as he could without the congregation noticing. I know she's bad, hissed Harry, but you don't have to laugh. The amusement in Ron's eyes was very apparent, and he glanced at the old blue-haired witch seated at the pipe organ and then back at Harry. Perhaps she can make the reception too, he said innocently, and slapped his hand over his mouth to muffle the loud guffaw when he saw the look Harry gave him. What is so funny? Whispered Percy, furrowing his brow as he leaned forward out of the line of Weasley groomsmen to speak to them. Nothing, said Ron flatly. Mum is going to have a fit if she sees you laughing through the entire ceremony. Scolded Percy. The organ music swelled in volume in what Harry guessed was the organist's failed attempt of a grand finish to the entrance music. He was thankful for the reverent silence that followed the end of music. The blessed silence didn't last for long, and the back doors to the cathedral swung open with a bang. The organ began blasting a very painful version of Pachelbel's canon in D. Harry gritted his teeth and couldn't refrain from a shudder when the organist hit a particularly sour set of chords. The sun had slipped behind a small cloud and Harry was able to see down the aisle. He beeped in his breath sharply when he saw the Flower Girl processional. What on earth had Ginny put them in? Chloe, Megan, Madeline, and Alexandria were wearing dresses of a horrid mustard yellow color. Harry guessed it had intended to be daisy yellow. The dresses had white pinafores bursting with ruffles and Harry was amazed the little girls could walk after he saw the skirts of the dresses exploding in froths of lace. The Flower Girl dresses were nothing in comparison to the concoction Hermione had been stuffed into. Harry guiltily noted that she probably literally had been stuffed into the dress because she looked all of her 5 months pregnant, and the dress didn't seem prepared for that. Hermione's dress was the same awful color and instead of the pinafore, it had an unflattering sweetheart bodice and enormous puffed sleeves. There was also a very strained-looking sash, tied with a tiny bow, due to lack of fabric. Harry's heart also went out to Penelope, who appeared at the entrance on Remus' arm. Her dress seemed entirely too short and wider her tall, slim figure. Ruffles and puffed sleeves looked horribly out of place on practical Penelope. As soon as Penelope had made it back to her spot, the music came to an abrupt and screeching halt. The blue-haired witch turned around on her bench and beamed at everyone before she reached far above her head and slammed her hands down on the organ to play the opening chord of the bridal march. Of course, the sun took that opportunity to come out from the cloud and blinded Harry once again. Harry squinted desperately to see Ginny walking down the aisle toward him, but he couldn't see a thing. He could only hear the skirts of her dress whispering as she walked toward them. Harry was still blinking sunspots out of his eyes when she stood next to him. He could only make out that she was wearing a veil. Who gives this bride away? Her mother and I do, said Mr. Weasley's proud voice. Harry rubbed his eyes and replaced his glasses. Now that he had turned around, the sun wasn't blinding him. Dearly beloved, began the priest, and by the power vested in me. Harry snapped to. What? This was the end of the ceremony. Had he been participating? I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may key the bride. Harry blinked furiously, and he was thankful that he had most of his vision back now. He reached over and pulled up a corner of Ginny's veil. He closed his eyes and leaned into key her. Boo, said Neville. Harry's eyes flew open, and in one horrifying second he realized that Neville was wearing Ginny's wedding gown. Harry yelled and then abruptly crashed to the floor. Harry's chest heaved as he tried to catch his breath. He swiped his hand across his forehead to keep the sweat from dripping into his eyes. Dazed, he got to his feet and stumbled over to the fireplace. Bright purple flames rose up from the ashes after he mumbled a spell. Ginny Weasley. Ginny's face appeared in the fireplace, looking panicked. Harry, are you all right? She said quickly. Chloe. Where's Chloe? Chloe's fine, he interrupted. I have to talk to you about the wedding. Sharp relief showed on Ginny's face immediately, then Harry's comment about the wedding sunk in. At 3 in the morning. Ginny, I had a horrible dream about it, said Harry, looking very ragged. Do you want me to come over? She said. No, said Harry, I just wanted to make sure of a few things. Ginny yawned. Harry, I'm coming over. Ginny rested her head on his shoulder. Okay, now that we're clear on this, we aren't going to have an organist, a single daisy in the cathedral, the flower girls and bridesmaids aren't in yellow anything else. Harry shook his head. I don't think so. As for you dreaming that I was Neville, I don't know what to say about that. I never had apprehensions about it until I dreamed about it. I'm sure it's nothing really. Harry, said Ginny quietly, I think you feel sort of guilty. Maybe that's why you had the nightmare. It scared me pretty well, said Harry shuddering. Listen to me, said Ginny, I loved Neville. But he was taken away from me. Someone, somewhere decided to give me a second chance at love. That doesn't happen to everyone. Harry, I love you, and you aren't a replacement for Neville. Harry was quiet for a long time. Thank you. Feel better, said Ginny dotting his cheek. Planning weddings, sighed Harry, is a test of one's true loyalty. Ginny laughed quietly and drew her feet up onto the couch, snuggling closer to Harry. You need to get some sleep. We have to be up early to go run errands. I'm merely saying, Ginny, that if Catherine is going to be in a hat, then all of the children must be in hats. It is only fair after all, said Percy, scrutinizing a white hat in his hands. No, said Ginny, snatching the hat out of his hands. It's my wedding, and if Catherine wants to wear a hat, Catherine may wear a hat. It does not mean that all the other children have to wear hats. Madame Malkin looked at Percy and smiled slightly as she continued pinning up Hunter's little robes. Well, they are wearing the same color. Harry was hoping to make amends. Percy sniffed and raised his eyebrows. When you have 8 children of your own. Stop right there, interrupted Ginny. There is no way I am having 8 children. No offense, Penny, Harry added. Oh, none taken, said Penelope smiling serenely. You'd only need 7 more, you've got Chloe. Crowed Henri. As I was saying, Percy drawled on, lifting up his arm so that one of the tailors could measure him. It is simply less time consuming, and more practical to have the children matching. Most importantly, if they are wearing the same attire, people are more likely to recognize that they are of the same family. Percy, Mum didn't match us all up, and people still recognized us as from the same family. Argued Ginny impatiently. Well, I know we all do have fine bone structures in our faces, but that's nothing to owl home about. The hair, you dummy, she said, picking up one of Alexandria's short red pigtails. I want red hair, announced Chloe's voice from inside mounds and mounds of fabric being pulled over her head. Catherine darling, wear the hat, you'll look lovely in it. Just like a proper lady, said Ginny, beaming at Catherine. Catherine looked pleased. Thank you, Aunt Ginny. I'm not coming out, came Hermione's voice from one of the curtained dressing rooms. Yes, you are, said Harry and Ginny at the same time. Ron stuck his head out. No, she's not. It doesn't fit. Oh no. Ginny rushed to the dressing room. It can't be that bad, said Harry, raising his voice enough to be heard over the usual clatter of the entire family. Yes, it can, replied Ron's voice with a tinge of amusement. I look like Professor Sprout in a bad outfit, wailed Hermione's voice again. She's invited to the wedding, you know, said Harry. Ginny's head peeked out from Hermione's curtains and she gave Harry a keep quiet look. It's not all that bad, she said in a soothing voice. It's nothing that isn't fixable. We just didn't allot enough room in this dress for the baby. Our mummy's rear, came Ron's voice. Slap. Ow. Shut up, Ron, said Harry habitually. Ron staggered out of the dressing room, clutching his cheek. It was only a joke, he said to the room that was staring at him. The curtain next to Hermione's dressing room flew open. Sirius looked at them jauntily and began strutting in front of the curtain. I am way too say. Why, for my own good, he informed them. Sirius. Not in front of the children, said Percy, nearly knocking over the tailor trying to fix the hem on his robes. Sirius Black, you are one say. Why, beast, said Sirius admiring his reflection. Madame Malkin looked up with pins in her mouth, an expression on her face that clearly said she hardly disagreed with what Sirius was saying. Harry chuckled. Yes, Sirius, you do look sharp in your robes. Shall we work in a small number for you at the reception? Maybe for the ladies, said Sirius, raising his eyebrows suggestively and winking at Madame Malkin. Madame Malkin giggled softly and set to pinning up Hunter's robes as if her dignity depended on it. I'm not wearing a hat, Meghan informed Sirius, as he stood on the platform next to hers to have the last fittings on his robes adjusted. Well, neither am I, Sirius grinned. Ginny wouldn't let me be a flower girl. Flower children are strictly not allowed to be flower girls, you old coot, said Remus coming out of one of the dressing rooms, looking very regal. Let's go pick up some women, Moony, said Sirius. I feel feisty. Remus rolled his eyes and adjusted his bow tie. If I had a sickle every time I heard that line. One of Madame Malkin's assistants sighed as she pulled up a stool to begin adjusting the hem on George's robes. How many did you say were in this wedding? She asked, massaging her sore fingers. Well, let's see, George said thoughtfully. That really depends on if Hermione decides to pop before D-Day. I'm sure we could work that little tyke into the wedding too, then there's always the immediate family. I am not popping until August, came Hermione's near hysterical voice from the dressing room. Mum, Dad, Bill, Charlie, listed George. Shish, Hermione, let's try this design. I'm sure Madame Malkin can make these up in a jiffy, Ginny consoled, still in the dressing room. Percy, me, my twin brother Fred, I'm older you know, then Ron, continued George. It makes me so nervous having the children in white, fretted Mrs. Weasley. Ginny's the blushing bride, of course. And then there's Penelope, who is Percy's wife, George chatted away. It's proper to have them in white, according to tradition, said Percy. And then their children, Mortimer, Catherine, Meghan, Kyle, Hunter, Alexandria and Madeline. Those are our other twins, and the baby Henri, can't forget him. He's cute as the dickens, said Fred, ticking names off on his fingers. What tradition? Asked Bill, straightening his collar. Who cares? Answered Harry. I don't want to have to change anything at this point. Children are pure and innocent and to be put in white like the bride, Percy informed them. Then there's Harry. He's near been family himself for years, and his little girl Chloe. She's not his little girl biologically. He adopted her from his muggle cousin who he used to live with before he came back into the wizarding world. But Chloe's a doll. We love her to pieces. Innocent. Are you talking about Weasleys? Ron laughed as he tied his shoe. Then there's Remus Lupin, an old friend and used to be our professor a long time ago, and Sirius Black, Harry's godfather. They are perfectly innocent, defended Ginny. They just have a tendency to be a little over-curious. Then there's Hermione, continued George. That's my brother Ron's wife. They were practically married when they were at Hogwarts. They're just now having a baby, and they're going to name him Frederick George after Fred and I. I am most certainly not naming him Frederick George. Ron protested loudly. I think that's it. George looked thoughtful as he tried to remember another relative. Sorry I asked, muttered the assistant. What do your wedding robes look like, Harry? asked Bill. Why can't we see them? Harry sighed. I can't wear wedding robes like all of you. What? How are you getting out of this? It's your wedding. Bill, Charlie, the twins, and Ron appeared to be annoyed at this new information. Trust me, I'm not getting out of anything. Harry smiled at them good-naturedly. He's not, and he's going to look very handsome in what he's going to wear, said Ginny coming out of Hermione's dressing room, and placing her hands on his shoulders affectionately. Since I'm Commander-in-Chief of the Confederation and it is a military organization, I'm going to be wearing a dress uniform. With great power comes stupid outfits, teased Bill. Ginny glared at him. It isn't. Harry looks extremely nice in his dress uniform. A dress, Uncle Harry, said Kyle, looking utterly horrified. Like the girls. Dress uniform, corrected Ginny. They are very fancy robes. It wasn't my first choice, shrugged Harry. My advisor insisted upon it, due to this probably being. Madame Malkin spoke up at the words publicized. We've been working on these clothes day and night. I must say that it has been wonderful for business. Harry smiled. Well, we wanted to keep all wedding preparations in most of the local businesses, rather than offend our friends. Besides, I don't know anyone else who can sew clothing better than you, madam. How come the girls wear dresses instead of wearing robes? Piped up Chloe. It used to not be this way, Madame Malkin said. In fact, weddings used to not be such a grand affair in the wizarding world. But then witches began to see some of the Muggle traditions gradually cross over due to the Muggle-borns, and not surprisingly, we now nearly have the same wedding ceremonies as Muggles. It seems to happen that way with quite a few things, actually. Baby Henri, who had recently conquered the world of crawling, finally got his mother to let him out of her lap after much squirming. He took off quickly the moment Penny set him on the floor. Oh, can't we see your dress, Aunt Ginny? Begged Catherine, just for a moment. Ginny shook her head. No, it's a surprise. Madame Malkin made it so beautifully. I like my dress, said Chloe spinning around, to make her skirt flare out. The tailor gave Ginny a pained look. I like it too, Chloe, but hold still so they can finish making sure everything is perfect, said Ginny. Are Chloe and I the only ones from our nursery school that get to be in the wedding? Asked Megan. Yes, said Harry looking up from a long parchment. We've already got lots and lots of people in the wedding. But they get to come, don't they? Asked Chloe. Yes, I believe they are all coming. Is it a field trip? Harry laughed at Megan. Excellent question. I think there should be a test on it. I don't want Mrs. Jetsam to teach for us all the time, said Megan sadly. She never gives us enough time with the clay. She's very unsharing with it. Megan, Mrs. Jetsam is very nice. She's been helping out in our classroom since January. Ginny's tone of voice suggested that this discussion had been resurrected many times. But you've been there forever, Chloe said darkly. Hardly forever, smiled Ginny, and you like Mrs. Jetsam. Remember when I had to take a few days off from school? Mrs. Jetsam was your teacher then. And she didn't have a good story at story time. She read Herbert the Hufflepuff to us even after we told her you had already read it. Said Megan. You did Herbert's voice much better, added Chloe. It really sounded like a Hufflepuff. Girls, I'm not giving up on teaching forever. I'm only finishing this year early. Besides, after Uncle Harry and I get back from our honeymoon, I'll be visiting the classroom every so often. Only to visit? Asked Chloe unhappily. You forget, Angel, interrupted Harry. Ms. Ginny is going to be at home when you get home from school, being your mummy. Chloe thought about this. Well, okay. But you will be doing that for the whole year. Ginny laughed gleefully. Much longer than a year, I expect. I should hope so, said Harry looking alarmed. Accio, said Percy suddenly. Henri zoomed out from under a tablecloth and into Percy's arms. His blue eyes widened and he began to wail loudly. Darling, I wish you wouldn't use summoning spells on the baby, said Penelope. Ordinarily I wouldn't, but this one is an exceptionally fast crawler, said Percy setting Henri back down. I think I fixed your bridesmaid's gown, said one to the assistants displaying the dress to Ginny. Oh, that's wonderful, said Ginny taking the dress, and hurrying over to Hermione's dressing room. Everything is finally pulling together. Harry smiled wearily. The florist, the cathedral, the band, the caterer, the whatever. And I have to say, I'm exhausted. You should have hired a wedding coordinator, said Mrs. Weasley. We'll be sure and do that next time, said Ginny, poking her head out of the dressing room and smiling at Harry. This wedding is going to go down as the wedding of the century, grinned Charlie. Well, I would think so, since we're inviting half the wizarding world, said Harry. Daddy, said Harry, taking a bite of potatoes. I don't understand. Neither do I, unless you tell me what it is you don't understand. I'm going to call Ms. Ginny, Mum. Chloe asked slowly. Well, yes, don't you want to? Said Harry, studying her carefully. Yes, Daddy, I do want to. Then what's bothering you? Well, you're my daddy, 'cause you adopted me. Right. Exactly right. And because I love you very much. So, I have to adopt Ms. Ginny to be my mum. No. It doesn't exactly work like that, Harry grinned. But she's going to be your wife. So I have to adopt her to be my mum. No, she's my wife, and that makes her your mother also. But they aren't the same things, Daddy. How is she my mum without adopting me? Harry paused. And to think these were supposed to be the easy questions. What on earth was he going to do when Chloe got older? Because I married her to become your mummy, and because I loved her very, very much too, said Harry, feeling quite proud of his answer. So you're really adopting Ms. Ginny to be your wife, but you call it marrying? Said Chloe thoughtfully. Chloe, sighed Harry. Yes, Daddy, she asked, pushing a lima bean into her potatoes. Are you quite sure you're 5 years old? Yes, Daddy, she nodded, I'm quite sure. My birthday isn't until May 26th. So you are adopting Ms. Ginny? Harry grinned. He'd let Ginny sort this one out later. Yes, Chloe, we are adopting Ms. Ginny, he said, making sure to enunciate the A. Then can we adopt Megan too? I want her to be my sister. She's your cousin, Chloe, corrected Harry. But how can she be my cousin already? We never adopted H. Chloe, sighed Harry. Yes, she answered cheerfully. Eat your dinner. Yes, Daddy. April 20th. Tick 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 tick. Click. Debates were hashing out at the Ministry of Magic this week, owing to the fact that Minister Percival Weasley is advocating for the regulation of cauldron bottoms. This is causing quite a stir among the foreign marketers, who call it unjust and a move by Weasley to nudge the foreign exports out of business. Ginny opened her eyes, blinked slowly, and began to realize what day it was. She gazed at her ceiling for a while, and let the news reporter drone on while she let her thoughts collect. Ginny glanced at the clock. 6:05. She had a million things to do, and here she was lying in bed. Ginny opened the door to Webster's cage and tapped the water dish with her wand. Mrs. Purrea Potter, she said to Webster. Webster opened one yellow eye and looked at her. Mrs. Purrea Potter cordially invites you to her afternoon luncheon in the rose garden at her estate, Havenwood, said Ginny in an exaggerated posh voice. She giggled softly as Webster opened his other eye and looked at her curiously. She felt 15 years old again. Ginny sighed dreamily. Webster, I'm marrying him. Webster blinked and hooted softly. Just think. Picnics with pink lemonade, birthday parties for Chloe in the garden with ice cream and children playing. Ding, 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 ding. Doorbell, sang Ginny, making a key. Why face at her owl? Webster, you darling owl, I'll get the door. Webster opened one eye again and stared. Ginny walked down the stairs humming to herself. Ding, ding. Wedding bells, said Ginny happily as she flung open the front door. Hermione stood on her doorstep, still looking a little bleary from sleep. My, she yawned, aren't we in a cheery mood? I'm getting married, said Ginny, more to herself than Hermione. She opened the door a little wider and let Hermione in. Goodness, said Hermione, rubbing her eyes, is that today? Don't make fun, laughed Ginny, I'm so happy I could burst. Hermione hugged her. It's lovely that you're so excited. Yoo-hoo, called Mrs. Weasley, coming up the walk, I'm here. Shall I make you breakfast? 10 a.m. Harry stared at the mirror. In other news today, the popular candy Fizzing Whizbees has been banned from all store shelves and discontinued. Consumers should note, while not dangerous, these candies have been pulled due to more questionable ingredients and should be advised. Married, Harry muttered to himself, I'm going to be a married man. His hand shook a bit as he lifted the razor towards his face. Harry dropped it in the basin full of hot, steaming water. Shaving at the moment was probably not a good idea. Get a hold of yourself, Potter, he said to his reflection. You won't be getting married with that stubbly face, the mirror chided. Shut up, said Harry, wiping the shaving cream off his face with a towel. Harry, are you drowning yourself in your sink? Sang Ron through the door. Ron, I'm about to climb the walls. I'm nervous as it is and you aren't helping. Ron threw open the door. Drink this. Harry took a sip of the prune-colored whatever and gagged at the glass. What is it? Harry broke into a fit of coughing and beat his fist against his chest, eyes watering. Hangover concoction. My very own specialty. You'll feel much better, said Sirius cheerfully. You better drink all of it. I'm going to be married, said Harry, holding his nose before taking another drink. And you bloody look like hell, said Ron helpfully. Harry set the glass down, his face screwed up. And whose fault is that? Ron shrugged innocently. Sirius began laughing and walked out of the room. I don't know what you're talking about, said Ron. It's the last day you're single, so drink up while the night is young, quoted Harry, finishing the glass and getting it out of his sight. It was a stag party, Ron protested, and you loved it. Especially when. Don't tell Ginny about that, groaned Harry. I won't tell your wife, if you won't tell mine, grinned Ron. Oi, said Harry, leaning against the doorjamb, you said wife. I'm going to have one of those. Ron smiled as he grabbed Harry's face with his hands. And if you stand my sister up at the altar, I will kill you. Are we clear on this? Harry tried to smile with his face scrunched up between Ron's hands. Perfectly clear, he managed to get out. Ron nodded. Good, he said, roughly patting Harry's cheek. Besides, Harry continued, I'm scared to death of what stupid thing I might do during the ceremony. Sirius appeared in the room again, carrying a tray teetering with breakfast foods. Thanks, Sirius, said Ron, swiping a muffin. You know, Harry, it's really not the wedding you have to be worried about. It's the wedding night. Sirius lifted his shaggy head from his coffee and grinned. Talk about having to set a standard, Harry. Harry glowered and turned back to the sink. There's nothing wrong with us waiting. Ron began laughing loudly. But, wait a minute. You've. Ron glanced at Sirius and the both of them erupted into raucous laughter. Ginny's the experienced one, hooted Ron. Harry refused to look at either of them. I was busy. Defeating the Dark Lord and all. Don't worry, Harry, gasped Sirius, wiping tears from his eyes. She'll be gentle. Really, spluttered Ron, it's quite noble of you to hold out this long. Quidditch really must be an outlet. She can't help that she was married before, defended Harry. Really, Harry, you might be the boy who lived, but are you the boy who lasted? Harry slammed the door shut on their faces. You aren't helping. Now you've set him off, said Sirius. Ron broke into more laughter. Bad choice of words, said Sirius hastily. Ah, Harry, come on out, we were only joking, said Ron, tapping on the door. It is very noble of you to have waited, added Sirius. Some of us have morals, shouted Harry. It was just a joke, said Ron, biting his tongue to avoid another hoot of laughter. We're not questioning your morals. The bathroom door opened again and Harry glared at them as he wiped his face with a towel. That's better, said Sirius, nodding at him. Clean shaven. No more jokes, said Harry gloomily. No more jokes, you big baby, confirmed Ron. In celebrity news, it's wedding bells for the boy who lived. 25-year-old Harry James Potter is finally getting married. Potter will be marrying, interestingly enough, the sister of the Minister of Magic. 24-year-old Purea Weasley is the lucky witch who bagged Potter and his millions of galleons. This won't be Purea's first husband, she is the widow of the late Neville Longbottom. The Potters will have their hands full with Harry's newly adopted daughter, Chloe Grace Potter. We'd like to offer our congratulations to the Potters, and wish good luck in the years to come. Harry and Ron made a face at the wireless and Harry switched it off. Well, bully for Harry Potter, said Ron jokingly. Harry grinned. No, said Percy sharply. Meghan, you will not skip down the aisle. All gone, said Alexandria, lifting her basket for her mother to see. No, Alexia, darling, we have to pretend there are flowers in it now. Pretend to throw them, said Penelope, making motions with her hands to show how to throw pretend flowers. Harry rubbed his temples. Let's run through it one more time, and then we all need to go get dressed. What I wouldn't give to be Ginny at this point, said Hermione, getting up from a pew. Penelope nodded and scooped Henri up to walk to the back of the church. Henri screeched and wriggled around. Sitting in the gorgeous dressing room, having her hair done. That part was so enjoyable, sighed Penelope wistfully. I'd love to be a bride again. MMMMHMMM, said Hermione, looking down at her belly, but look where it gets you. Hermione and Penelope burst out laughing. I'm afraid I know all too well. Percy was in his element. Ordering people around, that was. And Harry was about to kill him. All right, now everyone take his place, Percy clapped for attention. Now who is going to go through the doors first? They stared at him. Well, raise your hands, sighed Percy, putting his hand on his hips. Bill rolled his eyes and lifted his hand slightly. Me, dragging along some important wedding guest that isn't here for me to practice with. Right, Bill, said Percy enthusiastically, as if his brother had just answered a question on a quiz show. Then me, said Charlie, yawning, with some important, yeah, what Bill said. We get the idea, Percy, sighed George. Skip it, said Harry. What? Said Percy. Skip it. We've got it down. The children are going to get cranky. I'm hungry, said Kyle. See, said Harry. We'll just send them all off with Isabella to have a little dinner, and then by the time they get back, we'll be dressed and we can get them ready. I'm with Harry, said Hermione. If I have to walk down that carpet one more time besides the wedding, I'll go barking mad. Percy crumpled his parchment with a sour face. I don't recommend this at all. This part is the most crucial of the wedding. Wrong, nitwit, grinned Fred. The getting married part is. Harry nervously picked at some invisible lint on his jacket. Detailed arrangements of red and cream flowers were hung off every deep oak pew. Although the setting sun was shining through the stained glass, the room was still dim enough for hundreds of slim cream candles to be lit. They were perched impressively on gleaming silver candelabras. A full orchestra was seated at the back of the cathedral in matching black dress robes, wearing single rose corsages or boutonnieres in cream or red, playing soft background music as guests filed into the church. You're fidgeting, said Ron. I'm going to die before she even comes out, Harry informed him. Ron grimaced. That'd make a great front page story. Stop being so melodramatic. You look really sharp, Harry, said Bill. You Auror people really know how to dress up. Harry was in full Confederation dress uniform. His robes were deep navy blue and along the sleeves and hemlines there was thin gold piping. Several stripes of gold on his collar indicated his rank and 2 columns of gleaming brass buttons were lined up on his chest. The insides of his robe sleeves were a vivid red and he wore white gloves. Harry's trousers were seen quite plainly as the uniform was tailored to fit much shorter than normal robes. They were the same navy blue and a narrow stripe ran up the side of each leg. Finally, completing the ensemble, polished black boots. Not for everyday wear, smiled Harry. The long line of Weasley groomsmen were not in uniforms of any sort, but they were wearing formal black dress robes with bow ties and red boutonnieres. Anyone would be nuts to try anything at this wedding, observed George. The place is crawling with Aurors. Harry nodded somewhat proudly. But only 12 are on duty. Along the 6 pews nearest to the altar, 12 Aurors in dress uniform were flanked 6 to each side of the aisle. They were staring straight ahead, perfectly still at attention. Can't they have a pleasant expression on their faces? Charlie hissed to Harry. That is pleasant, Charlie. They're at attention, replied Harry, with a grin. I bet you don't have to stand at attention, said Fred with interest. You could probably make those blokes do whatever you want. I could, said Harry thoughtfully. But one doesn't tend to do that to officers attending one's wedding. I would, said George wistfully. It'd be a riot. Having them dance the hurdy-gurdy for me, nodded Fred. I don't even think there's an order for that, laughed Harry. The one on the left is sort of cute, observed Charlie. I certainly hope you're talking about Jennings rather than Schmitz, said Harry glancing at the officers. Jennings is the girl, right? Said Charlie. Jennings is the decorated lieutenant, said Harry, fully enjoying teasing Charlie. The girl, right? Repeated Charlie. Harry rolled his eyes. Yes, Jennings is the girl. She's quite a hottie, Harry. Somehow I think it's a bit unwise for me to go around calling ranking officers hotties, said Harry, raising his eyebrows. Charlie nodded and waved his comment aside. So are you going to introduce me after the wedding? You do realize that she would and could clobber the living daylights out of you, Harry told him truthfully. Charlie grinned the trademark Weasley sly smile. If she looks like that, I don't think I'd rightly mind. What's her name? Lieutenant Jennings. Does she have a first name? Sighed Charlie. If I could remember calling her by it, I would tell you. Ah, come on, Harry. Quit holding out. I know you better than that, begged Charlie. Anastasia. Now can you hold off on picking up women until after the ceremony? Yes, sir, said Charlie happily. Much obliged. Bill grinned. Seems to me to be the best place to do it. You know, girls wanting to have a pretty wedding dress too. All those cat fights over the bouquet mean open season for us. The sun had set, and the soft glow of the candles gave the cathedral a very warm and dreamy look to it. Very slowly, the two rear doors of the cathedral creaked open and the congregation fell silent. There was soft oohing and ahing as four very small figures appeared in the doorway. Chloe, Megan, Alexandria, and Madeline were all wearing white satin dresses. Chloe, leading the procession, began to throw white and red rose petals. Megan and the little twins followed her in procession. Alexandria, with her hair in little white barrettes, could be heard saying, "We," as she threw her rose petals enthusiastically. After the flower girls got to their appropriate spots, and Chloe looked happily at Harry. "Hi, Daddy," she whispered, trying to be sneaky about it. Harry smiled and tried to keep from laughing. He lifted one of his gloved hands from his side and gave her a small wave. Hermione looked very nice in a crimson dress, which had finally been made to fit, as Sirius escorted her down the aisle. Remus and Penelope followed soon after them. Penelope wearing the same crimson-colored dress, tailored to fit her very well and looking elegant with her owned hair in a smooth French twist. Parading behind the bridesmaids, Hunter and Kyle smiled brightly at everyone as they proudly presented pillows with the rings. Harry grinned. Both looked like miniature footmen, clothed in white dress robes, with a red rose boutonniere and their red hair combed smoothly over. Everything was running perfectly. The priest and his deacons came out soon afterwards, and then the conductor brought the song to a clean ending. Harry took a deep breath as the bridal march struck up and lifted his eyes to the doorway once more. Ginny looked radiant. Harry gulped as she walked toward him. Ginny wore a stunning composition of flowing white silk. The fabric shone in the rich candlelight, descending gracefully to the floor. Two dainty straps embellished with a row of diamonds glittered magnificently off of her fair shoulders. Her veil was light and airy, like spun gossamer. It floated softly around her face and along the back of the dress. Her hair was pulled into an elegant chignon, with wisps curling along the nape of her neck. A delicate tiara that was attached to her veil perched magnificently on her hair, and sparkled with dazzling diamonds. Attached to the back of her dress, an extremely lengthy train, adorned with intricate beadwork, spread behind her. Catherine and Mortimer trailed her, each holding up an end of the train. Ginny looked shyly at everyone staring at her, but she kept her eyes right on Harry. As she approached the altar, the Auror's standing guard suddenly snapped and they all did a sharp right or left face, so they were looking toward the inside of the aisle, then militaristically thrust their wands into the air, making an archway. Mr. Weasley looked ecstatic, as he displayed Ginny on his arm. He smiled at Harry when they had arrived at the altar, a smile that brought Harry back down to earth. "Who gives this bride away?" The priest's voice echoed clearly in the cathedral. "Her mother and I do," replied Mr. Weasley. Harry saw him squeeze Ginny's hand and then stepped back. It was Ginny's smile, not Mr. Weasley's, that warmed Harry's heart to the core. She turned and smiled sweetly at Harry and took his hand. Harry took a deep shuddering breath. This was really happening. Harry cupped Ginny's face in his hands, and they key-ed softly. The cathedral roared with applause and the orchestra struck up a joyous march. Harry grabbed Ginny's hand. "We're married," he said breathlessly, as they began walking together. "Present arms," bellowed the one of the Auror officers. The Aurors' wands were thrust into the air again, making an archway for Ginny and Harry, but this time, brilliant sparks exploded into the air, drizzling around them like shooting stars. They began laughing when they heard the children's delighted shrieks behind them. As they ran to the carriage parked outside of the cathedral, Harry looked up and faced all the cameras, smiling brightly. For the first time in his life, he didn't care about the hundreds of pictures being taken, because he wouldn't give anything in the world to be anyone else. Chloe took a huge bite of cake and swung her legs in her chair. "Yummy," said Madeline. "I like weddings," said Kyle, taking another bite. "Good cake?" asked Sirius, walking by their table. The children nodded. There were tables heaped with food along one wall of Potter Hall. They had just cut the wedding cake, and everyone was drifting into the ballroom for a bit of dancing. The children had been given huge slices of cake for their good behavior at the wedding, and they were content at this moment to have their dessert, rather than see what was going on in the ballroom. "Wonderful wedding, isn't it?" said Charlie, approaching the Auror he had noticed during the ceremony. "Quite nice," she said shortly, keeping her eye on Harry and Ginny, who were laughing with a group of people from the ministry. "Charlie Weasley," he said, offering a hand. "I'm Lieutenant Jennings." She shook his hand quickly but never took her eyes of Harry and Ginny. "Do you have a first name?" persisted Charlie. "Mr. Weasley. To be perfectly frank, I'm on duty. It is my responsibility to make sure no one ruins anything. If you don't mind, you're in the way," she said, stepping away from him. "But you see, I'm a close personal friend of Harry's, and I know he wouldn't mind if you happened to have one little bitty dance with one of his groomsmen." "Perhaps. But I would certainly mind. I'm really not all that bad, Lieutenant. I call after first dates, honest." She gave him a dry look. Harry glanced up and leaned over and whispered something in Ginny's ear. Ginny nodded and smiled. "Jennings," exclaimed Harry, coming over. "Fantastic display at the ceremony, didn't you think?" "Yes, sir," she said, smiling. "Congratulations." "Thank you," said Harry. "Might I introduce you to Mr. Charles Weasley? He's an old and good friend of mine. I'm sure you can just call him Charlie." "We've been introduced," said Jennings tactfully. "Have you?" said Harry, grinning, pretending as if he didn't notice the expression on her face. "Did you know that Mr. Weasley is head of the Dragon Regulation Department? I thought you two would get along, since you've been responsible for many illegal dragon operations going down." "As that's so," said Charlie, brightening. Harry nodded. "Anastasia here is quite the advocate for the proper care of magical creatures." Jennings colored. "Thank you, sir." Harry shrugged. "Why don't you take a bit of a break from duty and grab a bite to eat?" Anastasia's face flattened, and Harry saw her eyes narrow at him briefly. "That's quite all right, sir, I'll complete my task first." Harry winked and turned back to go to Ginny. "That was an order." Charlie bit his lower lip to keep from laughing. "May I get you a plate, Anastasia?" he said, gesturing towards the table with a sweeping motion. She sighed, and then smiled. "That would be nice of, is it?" Ginny laughed as Harry spun her around on the ballroom floor. She had removed the train, and her veil, and her wedding gown was now a lovely dancing dress. "And to think," Ginny said, putting her hands behind his neck. "This is where you and I key-ed for the first time." "Much to my surprise and yours," smiled Harry. "I didn't plan on doing that." "I'm rather glad you did," said Ginny. "So are a lot of people," he said, dipping her. "Looks like your little setup worked," said Ginny, looking over at Charlie and Anastasia dancing. Harry grinned the trademark sly Weasley smile. "I know. I think they hit it off pretty well, after that first horrible introduction Charlie made." Remus waltzed over with Chloe in his arms. "Look what I found, Chloe," he said to her, "a daddy and a mummy." "My daddy and my mummy," said Chloe, hugging Remus happily. "We adopted her." Ginny gave Harry a quizzical look. "Adopted?" she mouthed to him. I'll explain later, whispered Harry, quite amused. I think Chloe wanted to dance with a certain person before a certain person leaves for his honeymoon, said Remus, winking at Harry. I'm a very good dancer, Daddy, said Chloe, as Remus spun around with her in his arms. Remus, will you have this dance? Asked Ginny playfully. Most certainly, but I am quite sad to leave this adorable partner I've had, nodded Remus, setting Chloe down. It was smashing, said Chloe politely to Remus. Remus chuckled as he and Ginny danced off. May I have this dance, Miss Chloe Grace Potter? Yes, you may, Daddy, she said, smiling brightly. Harry bowed to Chloe, and she held the skirt of her dress as she curtsied. Most of the people in the ballroom laughed and turned to watch when Chloe stepped on the toes of Harry's boots and they began to waltz. Chloe squealed when he swung her up in the air. How long will you be gone on holiday, Daddy? She asked, pushing his hair off his forehead and staring into his eyes inquisitively. Will it be a really long time? Just 7 days, he said. Then we're going to come back for you and take another holiday together. The song ended, and they bowed and curtsied to each other again amidst the applause of the guest. See, said Chloe, green eyes alight with delight as she waved a little, I'm a very good dancer. Their honeymoon had been very lovely indeed, but Harry finally decided their holiday with Chloe after the honeymoon was just as enjoyable, if not more. He watched as she turned over another pail full of sand, making another addition to her sandcastle. Her long pigtails, tied with purple ribbon, whipped in the wind. To his right, Ginny yawned happily and sat up on the heels of her hands with him to watch Chloe. How's the bribery coming along? She grinned, pushing a lock of hair out of her eyes. Harry nodded. He seems to be very docile. Docile. Good. He snaps at her once, and I'll curse him too, began Ginny, peering closer at Chloe. Down, Mummy, said Harry soothingly, I've got it under control. Ginny leaned over and kissed his cheek. I believe you. Now what's this variety again? I don't ever remember coming across it. Sand gnomes, recited Harry, close cousins of the garden variety. Of all things for Chloe to unearth, laughed Ginny, not to mention insisting on befriending it. Much to that little thief's dismay, chuckled Harry. So they mostly hide in sand dunes, coming out to only sneak the occasional muggle picnic basket away. That and car keys hidden in a pair of shoes. They like shiny things, I think. Really, the muggles really don't need their help losing things. The look on its face when you picked it up out of our basket, laughed Ginny. Then Chloe's cry of delight. She was really disappointed about having to leave Norbert in the condo. I heard her telling him he wasn't a sand-proof dragon. The promise of an entire picnic basket in exchange of playing nicely with her apparently is working rather well. They both seem to be enjoying themselves. Chloe peered into her castle. Are you sleeping, Smitty? Me name ain't Smitty, bellowed the gnome loudly from inside the sand castle. Me name is. Chloe giggled delightedly. Yes, it is. Don't be a silly gnome. Want to go swimming? She said, reaching into the castle, feeling around for him. No swimming, shrieked the gnome, flailing his arms. Me cousin was ate up by a crab. Chloe grabbed him and pulled him out of the sand castle. It's all right. I'm a witch. I can scare away the crabs. No, 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 howled the gnome, clawing at the sand. Chloe, called Ginny as she waved. It's time for another sun-blocking charm. All right, Mummy, said Chloe, putting the distressed gnome in the crook of her arm, and skipping up to her parents. Smitty and I are going swimming, she said, holding the gnome up by his ankles, and he flopped about like a caught fish. Hold still a moment, said Harry, handing Ginny her wand from the beach bag. Legs, sang Ginny as she tapped her Chloe's legs once, arms, shoulders, back, neck and face, giggled Chloe as the wand tapped her lightly on the nose. All finished, said Ginny, make sure you and Smitty don't go in the water past your ankles. Smitty began to howl again and wriggled in Chloe's grasp. She smiled fondly at him. He's excited, she said to her parents in a whisper. Harry peered at Smitty sternly over his glasses. Play nicely, he repeated. Smitty fell lax in Chloe's hands and whimpered pathetically. Ginny laughed as Chloe scampered off. He must really want that basket you've promised him. Ah, he'll have a story to tell his grandchildren, said Harry. About the vicious sorceress that took him captive. Chloe sat down on the sand, letting the waves splash onto her legs. Smitty was trying to climb his way up her arm, away from the water. No, no, she chided. Swim. Plunk. Chloe steered Smitty through the water, complete with motorboat noises. Then she began lifting him high up above her head and then back into the water. Ah! He shrieked. Egoog. I told you it's fun, said Chloe happily, making him airplane out of the water again. A-A-A-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-I-G-H. Oh my! You've dropped your hat, said Chloe, setting him down by her ankle, reaching for it. Smitty gasped for air, accidentally making bubbles in water that was almost up to his neck. Chloe was thrilled beyond anything. Daddy! She cried. Smitty's blowing bubbles. Harry gave a nod and waved at her. Good. Angel. Make sure Smitty can breathe, please. It's lovely having the beach to ourselves this week, Ginny commented happily. Harry looked pleased about this also. Mind you, there are going to be some very perplexed muggles that visit this beach annually, and unable to find it. Ginny shrugged, very unconcerned. They have millions of beaches around here, they'll find another and not give this one another thought. Chloe's laughter rang out from the edge of the water, causing both of them to smile in her direction fondly. I suppose she got her fairy tale, said Harry after a moment. Ginny looked at him blankly. Us. Her, elaborated Harry, she had us figured out before we even knew what to think about it. Ginny, now enlightened, grinned. She deserves to have her fairy tale ending. Harry looked thoughtful. I did dance with you, and we did get married, just as she said we would. Chloe Potter, future diviner, suggested Ginny innocently. Ginny, said Harry, appalled. Take that back. Sorry. Really, I just think it's her reasoning behind everything. And what is that? Well, that fairy tales are real, of course. Harry put his arm around Ginny's shoulders. That definitely is a good way at looking at things. Crab, screamed Chloe, splashing the water with her hands. Harry leapt to his feet and was about to break into a run to the seaside until he saw Chloe in a fit of laughter. Only joking, Smitty, she giggled. The gnome was far from amused as he scrambled around Chloe's legs and shrieked, clutching his behind. Isn't this a fun game? She said, picking him up and trotting back to her castle. Jareth me, screamed Smitty. Jareth me. Don't you bite her, you wicked gnome, shouted Ginny, also jumping to her feet, her wand drawn. I don't want no basket, howled Smitty, when he saw Harry's shadow across the castle. I don't want no basket. Harry shrugged and sighed. I suppose you can go. Jareth, screamed the gnome one last time, about to sink his teeth into Chloe's arm. Don't even think about it, shouted Ginny, bopping him sharply across the top of his head with her wand. You stay away from her. You wicked little thief. Stay back. By the time Ginny finished with him, Smitty was staggering away in a very uneven line. Harry smiled and thought the only thing missing from the picture were stars and birds hovering around his head. Chloe's eyes were round with surprise. I haven't got anyone to play sandcastle with anymore, she said, watching Smitty limp away. It was just a dirty old gnome, said Ginny Key, dotting her little hand and checking for gnome bites. Daddy and Mummy will play sandcastle with you. You will. I get to build the moat, right? Asked Harry, kneeling down in the sand. Can you enchant the water pink? Chloe was eager to begin. One pink moat, coming up, said Harry, picking up a toy shovel. Who lives in this castle? Asked Ginny, filing a bucket with sand. We do, said Chloe, sticking shells along the outside of the castle, with Norbert. He stands guard at the drawbridge. Guessed Ginny. Right, Mummy, said Chloe, very pleased. And we never have to worry about bad people. So that means we live happily ever after? Asked Harry. Chloe shook her pigtails. No, Daddy, the story isn't over yet. Goodness, didn't you know that? Said Ginny, her eyes sparkling at Harry. Harry smiled at them and continued to work on the moat. They're opening the curtains, said Mrs. Weasley, standing up quickly from her chair. The Weasleys hurried toward the window to take a peek at the newest member of the family. There he is, said Sirius, grinning broadly. His hair is still damp. What a handsome devil. He's so beautiful, sighed Penelope, smiling at the baby being wheeled closer to the window. What a perfect angel. Look at that red hair, crowed Bill. He's definitely a Weasley. Beautiful, healthy baby, said Mr. Weasley proudly. Chloe pressed her nose against the glass. How come we can't see his name? The other babies have names on their beds. Fred grinned and put his hands on her shoulders. They aren't going to name him Chloe. They're just going to call him Boy for his whole life. Chloe looked horrified. Fred, scolded Mr. Weasley. Don't believe a word he says, Chloe. The hospital just hasn't had time to make one yet. I like the new baby, said Megan, scrutinizing the infant with great care. He seems quite all right. Not the crying type. Like Henri, she added under her breath. All babies cry, informed Mortimer, and you cried more than Henri. Did not, said Megan, sticking her tongue out. Oh, Mum, said Catherine, pulling on Penelope's robes. Can't we go hold him? Not yet, said Penelope. We'll get a chance, I'm sure. Look at how adorable he is. Cooed Mrs. Weasley. Just like Laura was. Hermione laughed and gazed fondly at her own baby. Laura is still adorable. Ron Key. At the top of the infant's head he was cuddling and beamed proudly when she threw her chubby arms up in delight and screeched at him. Daddy, he prompted. Say daddy. Laura, Ron and Hermione's now 5-month-old daughter, was a lovely infant. She had soft wispy strawberry bee-owned hair, and her eyes had recently changed into a shade of brown unmistakable for Hermione's eye color. Say handsome, not adorable, corrected Sirius. He is a handsome fellow, isn't he? Harry commented, walking up behind the family. The Weasleys were so preoccupied with hing and oohing over the new addition that they didn't bother to turn around to answer Harry. Doesn't he look just like Ginny? Said Harry, looking down at the baby. I see a few of her qualities in him. He's so tiny. The rest of the family nodded and continued point and grin at the newborn. He's got Ginny's hair, said Ron happily. Oh well, Harry, maybe next time. Now I most certainly wouldn't say that, remarked Harry, laughing heartily. He hasn't got her hair at all. Harry, said Sirius, it's exactly her color. Maybe a bit like your mum's, but that's a perfect copy of Ginny's hair. I really can't see the comparison, said Harry, shaking his head. Fine, be stubborn, said Ron, taking a photo of the baby behind the glass. Hermione turned around to give Harry a quizzical look. An astounded squeak came from her. Harry, she gasped, what are you doing with that baby? Everyone turned around instantaneously and jaws dropped. Harry grinned. This happens to be my son. But, stuttered Charlie, that baby. He pointed at the baby behind the glass. Is not our baby, finished Harry. Oh dear God, said Remus, covering his mouth. Shame on all of you for assuming he had red hair, said Harry, laughing. Is that my brother? Chloe was jumping up and down to see. Shish, said Harry, sitting down. I'll let you see him. Slowly, Harry pulled aside the blanket. AWWWWW. Chorused the family. Nestled, sound asleep in the blanket, was a very tiny newborn. He had long dark eyelashes, and his miniature fists were curled up tightly into little balls. He had soft tufts of jet black hair, already on his forehead, but there wasn't quite enough to be as messy as Harry's. Oh, Daddy, said Chloe, completely lovestruck, I like this baby. Would you rather have him than the baby in the window? Asked Harry with a grin. Oh yes, please, said Chloe, touching her baby brother's cheek with a fingertip. Has he opened his eyes yet? Asked Sirius. A little bit for Ginny, said Harry, and they are blue. Yours weren't ever blue. They were green from the start, said Sirius. Get off it, Sirius, the kid can't be an exact replica of Harry, smiled Remus. What's his name? Asked Ron. Gunther, said Harry, smiling down at the baby. Gunther Rex. The family looked unsure of themselves for a moment. Said Ron, staring at the infant. How nice, said Mrs. Weasley, a little higher than usual. Is that an old family name? Asked Mr. Weasley slowly. I'm joking, sighed Harry, rolling his eyes at them. The family gave a collective sigh of relief. That was a payback, said Harry, for thinking he was that other baby. Well, That baby had red hair. We're used to coming to see red-haired babies. Defended Charlie. That baby's name actually is Gunther, smiled Harry. I met the father. He was nearly beside himself. First having a new baby, then meeting Harry Potter all in the same day. I thought he was going to wet himself. What's his real name? Begged Chloe. James Albus Potter, said Harry smiling broadly. Fine name. Bellowed Sirius, looking delighted. James Albus Potter gave a soft baby grunt in his sleep. Shish, said Mrs. Weasley, ribbing Sirius, you'll wake him. Where's Mummy? Asked Chloe. Mummy is resting, and doing quite well, said Harry. I'm sure she's dying to see you. Mummy will make sure we get home with James instead of that other baby, said Chloe confidently. Harry stood up. We'll be back. I'm going to take Chloe to see Ginny, and then I'm sure the hospital will be thrilled to let every one of you into her room all at once. I think Uncle Harry was being sarcastic, said George to Henri, as they watched Harry walk down the corridor with James, Chloe trailing them, skipping. Ginny accepted the glass of water from the nurse, but quickly handed it back when she saw Chloe open her door. Ginny brightened. There you are, Mummy, said Chloe, running to her bedside. Mummy, I like him. Harry laid James in the bassinet and lifted Chloe up so Ginny could key her cheek. You do, said Ginny. I think we'll keep him. As Chloe was peering into the bassinet again, Harry leaned over and whispered to Ginny. Your mother asked me when we're going on another honeymoon. She said she needs another grandchild. Ginny's eyes widened. She didn't. She did, laughed Harry. I am not keeping up with Penny, said Ginny, lying back on her pillows and shaking her head. Harry smiled at her fondly and leaned over to key her cheek. You are magnificent. I don't need 6 more children. I've got 2 perfect ones. 7, said Ginny. You want 7, said Harry quickly. Are you feeling all right? No, laughed Ginny. We'd need 7 more to catch up with Penny and Percy. Realization struck Harry and he gaped at her. You must be joking. Penelope is pregnant again. Ginny nodded. Shish. I'm not supposed to tell. Rabbits, exclaimed Harry. We're related to rabbits. They stopped their conversation as they heard Chloe talking softly to James. I'm Chloe. I'm your big sister. We made a room for you. It says baby on the door. That's because you're the baby. We have lots of cousins, and we're the only ones without red hair. They are, aren't they? Whispered Ginny, very pleased. I wanted you for Christmas, but you didn't want to come yet. Daddy put a huge bow on Mummy's tummy. Mummy was laughing really hard. We have the photograph. I'll show you when we go home. You're really lucky to be born today. 'Cause you'll get all those Christmas presents and then the next day is your birthday. I knew that's why you waited. Besides, Daddy said it was a good thing you weren't born yesterday, or we'd never find you under all the wrapping paper. I have a feeling this is the beginning of a beautiful double conspiracy against us, Harry whispered to Ginny. I can see it now, agreed Ginny. Chloe's already too clever for her own good. She'll probably teach James every trick of the trade. Harry snorted. Like the big innocent eyes. Ginny raised her eyebrows. I told you not to believe her when she answers, nothing, Daddy. But you learned your lesson, didn't you? Harry gave her a hopeless look. You realize that they're growing up way too fast already. He's not even a day old, said Ginny, laughing. And Chloe's 6. 6, Gin. We've got 5 years until she leaves us to go to Hogwarts. That's what children do, she said with a sigh. What? Grow up? Harry sighed. Can't they stay little a bit longer? Cheer up, Harry, said Ginny, planting a key on his cheek. It'll be fun. Yes, it will be. Harry took her hand and they smiled at each other. The future looked bright. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.